Ladies and gents, and it seems Twitch chat has already caught us out. B is playing in an AOM tournament. Yes, I know. He's playing in an AOM tournament, but we already got him to play his games against Corvinus before our scheduled time to just make sure that he can do both of them. Or maybe he just has 4 hands. Who knows? So today we have 2 Chads, and a lot of people have said that if there's someone who can take a game off of B, it might just be Corvinus. His shenanigans are pretty unmatched. But Marley, welcome back. I see your name is still stuck on Wowie. we will get that in we'll fix that in a second.
Okay. It's fine. It happens from time to time. We are professional production over here. So mistakes are bound to happen, but we are going to slowly but surely getting into the first game, B versus Corvinus, and we will see Dry Arabia Malians against Jushi Legacy. So Boom Sieve against one that want to go really like fast castle age with the Pro Scouts. We will see what this gentleman will bring us, and we hope for the full 5 games.
Well, the thing is that we have to consider, Corvinus is the one playing Zushi's Legacy here. This is a civ that can go Pro Scouts pretty easily. They can also just go for Fast Castle and try to cheese their way through. We've been seeing this work when players are a little bit unevenly matched in skill. But B, he's the kind of guy who would be able to deal with something like that. This is just a man who will say, okay, I'm just going to make units. I can handle this. So, without further ado, guys, though, let's go see what these two are going to be cooking as we head into Game 1. Now, ladies, we have the purple Chad here in front of us, Mr. Corvinus himself, the Zushiest of all of the ones in the land. Getting a handful of sheep here. Not the usual amount we want to see in the early game, but pretty evenly split up until now.
Yeah, it looks relatively balanced in terms of a sheep count. Also, it looks like that Corvinus is not going to be playing for any type of the Dark Age, so we are not going to be punishing the front pit mine that is relatively exposed. If he would go for it, doesn't really make that much sense with the Jushi Legacy, so this is expected. But it was still a possibility that we did not choose. On the other hand.
Yeah, this is usually a good question for most civilizations when they're up against the Malians. They're like, how do I slow them down? Because Malians' economy, it's been bannable. A lot of players are just saying, I'm not dealing with this, so let's just get it out of here. But Malians, they are a little bit prone to that early game pressure. The problem is just they figured out how to respond to it a lot of times. And also, when you're a Zushi, you're not really into making Dark Age Spearmen, right?
Exactly, you kind of want to get that meditation garden rolling as fast as you can, so you're going to get that additional income, and then go for the as fast of the age up as possible. In terms of the deer pack spawns, it's relatively good for Corvinus. Both are on the same side, which can be an upside and downside too. Depends if B will try to play aggressive, or if he will go for like a cow boom, more of a passive play. So we'll see what Corvinus will cook up with that. On the other hand, B spawn is relatively unfortunate. Both golds are in front, which is not exactly what you want to see with the Malians, but still not something that I think is going to be super exploited in the feudal age, because Corvinus will most likely go for that faster castle age, but we'll see.
Now, with the Meditation Garden being the spot, I feel like this is not the spot Zushi players dream of, right? Usually you want a little chunky place, but with the amount of wood, this should still be pretty good here as a solid state of income. But now, behind all of this, we already see that standard old opening with the mill here. We're going to be getting our early cows. And the question for some players is usually, hey, what am I supposed to go with the mill this early on? Do I just go for the cows? And that's exactly what B decides to do. It just gives you that little bit of boost extra that you want to have when you're up against someone who is definitely going to reckon snowballing is the way to go. And with this split of villagers, Marley, I'm a little bit concerned here. It's already 400 food in the bank. This doesn't feel very standard. Oh, there we go. That's what I was about to say. This is not standard.
Okay, we are going Dynasty. I'm not really sure what Corvinus wants to do with this. Maybe a feudal age play. Right now that we look at it, a lot of villagers are on the wood at the same time. Is making a lumber camp, not really going for the straggle trees. So, or we are not making. We are we making a? Are we going on stone? We are going on stone. What is this? Double TC?
Double T.
Very interesting.
Now,
Very interesting.
I understand this though, Mali. Now, I know it sounds crazy, but when you're up against Malians, you usually ask yourself, how do I outboom them? And a lot of people say the only way to do it is to deal or to get that second TC. The problem is just the second TC, it takes a while to be online. Malians, they like getting a little bit of time to get online themselves, but for the first while of the game, they're pretty much ahead of you in every single aspect. By the way, I love the fact that the sheep are exactly the same, 15 to 15. So no lucky shenanigans going either way. But oh my goodness, the second TC, it is risky, especially against someone like B.
Yeah, it is risky, but at the same time, it can pay off. The only thing is going to be if he can defend early castlage, right? Because that's when the Malians will be the most ahead. It's going to be in the early castlage. It's going to be around the 9 to 10 minute mark. The question is, will Corvinus have enough to hold it? If he really wants to, he can go still faster castlage than Malians, even with a double TC, because just Malians did such a huge investments into the cows. But he would need to go completely naked fast castle, which I don't think is going to be the case over here. On the other hand, B already stables down an archer range at the same time, so I'm not really sure if he wants to play super passively, not making more ranges. It looks like we are going to be seeing a bit of a feudal age.
And getting a feudal age from Malians, I like this, because it is already reading into what your I was about to say, it's going to read into what your opponent's weakness is going to be, and it's capitalizing on that TC. With the Zhangyan Tower, he gets that extra villager the moment the TC finishes, and that's great. But is this going to be enough with the pressure that you're going to be getting from B? Now with B, with all the scouts, usually with scouts, you're like, oh, okay, maybe pro scouts. But this man says, no, they are my army and they don't cost gold. So I'm just going to be able to pump these out with all the food that I have access to. And with your opponent going for a second TC, you're going to have access on the rest of the map as well. Ooh.
Exactly. Like Corvinus is giving such a huge parts of the map away just so he can go this double TC. He's giving a lot of map control. On the other hand, Corvin is already switching to farm slowly but surely. He knows he can't afford to go on the deer pack. He knows he cannot go on the on another berry patch. He knows that he needs to stay at home and chill and do double TC. On the other hand, the scouts are going to be poking villagers a bit. And they don't really care if they take damage because they can heal themselves up relatively quickly. On the other hand, sofas and archers are going to be the play for the deep.
And getting sofas and archers, it feels great when you have that scout front line to just tank a spear shot here and there. You can see these scouts taking a bit of damage under the DC, just going to heal back up at the speed of light and then go yet again. So definitely not minding that bit of poke that they are enduring right now. And we see it now from both sides, but the archer in this composition already responds to everything that Corvinus has in his army. Quickly trying to rush up this archery range. He knows he needs to get something to handle this, because the archer numbers from Malians, we see how quickly that can expand. Now, of course, food is usually your question here. What are we going to be eating? The food running a little bit low here on the TC. This is going to mean that B needs to move out, but Corvinus, he just doesn't have a composition where he can punish this.
I don't think that B really cares about running out of the food on the TC. He has all the map to work with, right? We have double deer pack boar if he really wants to, even berry pack. So the question is still gonna be standing. Like, what is Corvinus gonna do? Because we went this Song Dynasty, we invested a huge amounts of resources into it, and we got like one villager, one spearman, and one Chukonu. Like, I'm not really sure if that was worth it. He needs to show us that some kind of a plan with it, because otherwise he would be just way better off committing the resources into the units.
And now with this heavy type of aggression, you know that you're going to be under a ton of pressure to produce, and that's exactly what's happening here. With every military production building, of course, he got a little bit for free. So 1 unit for free, but the sofa numbers are starting to get scary. And even though only 5 cows, 3 cows in the pen, but 5 cows total, so he's starting to snack on those cows anyway. This just means he's not that far behind in villages, even though it looks like it. That economy lead that Corvinus has, it still needs time to tick off, and it doesn't feel like B is going to give him that chance. Now with the pressure on the meditation, oh, we see a connection here. The spearmen getting to the front here, doing quite a bit of damage, but the numbers are just, they're quite barren here.
Yeah, exactly. And remember, those sofas have bonus damage against infantry, so even though spearmen should be countering them, it doesn't really work like that. And Corvinus is going to be losing all of his front line over here, and that especially hurts when you don't have any food under the TC, or when you will be slowly but surely running out of the sheep. Where is he going to get all of his food from now on? That's going to be the question, because B has all the map control yet again. B can do whatever he wants. Corvin is running out of the sheep, forced to be on the berries. Only 4 farms are out, and how long will that berry patch hold on? How long can we stay under a double TC? We are just gonna run out of food, in my opinion, in next 3 minutes.
Now the Jugunu, they're trying to be that front line you dream of, but with the huge amount of sofas, this just feels like a very difficult dream to have. Jugunu, they do okay against this, but the problem is that +1 ranged armor is already showing, doing a lot of work. The horses don't even care about the spears, going right on top of the Jugunus. That's the beauty of this. You know you're taking care of a unit that's not just a little cheap unit, you're getting rid of gold between all of this as well. So that second TC, it's ticking. Corvinus is 15 villages ahead, but he doesn't have the military to protect this. Now with the wood line being chopped more and more, it's going to get closer to those archers just being able to snipe things out. And I love the switch up from B. He realizes, okay, these archers aren't trading as great. Let's just go for the javelin throwers. They are going to do a fantastic job at just taking care of any Jugunu that dares step forward.
Yes, exactly. We already have 13 sofas out on the field. We have on a front line right now. It's time to add our damage, and that's gonna be javelins. Javelins will basically kill everything over here. There is nothing in Corvinus's composition that is gonna be effectively killing them. He has that one horseman, but what will he do? Nothing. We are going for the police guards at the same time, but remember, javelins have such a high base damage that they can very effectively deal with the men-at-arms, and these are not castless men-at-arms. They don't have a lot of ranged armor. On the other hand, the meditation garden is going to be coming down, and even though we didn't get a lot of income from it, it was at least a point that we were fighting for right now. B is just going to be circling around the base from the Corvinus and trying to snipe every single villager that he can, and there are not enough spaces inside of the town center if we are going to be trying to dive. Not looking good for Mr. Corvinus right now. I'm not sure if we can even afford to defend this.
And you can see the villagers going further and further out. They are going to be an easy snack to pick up. And the Sofas, they've spotted their victims. And Archer does get a kill here. But the Sofas, they're feeling quite confident. The spears do deter them a little bit. But the numbers, even with split armies, it feels like Corvinus is not able to really just hunker down and defend this properly. 20 villages difference though, so that is starting to feel significant. However, 20 of them are idle, and I'm assuming, yes, it's on the food. So with all that wood, he did try to delay the food running out by building those farms. Well, we can see he's spending every bit of it, and there's just no safe answer for him here. Now the spearman coming forward here, a little bit of an overextension here by B, but again, he's got the replaceability and the food access on the rest of the map.
Exactly, we can afford to take these trades, and we are taking a fight against a lot of spearmen, but yet again we have enough javelins in the back, and Sofas are going to be trading relatively okay into the spears thanks to the bonus damage that they have. Sure, they are going to be taken down, a lot of them will fall, but you don't really care about them dying. Why you don't care about it? Because Corvinus cannot afford to replace his front line. He doesn't have the food income. Sure, we are going on another berry patch that is in the back, but the question is standing, when will B just come around with few Sofas and push it away from him? And I think that answer is gonna be pretty damn soon. On the other hand, B has the whole map to work with. He's on a deer peg. He's on the wood lines. He got his pit mines. He doesn't really care about losing unit here and there. He can replace them. And even with the 20 villager lead, is still not looking good for Corvinus.
And you can slowly see Corvinus being quite desperate here for the food. So slowly adding those farms at the back, but the problem is, this is a very exposed back. If B decides to go in, look, that's just going to mean the whole place is going to be idle yet again. Corvin is now forced off of his gold as well. The little bit of a tower that he has is not going to defend him against this type of push. Also, berries yet again pushed off, and these villagers are desperately trying to get some source of food. You can see with them standing around, they're just waiting to be able to afford to build a farm. But this is starting to get a lot scarier with time going on now, trying to desperately get up that wall. But the problem is not just that wall, it's going to be the issue that the army can just run around here to the back and still everything is going to be exposed. It's floating a lot of gold here, but
exactly, even though we saw the early trade, which was relatively even, like it wasn't really such a big deal. The deal is that we need to switch to farms with Corvinus. Like, we cannot afford this, and right now double the military for the B. B doesn't need to invest so much into the economy, so he can invest into the units, into the army, and that's gonna be the deal breaker over here. That's gonna be what's gonna be winning him the game. He has right now like 3 or 4 minute timer in which he can just kill everything because of the advantage in the military.
oh, and you can see the military units getting picked off as quick as they come out, with all these archers just standing at the ready, picking off everything. The villagers on food or on wood struggling to just chop safely. But even with this split army, you can see those javelins are ready for a fight. He's just going to kite backwards and have a great day at doing that. Spearmen falling like flies here on the sofas, opening this wide up so that he can just get on top of every part of this economy. Now Corvinus, he's holding on to a dream, but B is looking at closing out game 1 and continuing his Age of Mythology tournament.
Exactly, and we must look at the compositions over here. What does Corvinus have to kill javelins? Nothing! Spearman doesn't do anything against them, and Jukonu, they are even worse. Like, what do we have to kill these 21 javelins out on the field? I think that he doesn't even need the rest of the army. He can just go in with javelins and kill everything. Corvinus, on the other hand, needed to switch to the farms over here. Jusofas are going to be coming in and starting to trade very, very well against all of this. Javelins taking them everything, and it's not looking good for the Corvinus. All of his army is slowly but surely going to be dying. Sure, farm switch is done, but no units left to defend it. Ladies and gentlemen, B is slowly but surely taking the game number 1. I don't see how Corvinus can even try to defend this push.
Yeah, now the food is going to start being idle again. You can see that food economy is looking great on paper, but all of a sudden it will start going down. Sofas now absolutely everywhere. Scout even ready to take this fight, but this is just a non-stop push here by B. He's not looking at making this a comeback story for poor Mr. Corvinus. And Corvinus, he's spending everything he can to try and get a few javelins out as well. Now, we can see where this game's going. The farms are under siege. There's not much that we can go to from here. Corvinus knows this as well, but we have to look at how this was played out. And I feel like Corvinus here, he looked at his statistics and he was like, hey, I need to outperform Malians. To do that, I'm probably going to need a second TC as well. The problem was just, I don't think he accounted for the fact that B was going to punish that. B now only going for more cows, finally getting that second pen as well. And you can see he was very comfortable on just sitting with the units and the resources he has to try and get that advantage.
Exactly, like B read him like a book. Exactly when he saw the mining stone, he was like, okay, I was trying to go for the cow boom. I made 3 cows over here, but I think that I don't really want to allow the second TC to happen, and he just went for all in. And though this is gonna be so fast against villagers, not the trade that you want to be taking, and B will be leading the series 1-0 against the Corvinus.
And already we're seeing B look quite excited for Serbia here. Because, of course, the winner, not of today, but tomorrow, they will get the chance to come to Serbia. And now, you guys might be saying, oh, Serbia? Yeah, I know. Not the tourist destination you dream of, but I promise it's going to be great. We have some pretty big things planned for the players here. So, for those of you who are going to be watching from your couches and not being here in person, we don't have a live audience, so it's on invite and specific community members only. that we're gonna make sure that players are gonna have a great experience. We're gonna go on a little train in the fortress. We're gonna go to traditional restaurants, and we're still stuck on Wowie. I'll fix that up when we get into the next game, guys. I thought that this was an automated thing that would be done, but it's okay. Whamenqt will have to click the buttons, not a problem. This is not Mali Libby, actually. This is Wowie.
I renamed myself. You know, it sounds better than Libby, so it's Wowie from now.
What does Libby mean?
That's my name.
Is your real name Libby?
Well, it's my real name is Libor, and Libby is a variation of it. So yeah, Malik just means small, and Libby is my name.
See, now I really want to see if I can connect the person to the name. But yeah, it is what it is. Guys, Sengoku is next up on the menu, and honestly, I'm a little bit scared for Corvinus here, because yes, he got JD, but we've seen Sengoku, and Sengoku is a civ that can do so well against other knight civilizations even. So how are we feeling about this matchup?
Sengoku against JD. Well, it's gonna be really rough for the JD early on, because we have Lightcap that deals relatively good with the horsemen, and it can deal with the knights in theory. No, in practice, it very well depends on how they will micro it. But yeah, it's gonna be definitely rough for Corvinus, in my opinion, because I don't think we can stop Yatai really early on. Maybe he can opt for a Dark Age, but I'm not really sure about that one with the JD. So yeah, I don't really like this matchup for a JD that much.
And especially on a map where you usually don't have the openness for JD, because JD is a civ that thrives on the map being open for raids, etc. But Sengoku, they do well in a small space. And defending against that should not be too difficult either. But guys, let's hop on in and see how it goes here for game number 2. Now, early on, when we're thinking about... Oh, let me switch these bad boys around. There we go. So we do see that with JD spawn, you don't have much to say about that usually. JD, not a civilization that is too susceptible against someone like Sengoku this early on. Back gold, pretty good in general. But this one, B, he got his value already. Getting your Matsuri on both your gold and your wood line, that feels good, especially when you're up against knights. A tiny little wall could solve 90% of your issues.
Exactly, this is huge. On the other hand, we have double the impact and the both in the front. You don't care about it that much, but at the same time you do, because there are going to be knights starting to raid the Yatai relatively early on in the feudal age. If Corvinus decides to do that, then I think that's a no-brainer. So he will need to run back home with them. On the other hand, the Matsuri being on a double resource, it's something that you just love to see when you are playing Sengoku. And both you have berries in the back, so you are super happy about a spawn on the B side.
But Corvinus, he says, I tried something last game, but this time let's do it again and be even more greedy. Now, you know Sengoku needs a little bit of time. You know Sengoku likes to delay, they want to get their Yatai out, they want to capitalize on all of this. So early game, you're like, hey, maybe I can take a risk. And that's exactly what he does. He goes and takes a risk, takes the ball down with JD in the early game. She loves that. Great experience. But at the same time, you're slowing your age up as well in all of this, which just means you're gonna struggle to really punish Sengoku. Although I say punish, but I feel like there's not much he can do to punish this.
You are slowing your age up, and this is Yatai that's going to be coming to the Corvinus's board. A little bit funny, but he can afford this. He can afford to go up a little bit later. He doesn't really care that much, and he doesn't really care that much because Sengoku will go later as well. So he's opting for a little bit of an economical advantage by going on a board early on. I'm not sure if going for it is better than going for the faster feudal age, for the faster knight, to try to deny the Yatai or try to raid the wood line or the gold. But this is the choice that we made. And even though resources are gonna be very similar early on, thanks to that board income, I'm not sure how close they will be when that board will run out.
Now, getting a Cocker Township is something I'm excited about. So for a lot of you, you've remembered the Cocker Township as the landmark that was just a bit stronger than everything else in the game, where you can spawn your shinobis, but it's been nerfed. Now, of course, the shinobis still do their job. They can still slow things down, and of course, get them to die quicker. When you're up against knights, that feels pretty good, especially when you know your cavalry are not the same variety as the ones you're making. But now, of course, with this, you also forgo that healing. Now, the healing has been seeing a little bit more game time as well. Mali, in pro games, what do you see a little bit more?
I wouldn't really say that Conk 3 is a pro games, but
watching.
But watching, well, let's say it like this: like healing is perfect, right? It's 10 out of 10. But what do you give up? You are giving up the shinobis, and mainly you are gonna be giving up the information of that little scouting that you can get with Coca Township. Like we look at the shinobis and are like, they are awesome, and they are still very, very, very good. But we cannot forget about the ability to scout. You can see what your opponent is transitioned to before or without actually going there with your scout. So your opponent doesn't really know if you saw it or if you didn't saw it. So there are mind games that you can play with it.
So with all that information that you constantly get, that definitely sounds like it's worth it. And I love this from B already. He's not going to go for that sneaky horseplay where his horses are going to run faster, he's going to outdo it. He's just going for straight up units that deal with knights. And Corvin is going for knights and a handful of spears. He's definitely playing into that already. JD getting a good set of damage, already getting a villager here. Corvin is snacking pretty early on. But Sengoku, they usually don't blink, because losing this does not feel as tragic yet.
Yeah, losing one villager, even though it hurts a bit, is not that big of a deal. Losing two, on the other hand, that definitely hurts, and two villagers are going to be going down. Already the same eco count, and we have Yatai. This is not looking as a great start for B, or as a start that he really wanted to see. Another villager will be going down, and Corvinus is raiding left and right. He's doing exactly what he needs to be doing to try to shut down the Sengoku early on. Yumi plus the Spearman is going to be the play for the B, but will it be enough against the JD? JD early on is probably one of the best units you can get out, especially the ranged one. And we are not playing for the horseman, so there isn't anything on a field that's going to be doing a lot of damage to her.
Now, JD does not need to get fed here, as we'll say. I feel like with JD, Corvinus is in a great spot already. He's gotten the kills, but that's what B's telling him. We do not need to feed this woman. Let's just be careful. Get units that are not going to die instantly. But actually, being very confident about this, and we see JD already getting a great shot off. Another villager going down, and B right now is just bleeding vills as this game goes on. But the problem is JD, she's slowly getting fed. She is in a little bit of a vulnerable spot here, but like you said, without the horseman, she's not really going to be the one going down anytime soon.
Exactly. Corvin has actually loved these fights. Even though he lost the knight but gained the villager advantage, and the villager advantage is huge. It's 4 villagers down. That's a lot of income going down to the drain. Yeah, sure, we have some low HP knights and etc., but we don't really care about it. Right now, there is still a lot on the field from the B, but the heal from the JD is going to be coming in, and we can start to dive in. This is just more and more XP from the JD. All of the archers are dying on the side of the Corvinus, though, and there isn't enough army to left over. The B will be forced to slowly but surely run back because his knights, because there are knights coming down on that Yumi. So we are going to be going back. They don't do that much of the damage, but it's going to be enough. We don't have +1, but we don't really care if we have enough of them. Knight will be going down, and armies are relatively similar. Corvinus is trading well. He loves the trades for the JD, but is it going to be enough? Because longer the Sengoku plays, bigger the advantage they get with the Matsuri.
And I'm a little bit concerned here for Corvinus, because even though he killed 4 villagers, he's only 2.5 in front of Mr. B here. As we see B now being on 29 to 31. So you see that idle time of the TC kicking in. And this could just be because he's focused on making these units. So constantly producing something, foregoing it for a few seconds. It quickly stacks up because now your lead is not as significant as you need it to be. Your lead is technically not really existing as long as these yatais are ticking. But right now, let's go take a quick look at the Matsuri and see we do have 15% increase already, with most of the economy being centered around that area. That is still pretty good, and the boar is no more.
And we must think about this position. If B will try to push this position, and it will work, it's gonna be devastating for Corvinus, because all of his production buildings are at the same spot. He cannot afford to lose this. If we are gonna be losing this, B will literally just stand over here, look at all the military buildings, and snipe every single unit that's gonna be coming out. So Corvinus is forced to fight. It's forced to try to push him back, but it's really tough to fight something that's way cheaper than you are. Like, we are making archers against archers, but archers from Sengoku are just cheaper. And at the same time, we're making a lot more of them because 15% bonus on the wood gather speed from that Matsuri. It's not feeling like the economies are even close to being equal, even though Corvinus already killed 4 villagers, even though we raided a lot.
And we do see he's going for his standard Sengoku switch here. Absolutely disgusting. Making sure that he's gonna go get those horses to just be faster, better, stronger. And this is what I love when you're playing against JD or French, that you can make your samurai that can handle them, because they do have the ability to kite around eventually when you get to castle here. But B, he's floating a bit of resources, and this could just be because he's like saying to himself, okay, I want to have the option of aging up, but I also want to have the option of keep producing. So right now he's made a ton of units, and just like yesterday we talked about, when do you age up? When you know you're not going to die and it's going to push you into a position where your opponent cannot deal with this. So with Corvinus now, he's trying to shut down a few things here and there, but this gives B that breathing room that he wanted. It gives B the chance to say, hey, I might be going up. He gets himself the Daimyo as well, and I'm so excited to see what this is going to look like for him when those horses come in as well.
But Whamenqt, even though he's trying to age up, I don't even think that Corvinus can even try to fight this. This is enough army, plus 1 is going to be coming in. This is not looking good. We still don't have the 20% attack speed, but we will have it relatively shortly. Fight is not looking the way that Corvinus really wants to go for it. We are diving the town center, or are we not? We are not diving the town center. he looked at it and was like, I'm not really sure that I want to do that. 20% attack speed is coming in. Double the archer, no, triple the archer advantage nearly. 15 spears out on the field. This is not something that Corvinus was hoping for. The army advantage is definitely in the Beast corner, and I don't think we can afford to dive this. Corvinus, come on. This is not looking very, very well. Spearmen are going to be popping out of the TC and sniping nearly one knight. A lot of them are on the low HP. Yumi are going to be trying to targeting a lot more archers, and Corvinus is just bleeding more and more units. Is not looking well for the boy.
No, I love this. B is just baiting Corvinus time and time again. You can see with this beautiful spear micro, he's making sure they pop out, they get the damage done, but the TC, it was focused on the archers. He knows that's what he needs to shut down to secure this for himself. And this, look at him spending his resources. He spent everything. He planned for maybe castle, realized it's not necessary. I can just kill him right now. And behind all of this, that just means he's going to be able to clean this up, get JD, who is now level 3, get her down, and then say, hey, let's close out this game. So JD, she's back, and she's going to be able to summon her heroes on command, but the knight numbers are not where you need them to be, even when you are the one playing against mass archers.
Exactly, and you may ask, why didn't Corvinus just run when he saw that he's outnumbered in the army? And that's gonna be where Shinobi are coming in. They are doing such a much slow damage or such much nerf to the speed of the units that he couldn't afford to run away. So that was why he needed to start taking that fight, and it wasn't very favorable for him.
Now, B feels the need to not go castle. He realizes, I've got this. I don't need to worry about anything here. And still at 15% here, he's going to replace those Yattais. Because, of course, Corvinus was able to stop those. But Yattais, they are very much replaceable. And that's exactly what B will be doing. Getting those Yattais up. And they're so cheap. 125 wood. You're not getting idle time on a TC, you just get to produce archers. Going straight for the vills here, B being a cheeky little goose, going straight for where it hurts, but he does pay the price of a few of these. And JD being level 3, it does add a little bit more of an issue and a chance here for Corvinus to breathe again.
It definitely does, but it's not melee JD level 3 women. If this would be melee level melee JD, I think that B would not be able to push over here. It would just be complete slaughter. But it's the range one, which is not the perfect one. It's way better in the early game, but you are giving the advantage in level 3 and level 4. So right now we are going to be starting to take a fight, but there is a lot of spears, and there is definitely enough archers. JD is not going to be coming down because she has enough ranged armor, but her army definitely will. Slowly but surely, knights are going down. There are still a lot of spears out on the field, but they are running over here. I'm not sure if this is the best fight that B was hoping for, but it is the one that he's taking, and it is the one that is slowly but surely winning. Even with the slow numbers of the spears is not looking well for the Corvinus. This is something that he really hoped for. He is doing the cleanup over here, and even if this is just even trade, he likes it because his economy is just better.
B is able to replace all of these units, and JD, she might like this experience, but B knows if she doesn't get to level 4, this doesn't really become that much of an issue, so he can keep taking these fights for a while. He just needs to make sure that he starves his opponent out. He knows exactly that Corvinus was very greedy to move out onto the boar and felt confident in doing so, but it's showing us that Corvinus is hungry, his food is running low, and now he has to fall back onto the deer. And there's still a very healthy deer pack here at the back, but the problem is, for Sengoku, you running out of food, it's just not the same type of pressure. Your farm transition is usually very easy, and let's quickly look at the range here. All of the wood line is still inspired by this Matsuri, so he doesn't have any problem with gathering speed. He knows he can just keep producing and getting that extra bit of food from his Yattais, and now more villagers are going to be falling.
Exactly, and the villager kills are same, 5 for 5, so villager numbers are on the same levels. On the other hand, B is maybe trying to go up to the castle slowly but surely. We can see it in the resources. Corvinus not really. We are still heavily spamming and heavily investing into the resources. But can B go to the castle? I think he can. It's gonna be a tiny bit of a risky with JD level 3 and soon to be 14 knights out on the field, but I think that he can, and then he is realizing that okay, I want to make at least some units, so we are clicking more spearmen. We are going to be taking a fight, but still this is not fight that really Corvinus can be taking. He really wants to because JD level 4 is going to be the game changer, but JD level 4 is not going to be here until another 100 unit kills, so that's not something that's going to be happening. And Shinobi coming from a side, putting slow to all of these units, going to be ensuring that those spearmen will going to be connecting with some of those knights, and Corvinus needs to slowly but surely run back home.
And losing these archers, B knows exactly that is the only thing that's going to stop him. So instantly just focusing on the archers. The knight numbers are not scary enough for him to worry about anything. And if you look at Corvinus's food, 124 food per minute is not where you want to be if you're the one producing knights. Now, with the villagers out here on Dia, he's going to be able to get that number up a bit, but the problem is just this army is plentiful from B, and he's still very happy about that economy. The knights now trying to get a decent engagement here. Now with chivalry, they are going to be able to heal up a little bit of that damage, but the archer numbers are big enough to start picking off these knights. Even when they do take an okay trade, the moment they go back, they will just fall.
Exactly, and there are those 3 men-at-arms from the JD, or 3 heroes that are going to be obliterating all of the spearmen. So this is fight that really Corvinus wants to be taking. B wants to avoid it. At the same time, B realized that okay, I have the age up advantage. We aged up. I don't really want to be taking the fight, but we are forced to take it. Slowly but surely, we are killing everything. Upgrades are just now coming in. This is not the fight that B was really hoping for, but there is still enough archers, there is still enough Yumi that have the most important upgrades that are gonna be killing off everything. JD level 4 is slowly but surely running in. It's nearly there. It's only like 25% needed, but it's still gonna be coming in when all of the upgrades are in. And when that's gonna happen, I am not really sure that that Corvinus would want to fight with the Feudal Age army and Feudal Age knights mainly.
The problem is with B now getting those veterancy upgrades, he's going to be in a really good spot to do damage to the knights. Knights need to back off. And Corvinus, this was the best fight he could take. Because of course, when you're dealing with a feudal army and you know your opponent just spent so many resources aging up, you feel that bit of breathing room to go and take the fight. And that's what Corvinus has been waiting for all this time. But again, the problem is just the food, and now he's slowly doing that farm transition. Now this is exactly what he's been waiting for, to keep producing knights, but the problem is just he produces knights eventually. These things need a while to kick in and get going. And B, he's looking quite aggressive at that.
Exactly, he's doing farm transition while aging up to Castle Age and while under the pressure. I'm not really sure that's the timing that we were looking for. This is literally the worst time to do the farm transition for. And he is really want to click up that Castle Age, and we are going out with the Royal Institute. But there are gonna be soon a lot of Yumi diving us. And yeah, this is a good engagement, but I'm not really sure because all of the Yumi are gonna be just insta-killing these knights because of the upgrade difference. It's just completely huge. We have the +2 and we have the veterancy. And we don't even need the Bannerman because we are playing Sengoku. We have the +1 from the upgrade in the Daimyo. So all of these Yumi are just now basically normal archers in the Castle Age, and they are going to be destroying every single Night Elf on the field. Sure, Corvinus really hopes that we are going to age up and then start doing something. We are doing shenanigans with the villagers on the side, looking to go for another food source, but there isn't any. There isn't another food source. There isn't another food that we can take. Only 6 villagers out on the food, and those are going to be the ones on the farms at home. Not looking well for Corvinus at the moment.
Usually going for your Castle Age means that you have an answer. You feel like I'm not going to die, but even with this TC being idle here, we can see the TC idle time starting to stack up between these guys. Corvinus, he's not even ready to click up or click any more units in production here either, because of course all his production buildings are so far out. They are going to be very susceptible to a little raid here. Corvinus is still idling out the TC. B has got him in shambles. The villagers are desperately running towards some kind of resource because they know for gold with these villagers they need to get gold, otherwise these knights are going to be 7 lonely knights for a very long time.
And what's the worst thing on top of all of this? We need to do farm transition, but at the same time, all of our production buildings are forward and B is just standing on top of them. So we need to make new production buildings. Otherwise, everything that's gonna come out of that is just simply said gonna die. We need such a huge investments in terms of wood that I don't think this is sustainable. B can do whatever the hell he wants. He can spam knights, he can spam Yumi, he can spam spears, he can do whatever he wants. His economy is perfect. On the other hand, Corvinus' eco is in complete shambles. It's not looking well for him. He needs to do such a giant investments for it to only start to kick in. We need a lot of farms, we need a lot of production buildings. We basically played all in a feudal. Right now we aged up to the Castle Age, but we aged up with what? We aged up with nothing. There isn't anything we can go for that will try to save us over here. We have only 3 knights in the queue, and we are just hoping for the best.
Now, these are Royal Bloodline knights now, but the problem is your 10 Royal Bloodline knights are definitely not going to be able to handle all of this. That is the major issue here, and we can see with these mounted samurai, they are not just the normal kind, they are the upgraded kind. They run faster, they just do better. With all of this, you can surround, you can pick off any unit you want, and you're not really struggling too much with that French Knight Prelist that we do see from JD. Now, the +2 ranged armor is coming in. He knows those Yumi numbers are important to keep under control, but they've also stopped being produced. So now, B, with getting that +2 ranged defense, he is most likely going to be looking for a dive pretty soon, and he doesn't really care where he attacks. He's going to be ready for it all.
My question is, what does Corvinus wants to do with 1.7k food in a bag? Finally, we got some food, we got the berry patches, but what are we doing? We are doing nothing with it, we don't have production buildings to spam it out of, and this fight is not something that Corvinus wants to be taking. Sure, we have a lot of knights, sure they have royal bloodlines, but there is enough spears out on the field. We have a JD, sure she's gonna be getting most likely level 4 after this fight. But does it even matter if she's gonna be the only unit out on the field? Everything is dying, and this is gonna be 63 units against 0, and B will be taking a lead into the series to the 2-0.
And this is showing you B came in prepared. He saw this and he knew exactly how to respond to French/JD. That type of aggression we see from a civilization like French and the JD. You know what's coming, you know what you need to stop, and he did an amazing job at stopping that. And that's the beauty of playing on some of these maps. When you're dealing with coastal cliffs, it's a smaller space, you have a lot less to defend, and with that spawn though, he did have a little bit of an easier time defending in all of it. But again, Corvin is showing us he does want to capitalize on the map, but sometimes those decisions can be a little bit greedy here. Our next matchup though is an age-old one, and I feel like we're teleported back into Season 2, Mongol versus English. And I remember the days when I would rush the Mongols as the English. So those were very fond memories of mine.
Yeah, back in the day, this matchup was very, very interesting. And nowadays, you still can go for the horseman with the Mongol and then go for some cheeky tower. That is still a possibility. I'm not sure if we are going to be seeing that because it is really, really greedy. At the same time, we are playing the water map, gentlemen, so we are most likely going to be seeing the dock opening from both of the players. Not usually the civilizations that excel on water maps, but civilizations that are relatively good on the hybrid water maps. So Mongol with the double production from that Ovu is going to be taking advantage of some of the Keshik or some of the horsemen early on for the raiding. On the other hand, we have English, which will most likely be edging up with the king and taking advantage with the king raids while fighting on water. So we will see how the micro is going to go with these two gentlemen.
Okay, well, Marley, you have to keep in mind, this is not just any English. This is Corvinish's English. So this is not just standard English shenanigans. You have to think about the craziness that this man is willing to do. Now, honestly, this Uwu is all the way in China, and you can see, oh, going for the horseman, disgusting. You're gonna have an answer to most of what your opponent is doing, because horsemen, they come out in batches, they run fast, and they can raid anywhere you need them to be. Now, with the horseman opening, of course, back in the day, I think most people we veto those water maps, but there's one thing that's a constant. If you're playing English against Mongols, horseman is always the name of the game. They shut down most of what English wants to do, and they don't die like spearmen do against those English villagers. So I'm loving this from B, already responding to what Corvinus is most likely not going to be prepared for.
Exactly, but my question is, what does Corvinus wants to do with the transport ship that he queued up? Are we gonna see some shenanigans with that villager? Yeah, exactly, we are going to the other side of the map. I'm gonna be making probably the dock over here, so there is no way that B will be able to torch it down. Sure, it is good, but my question is this worth it? Because this is a ginormous investment. Like we see 300 wood that's just gonna go into the dock investment. On top of it, we are just now idling the villager, so there's gonna be 40 resources a minute that is staying in that transport ship, and we don't really have any kind of a way to gather wood if really B will try to raid us. Like, sure, we have this wood line right next to our TC, but this is not really protecting it. Like, it's only a tiny bit. So there is a big chance that B will be trying to dive it. We will be killing this dog and getting a lot of resources out of it. Remember the Mongol bounty system, so that's something that B will love to see. On the other hand, Corvin is really trying to capitalize on that fishing ships, but I am not really sure if this is the play that he really wanted to go for.
Now, Corvin is investing quite a lot here, and I think this is usually the difficult part when you get into a spot that you're really just not sure of how to react to it appropriately. But now, with the extra horsemen, that's exactly what's happening. We're just gonna see it being burned down. And the problem with this wood line that you talked about, with the wood line that you talked about, is that's not what he needs to age up. He's gonna need to get access to the gold. And right now, Corvinus, he has a little bit of an issue. This gold is all the way in China, just like the Uwu. It's not something that he's gonna have access to. But there is another option, Marley. And that's if he puts this villager into the transport ship and goes and gets gold from here. It will take about 600 years, though.
Exactly, it's going to take such a long time. In terms of the second goal, it's not in the best spot for the Corvinus here. We are rushing the tower over here, so we really love to see that. That's something that he really needs to do. On the other hand, the dock will surely be going down shortly. I'm not sure if B is trying to invest into his dock while doing all of this. It looks like he is. And that's exactly what we are going to be seeing. We are going to be seeing killing the enemy dog, investing into our dog, going for the age up, and then trying to fight on water. In the meantime, Corvinus is having a lot of issues. Because of these horsemen, he needed to do such big investments into these walls on the wood line, into the tower on the gold, and into the second dock. Like, these horsemen paid themselves off a long time ago.
And making sure that your opponent is slowed on water is the biggest part of this map. Now, the villagers, they do get a little bit of a raid on top of them, but the thing is, they already got what they needed. The gold is in the bank, and now, hopefully, we see a little bit of king action, because you are going to need your king if you're going to be healing up these villages that will constantly be under siege. But now the dock does eventually go down, and we do see the Abbey of Kings coming out. It's gonna keep these guys a little bit alive here on the wood line, and the Khan from the poke is not gonna feel that crazy, but the short bow is looking quite aggressive there. The Khan, he needs to be careful.
Yeah, this kind is gonna be extremely annoying for Corvinus, but nothing that he can afford to deal with. On the other end, we are aging up with 6 on both of the sides, so relatively quick age up. Deer Stones against Abbey of Kings. Deer Stones are probably the obvious choice. Abbey of Kings, something that is expected as well. So there are gonna be no surprises with a trade or with a mass longbow play. On the other hand, we still have that one dog for the Corvinus. So even though he B killed one, I'm not sure if he knows that Corvinus is still on water. This can be a little bit surprising when Corvinus will come with like one arrow ship or one springle ship. In my opinion, what B is doing right now is heavily investing into the fishing ships, because he thinks that Corvinus's water is in non-existence. I'm not sure if he saw the transport ship, and this can be a deal breaker over here.
Now, the response here, we see the barracks coming out, and as the age up comes through, ooh, look at that. The horse is just trying to get as much damage as they can, because every single shot they get just means the next charge in might just be the villager kill. But Deerstone's almost finishing now. The barracks will be following suit, and that just means that the horses are going to need to be a bit more careful. The villagers easily going to be able to pull back and heal up if they so desired. But some of these horsemen, they are getting dangerously low. Now, of course, B sees this and he's like, it's fine. I'm just going to be making more fishing boats. This is all good. But Corvinus behind it, he's not able to invest onto the water to try and shut this down. But B, he's getting his own military ship right now.
B is making the military ship just in case there's going to be Corvinus somewhere on the water. On the other hand, those dives with the horsemen that we just saw are very well worth it, even if you don't kill anything, because of the idle time itself. It's just ginormous, like 5 villagers staying in a tower for 20 seconds. That's a horseman and the resources just there. So B really wants to keep doing this type of stuff. He can't really, because there are some spearmen over there. So diving in is not an option anymore, but we can see the archer range being placed down, so we will see some double archer shenanigans. At the same time, Springle ship is out on the field, and we are making an arrow ship as well. B thinks that Corvinus is out in the water, and right now he gets the confirmation for it. He sees that there is still some water presence from the Corvinus, and villager is gonna be dying. This is huge. There are not gonna be coming any docks out soon, and there are not gonna be any quick repairs for the ships. This is ginormous. Even though we think like, okay, it's just a villager kill, he cannot afford to make more dogs because he would need to either transport the villager over here, but there is a horseman guarding it, and there is a giant military presence for the bee on the land. So this is going to be very, very tough for Corvinus to deal with. He has only double dogs to spam military ships compared to the triple from the bee, and that's what will make a difference in the next 5 minutes, in my opinion.
Now we do see with rock, papers, and scissors, he's hoping to do a little bit more of a pressure here. But those horsemen still standing pretty idly around the gold. They do not want to take any risk. The transport ship is trying to body block at least a bit, but it does look like there's a king raid happening. And it does get a little bit of idle time. But aside from that, there's a lot more to worry about. That's a beautiful connection. And a fishing boat goes down. Just like that. Already the value is there.
That's not looking good. That sprinkle ship will be most likely dying if the micro is going to be correct. But arrow ship will be dying also. The fishing ships are going to be coming for the repair. In the meantime, King is raiding in the back and trying to kill everything. But there is a lot of archers and a horsemen on the field to defend it. So I am not really sure if B can keep pressuring the water right now. He really cannot. We have a big advantage in terms of the early resources, not early resources, in terms of early units out on the field because of the defender's advantage. Other than that, B will be winning on the water long term thanks to the more dogs and thanks to the bigger land presence.
Now, B doesn't look like he's looking to invest more on the water, as we see in the queue. Now, just Keshiks and archers. And even though he's putting the pressure down on the dock out here, we do see the fishing boats pulled all the way out here. And we know why that is. Because when you have your fishing boats here, you're just going to be able to heal up anything that dares come out here. But the Khan, still being an annoying little goose, just poking away at what he can. The problem is, for Mr. B now, there's a few longbows, but he says, it's not a problem, brother. I've got Keshiks. I am not worried about this at all.
B doing an amazing job. He's everywhere. He's raiding on land, pressuring the water. Water is not looking good for the Corvinus. Land also. Corvinus is investing into the longbows. And remember, seeing longbows on the English nowadays is a very, very rare. You may think like, why? They are such a good unit in my gold games. But not in a Conqueror Plus because of their movement speed. They are one of the slowest archers in the game. For that reason, very easily able to pick them off. Dock over here, if the dock over here is going to be dying, we are only left with one for the Corvinus. And I don't think that we want to be spamming military ships out of one dock versus 3. That's not going to be looking good for the Corvinus.
Now, Corvinus did add another one here on the land, but it is currently idle, as we can see, with him being not as able to gather all the resources he needs. But with all of this, we can see the hulks are going to start to be a little bit harder to handle. They do have that extra +1 range, so it does mean that B needs to be a lot better on water, but he's got the numbers here for now. Now, we're still keeping an eye on that horse raid, and you can see B is fully zoned in, making sure that there's no explosions happening here on the water. But another raid group is looking at joining, and now a bunch of archers in the mix. 4 longbows. They are not going to be the answer you need when you only have a handful of longbows. You can not do much against such a big blob of archers, but it does look like there's going to be some action here.
Exactly, we are doing a lot of damage on the wood lines. A lot of villagers are slowly but surely going down. This is very, very tricky for Corvinus to defend. He doesn't have the unit count, he doesn't have the spears, he doesn't have the archers, and this is not looking well for him. We are diving in the town center. I am not sure if we want to be diving in the English town center and the English tower that have garrison units inside of them. We cannot be staying very, very long over here, but for now, it is enough. In terms of the upgrades, we don't have any. We are fighting with raw units. There are no blacksmiths down for either one of the players. King is going to be doing something, going to be taking some archer shots, but he cannot afford to stay here for a long time. Sure, he can heal, but it's going to be very, very rough. We don't have a really way to kill all of these Keshiks. Only 3 spearmen are out on the field against 10 Keshiks. What will we do against all of this? For all of this, all of the villagers are going to be going down from the tower, and 3 of them will be dying very, very shortly after. This is not looking good for the Corvinus. Only 3 longbows are out on the field against all of the army from the B. If he really wants to, he can circle around the base with the Keshik and kill everything on the back wood line that Corvinus just got to.
Now, the problem for Corvinus is not just the fact that he lost this fight. It's the problem that B has a better water economy set up as well. And he knows this. If he wants to have a bit of a shot at this game, he needs to shut down the water completely. So now going to be making that move here on the water, but it looks like B is ready and he's already queued up a few more military ships. The demo ship getting dangerously close, and he does get a decent shot off here, but more, oh, coming from every single angle. Corvinus is surrounded and gets some decent shots all around. The problem is still B is not stopping that production. He gets 3 more demo ships in queue, and even though not all of them made the best connections, they definitely got their value.
Exactly, and you may think like, sure, Corvinus has the more springing ship, but he doesn't really care if he doesn't have any arrow ships to support them, and there are just gonna be coming more and more demos, and these two are, one of them will definitely connect, and that's gonna be huge. All of the Springle ships are on the brink of the destruction. There's gonna be 2 Springle ships coming down from one demo. That's completely perfect. Every single ship from on the water is gonna be going down for Corvinus, and not looking good for him. B is taking a ginormous lead at the same time. Sheep are gonna be running out under the DC, and he is winning the series 3-0.
Now, B just showed us a masterclass in doing best of 5s very quickly, making everyone feel like, hey, there's a lot of work to be done in our games. I know you guys might be watching this and you're like, yeah, I could do that. B just, he puts things on a whole different level. And this means he's 1 set away from qualifying for the Homestead Cup. Tomorrow, we will be having our qualification matches. And I'm really excited to see if B is going to make this look as easy as he did today. But guys, let's quickly take a look and see what the bracket looks like for tomorrow. So, as we can see here, B will be facing off against Kiljardi or Baltoon, depending on how those games go. Now, I'm excited to see a little bit of Scarlet Devil also trying out here, all the way from China, wanting to join us here in the land of the Slavs. But Kiljardi and Baltoon, definitely a scary game, I think, for both of them. Baltoon right now is looking really good. Really, really good. So Kiljardi definitely has a big battle in front of him.
We have still a lot of games to go through, and very, very interesting one. Also, MSN against Numodan will be one to look for. Sure, Numodan is probably the favorite in that one, but MSN, the young blood, will definitely show us something. On the other hand, Beastie will also be playing today, so we have very interesting games to look through.
Now, what I'm a little bit worried about is Mr. Demu qualifying next week. He will have another shot here. As we can see, Myriad taking down Demu. Now, they played their games yesterday, and that 3-2 is a... Oh, did they do? I think it was yesterday, yes. Now, Myriad taking down Demu 3-2, I feel like that is a little bit of an upset here, because a lot of people, they were expecting Demu to be the next one to make it through all those rounds. I was even... I'll be honest about this, guys. I was even the one who was like, hey, so Myriad, are you casting with me? And Myriad was very willing to cast. So the man probably also did not expect to be in this situation, but I'm so glad to see that. He's got a pretty big opponent of him, depending on how Beastie plays today. But now, guys, we will be getting into our game a little bit later. We're going to take a quick 3-minute break, and then we'll be right back. So, guys, just go get your popcorn, go get yourself ready. We'll be right back, and then we'll do another set here for you today. See you guys in a moment. All right, Twitch gents, we're back. So we have our next competitors ready to roll, but we're not going to talk about the drafts too much just yet. We'll talk about it a little bit in the game. As we are already ready for game number 1, let's go on in.
And we will see Kiljardi on Rus against Baltians China. On Gorge, a map that is really good for both of the civilizations. Rus, maybe we will see some pro scouts, and in terms of China, pro scouting is also the meta, so there is gonna be most likely double pro scouts. Rus civilization that really excels in a castle age, China civilization that excels in every single age. So we will see how well will these two hold. On the other hand, will Kiljardi go for double scout opening? I am not really sure, but most likely he will from the hunting cabin, or no? Yes, we are going for the double scout opening. And Baltune will be maybe having some problems with the sheep because of it.
Now, with a double scout opening, you usually get quite a bit out of it, because you can usually shut down that early game scouting of your opponent. But on Gorge, I feel like it's a little bit different, because on Gorge, you're already splitting the map in half. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Baltune, he went to scout on one side, cleaned up most of it, and only now the second scout will be meeting him. And just like that, he's already gotten enough sheep, and the lucky man did get more than enough on his side already. So definitely not going to feel too bad about the amount of sheep, even when he's up against that Rus. Now, talking about the matchup a little bit here, when I see these two, I have tried Rus in my life, and I feel like sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Some pro players say Rus beats China, some say China beats Rus. It has been a big question mark for a lot of people, but I think right now the favorite is laying towards the side of the Chinese, because they just have a lot more cards they get to play, especially here in Feudal as well. Now, of course, we get the Imperial Academy opening, nothing crazy gonna happen between that, but with the 3 scouts, I hope he does something with it.
There is 3 scouts opening, and that's most likely gonna be because he wants to go for the pro scouts. On the other hand, Imperial Academy really rushed with 3 villagers, so we can probably expect some kind of the feudal play or something he has in a mind for the early feudal age, like pro scouts at the same time, or some kind of a pressure. On the other hand, Golden Gate with 2 villages, we are not really rushing it, so we have quite some time. China will be having a giant advantage in terms of the age up. They will be aging up a lot quicker. He is aging up only with 1 more villager, but they are building 100% faster. So this is going to be very, very quick.
Now, when I see myself getting harassed here by a little scout, I know that they're not going to do that significant damage, but it does put you in a spot when you try to drop things off and you're like, oh, actually, let me repair this little mining camp instead, and you just don't have enough wood to put down that production building. But you see how precise Baltune is. He's got 50, he's got it down, he's already chopping on the go. He knows exactly what he needs to do this perfectly. Burial official coming out and going to supervise, and I see instantly, I was going to say, if he's going to go to the wood, it makes sense. You want to make sure that you get that extra bit of wood drop off with that first supervision, but the timing just a little bit off there. But of course, these guys, they're doing almost everything perfect. We can't expect them to get 100% accuracy on everything. Now that second scout joining though, this is where things change, because against the Rus, you need to answer to 2 scouts. Although old man Kiljardi, I don't know if Grandpa's asleep.
Good, and exactly, if we are not looking at it, the second scout will be falling down to the town center with the hand cannon emplacement. Not looking as a good start for him, but happens from time to time. 1 scout dead, not a big deal. He can make it out of the hunting cabins. On the other hand, Baltune is showing us that he really wants to go for some kind of the stable play. Over here, we will most likely see also professional scouts with that gold gather rate. But this is going to be most likely pro scouts against pro scouts. And if we are looking at the Rus pro scouts against the Chinese ones, I prefer Rus a little bit better than the China. Or we are going to go for the second TC, it looks like. So there is no pro scouts yet. There are probably not gonna be. We will see second PC most likely against the pro scouts, and in that sense, Baltun will have a giant advantage in terms of age up to the castle age if he decides to go for it, and we will need some answers from the Kiljardi.
Now, with this scout going out, and you see Baltoon going for another one. Ooh, actually, he cancelled it. But the resources, he's the one pro scouting. But I love this. It's something you don't see conventionally. You don't see the response to pro scouts being, hey, I'm going to go for a second TC and just shut this down. But that horseman timing is absolutely sublime. Now, he's going to get a little bit of damage here, but Kiljardi, ooh, getting a nice round here, already responding to that horseman, but horseman number 2 is at the ready, and the first one will go down, but the second one is going to get a little bit of timing here on that TC to just be that bit more delayed.
Exactly, and there is a third horseman coming over here. So if we cannot get this TC up in the near future, we'll have gigantic problems because there's gonna be a lot of villagers dying. Third horseman is running over here. Maybe he's gonna be dying as well, but not without getting at least 1 or 2 villager kills. One is gonna be down definitely. Another one maybe not because the TC will be finishing very very soon, and that's not gonna be a villager kill. Kiljardi lost 2 villagers for this town center. Not exactly what he was hoping for. On the other hand, we can see already pro scouts coming out from the Baltune, and five scouts out on the field gonna be getting those deer packs. What will we see from the Baltune right now is the question. Are we gonna look into the fast castle? And most likely yes, because there is a tower on a gold that is gonna be indicating it. This is most likely a fast castle play against double TC play, and in that sense, securing the relics is gonna be relatively easy, and punishing double TC, I think as well. I'm not really sure if Kiljardi wanted this exact outcome. It will be really hard to try to play against those Castle Knights early on.
Castle Knights just hit different because that little bit of TC fire that you have, they barely tickle them. And with China, you get to supervise your stable. You get those Castle Knights out so much faster. But Baltune is doing what we call the responsible castle. He's still making units. He's still trying to get a little bit of pressure on the map. And even though you're not going to be diving in under this TC, you can still be out there just burning stuff, being a little bit annoying, and shutting down that extra scout that you saw your opponent had. Now, Kiljardi going for a handful of spears. The horseman, he got his value. He's already baiting out the spears. And now Baltune going for spears. He knows that there's a chance. And we can now see Mr. Kiljardi, he's scouting. And he's going to know that there's a chance that he needs to prepare for those lances already. Okay. So with that, this is definitely something he's prepared for. All he knows is a huge possibility. Now, he does see the tower on gold. This gives him exactly what he needs to know. And just like that, we can see what's going to be happening. In the base, though, we do see that second stable being placed down. And yet another one. This man is prepared for everything. Now, with a nice little archery range in the mix too. But Kiljardi also getting knights of his own. The problem is just, these don't feel as smooth as a nice little lancer in your base.
Exactly, and even though the second TC is already out for quite some time, eco advantage is still in the Baltune's corner, and that's in terms of the economy count. In terms of how many resources he has, that's another story thanks to the deer packs. Kiljardi having some issues because Imperial Academy giving that tiny bit of a wiggle room in terms of the eco units, and at the same time a giant bonus on of the 20% of the food. Kiljardi has a lot of issues at the moment. Like, he needs to somehow take care of the monks that are gonna be taking the relics. Otherwise, he's literally just giving 10 villagers worth of gold income to the Baltune. On the other hand, he needs to somehow, again, deal with the knights that are gonna be coming out from the Baltune. I am not really sure how he intends to do it. We have the option to abuse the Golden Gate, but I don't think that we have enough tickets to do so yet. Only 2 tickets over here right now, so we can't even sell enough wood for the age up. I don't really like this position from the Kiljardi yet.
Now, Kiljardi is nowhere near going for castle himself, and with the spears he's got, he's going to be able to defend the second TC, at least for now. But we do see with those 2 lances already being queued up and a monastery coming out, this I like. I like the fact that Baltoon's saying, hey, I know I'm going to be able to get these units that handle that second TC pretty well, but at the same time, I'm going to be able to get further ahead by getting every single relic on the map. And honestly, all of them are up for grabs. These 2 in the middle are just perfectly spaced for him to go and yoink. One safe one and another one here in the middle. This one even, I feel like it's going to take some effort from Kiljardi to defend this. And with the amount of units he has, it doesn't seem like that will be a high priority. Because right now, we saw that blob earlier, just standing around the second TC. He knows how important this is going to be. But honestly, Mali Libby, I think on our bingo card, we need to put villagers gathering gold for Roos. Because a Roos gathering gold before, let's say, 15 minutes is already unthinkable. Because of course, guys, they get gold passively from these hunting cabins and from all the hunted meat that they are gathering from.
And at the same time, it's very, very nice to try to sell some of that gold if we are going to be looking into the Golden Gate. So this is looking really, really rough for the Kiljardi right now. He's desperate enough to go on the gold early on, and that's not something that is very good or very nice to see.
Now, of course, the poor man needs to get it because he needs to go castle himself at some point. But by this point, you gotta ask yourself, am I going to be able to handle the attack from Baltoon at that point? With all the food income that Baltoon had, he's definitely already ready to get a higher value army and getting another archer range, getting another stable, just ensuring that he keeps those numbers up and he's always producing. Although Kiljardi, he's got the numbers on his side with the villagers. It just needs a little bit of time to actually pay off. But the army here is nothing to scoff at. I feel like Kiljardi's army is still pretty scary, even in feudal, and Baltoon respects this, pulls back. He knows the lancer numbers are not all there to really punish this just yet. That second TC though, it's perfectly untouched and makes sense. Kiljardi evacuated when he needed to, and already doing a little bit of a farm transition here at the back. It speaks to how hungry he's about to be, especially with not going for pro scouts.
Exactly. 6-7 knights already out on the field for the Baltoon is gonna mean one thing, and that's Kiljardi needs to stay home and defend with the spears. He cannot afford to really go out on the map and start pushing. You may ask why, and it's really simple. If he will do that, he's not gonna be able to come back home in time if Baltoon will try to start raiding heavily. That's why he is playing this more of with a conservative approach and defensive one. He is kinda staying at home chilling, putting up all of his walls. The villager difference is not what he would like though. Only 10 or 11 villagers in the 13 minutes when we are in the game. And he's playing that double TC against the China. In terms of the resources gathered, I think it's going to be very, very similar. Relics also going most likely into the Baltoon's corner. So not really what Kiljardi wanted to see. But if he's going to survive for next 7 minutes, that's when the double TC will start to heavily pay off. And that's when we are going to be starting to seeing where is that investment, where that investment went.
And now we're seeing the power of having those Castle Age Knights already. Just one at a time is already enough to get a lot of idle time from your opponent as we see these villagers migrating to elsewhere. Now he realizes he does need the food, but got a villager as a pick-off, and just like that, now Kiljardi is forced to make more feudal units. So we see another 2 knights queued up. He's not in a spot where he gets to sit back and say, hey, okay, I'm going castle myself. I need to keep on producing with units that are ultimately just that little bit worse.
Exactly, and this is against Castle Age Archers, and there is a lot of them, already 20 out on the field. You may think like Castle Age Archers, okay, they are gonna die to the knights, but not really. They are Castle Age Archers, they have a lot more damage than the feudal ones. So if we are gonna get dangerously close to the number of like 40 or 50, they are gonna be starting to one-shot the knights from Kiljardi. And if that's gonna happen, there's just gonna be a slaughter over here. We still can try to fight everything over here. There is a lot lot of spears, so there will be needed a lot of kiting, and that's exactly what Baltian is doing over here. Some charge the knight's gonna be coming through. One knight will be dying down to the impaling from the spears, but not a big deal at the moment. There is still a lot of archers, there is still a lot of knights. I don't think that Kiljardi really wants to fight it when he's aging up to the castle age. He wants to wait a bit, age up, get his upgrades, and after that start to fighting. We can see that the high trade house in the middle of the wood line for the maximum amount of the gold generated a minute. Farm transition coming through also, and this is just going to be more and more food income, so we'll have to see that. And Baltian wasn't really able to do a lot of damage in terms of the castle. Like, sure, he got all of the relics. Sure, we are sitting with a 2,000 gold in the bank, but why are we not doing anything with it? Why are we not doing anything with it? We are just staying with the 5 relics at home and waiting for Kiljardi to do whatever he wants. I don't get it.
Now Kiljardi, with that second TC, it's starting to pay off. But we do see the army's about to collide, and villages being picked off every now and again. Those lances looking so scary, but the engagement is before the upgrades hit, and that's exactly what Baltoon wants. He wants to take this fight right now because he knows this is when I do maximum damage. Lances focus straight on the tower, a few villagers falling like flies, and already 9 villager kills here on the side. The knights, they don't want to take this engagement yet. We do see a charge, but they'll pull back the moment they connect here. Because, of course, oh, I say that, but I jinxed him. He decided to commit for it. And finally, the knight upgrade kicking in. So this means that these are veteran knights against veteran knights. So, of course, this fight should not be too bad for Kiljardi, but he did take significant losses already before those units were able to get their castle upgrades.
Exactly. Baltian doing a really good job with the kiting over here, just kiting, sniping all of the spearmen, and spearmen numbers are falling, plummeting to the ground slowly but surely. But is it gonna be enough when the knight numbers are so close to each other and crossbowmen are gonna be hitting the field? It's not looking super good for the Baltian. Sure, there is a big villager difference in terms of Kiljardi having the villager advantage, but it's not the income difference because of the relics. Remember, 5 relics out on the field are basically 10 villagers worth of gold. Sure, we have high trade house and some hunting cabins. That's gonna be accounting for something at the same time, but Imperial officials on the other side. So there is probably, in the income-wise, we are in a very, very similar territory. My question is Baltian's farm transition slowly but surely coming in, or is it going to be waiting? Yes, it's slowly but surely coming in. That's what's going to be making the difference. If he can switch to farms without really losing a fight, then he has still a giant chance. If he can, then we are in a lot of trouble.
Now, he does likely have the board to fall back onto as well, but we do see the knights getting a decent connection here. The spearmen target fired again and again. Baltoon knows what he needs to kill, and feels like the numbers here from Kiljardi are just not enough to shut down these frontline lancers. The spears from himself, they are doing some work, but the archers, they focused straight onto the crossbows now. They killed the majority of the spears so early on, so it just feels like they can plow through the rest. Kiljardi desperately trying to keep up a few knights as well. The tower finally doing a little bit of work with that springald emplacement, so Baltoon does need to back off. But like you said, the relics, they are 10 villagers. And this is just something a little bit more than a 10 villager lead. It's not the lead Kiljardi needed it to be. And we see the TC idle time here as well was almost 3 minutes that those TCs were idle. And of course, we don't know if it's both of them at the same time, but that just means that he's not going to be able to be that far ahead. Now with China being in Song Dynasty, this is no longer 20 seconds per villager, it's 15. So he's going to be able to keep up as long as he hits these very small trades time and time again.
Exactly, not looking very good for Kiljardi. And you can see that Baltian realizing that I have a lot of gold, so 0 villagers out on a gold for him right now. And the Baltian needs to start securing his base, especially that farm setup that he has. It's gonna be really tough. Sure, we have 1 tower with the sprinkled emplacements, but is it gonna be enough? Not really looks like it. Sure, we have some units, but I'm not really liking the amount of them. Double the military advantage in the Baltian's corner. Kiljardi desperately trying to spam them out as quickly as he possibly can. But those farms are getting constantly idled. It's not looking well, and double TC coming in for the Baltian is just gonna mean that the Kiljardi cannot even hope for outbooming him.
And now he's feeling very confident about diving in here every now and again, like I said, just to pick off a village or two. And that's exactly what he gets. This gold is starting to look a little bit naked as it's just getting smaller and smaller. And the big gold for him is pretty far out. Now, of course, Baltoon doesn't have any presence on this side of the map, so Kiljardi is trying to utilize that to get that farm transition onto his side. But getting double TC here is fantastic. Baltoon is going to be able to just get so much further ahead than Kiljardi is able to be. But now, he has made some interesting units here. We do see a handful of horse archers, and I really want to see those horse archers actually being on the map and putting down a little bit of pressure. The problem is just, it looks like they are going to be bound to the main army and here to defend. But we know horse archers, they're not usually the unit you want to have in teamfights.
Horse archers are one of the better units in a castle age thanks to their movement speed and thanks to the potential for the raiding, because some of the players when they go for the fast castle they don't really wall as much, but right now walls coming in and triple TC is home for the Baltoon. This boom is gonna be enormous. Like we are gonna catch up with the villagers and run to 120, 130 villagers in the next 5 minutes. Kiljardi will be having a hard time with keeping with the army and even harder with keeping with the boom on the other side of the map. Baltoon is just an amazing spot overall. Those gold reserves are plummeting to the ground slowly but surely. We were seeing him on a 2k gold, right now only 800. So he is using a lot of that income from the secret sites and from the 5 relics that he has. I'm not sure if we already are gonna be going for some of those relics inside inside of the special buildings that give us more resources for them, but not pagodas, yeah, actually. Yeah, it's only Song Dynasty at the moment. He really wants to go for more villagers and for the outboom in terms of the economy.
Now, with Baltoon here, he's just trying to force Kiljardi into producing, force Kiljardi into not being a map present player, and that's exactly what's happening. He's doing such a good job at this. Kiljardi feels very overwhelmed with this, and with all the stone in the bank, you know that there are going to be keeps going up everywhere. Very quickly taking control of these larger pockets of resources, and at this point, Kiljardi is going to need to perform a miracle to actually shut down this army of Baltoon and then the villager lead that he is about to take in the next 20 seconds.
Exactly, like this is going to be very, very hard for Kiljardi to do anything, but Baltoon really stopped spamming that much army, and Kiljardi was slowly but surely able to keep up. He is still making massive amounts, 43 villagers out on the food, already made all of his farm transition, so he is relatively happy about that. Villager numbers are very, very similar, nearly the same. So in terms of economy, we are practically same on it, but one side has the secret sites and the relics. We have some towers out on the field with the sprinkle emplacements for the Baltoons, so they are going to be annoying to deal with, but nothing that Kiljardi's army cannot quickly torch down. And the Baltoon will be able to slowly but surely try to start pushing again, in my opinion. He already did all of the economical things that he wanted to do. We have the triple TC, we have the farm transition. So right now we are back to the fighting, and all of the crossbows are slowly but surely gonna be being poked down with those horsemen. We are taking a fight, but there isn't enough front line for the Baltoon, in my opinion. Kiljardi definitely having more, and those are all horsemen and horses, so Baltoon's backline is not doing a lot of damage to them, and he is forced to slowly but surely start falling back.
And you can see him quickly, desperately trying to do a bit of a transition here into some kind of front line with the spears now being added to the mix. These archers are doing a wonderful job when it was just spears, but this composition from Kiljardi is feeling a lot different. And with all that stone that Baltoon got, he's building the keep right inside the base to keep this alive. But with this, he needs to pull a lot more villagers to keep this going. Oh, I didn't mean to make all those keep buns, Twitch chat, I'm sorry. But just like that, he pushes Kiljardi's army back, and he now may have taken a bad engagement there, but he's the one in the economic lead. He's got the farm set up, and of course he's going to have those pagodas eventually. For now though, the farming from Kiljardi is also looking pretty impressive, and he's now going to try and find some damage elsewhere. Because of course, these players aren't like the rest of us gold chads. We don't run into the keep. They go for where they can actually do a little bit of work.
But it's going to be really hard because on the right side of the map, Baltium doesn't really have anything. Sure, there are a few buildings, there are a few TCs to kill, but we are killing TCs when Baltium is already done making villagers, most likely. Maybe we'll be adding 10 more, but that's not significant. Sure, we are diving it, we have a lot of horsemen, but not looking very good for Kiljardi. I don't really love this dive from him. It is good that we are killing everything, but we are diving to double TC and the keep. So we are slowly but surely going to be turning back and running home and clicking up the juicy Imperial Age.
Now the Imperial Age for Rus. This is a big question mark. Of course you want to get your cheaper siege, but do you rather want to get mid-map control? And that is a keep. That's not the Spasskaya Tower. I was about to say, going for the Spasskaya. If you are desperately trying to gain control back, it feels okay. But your high armory with that cheaper siege, it feels so valuable, especially when you're up against a China that is going to be a nightmare to deal with when you are up against them with their late game. So, of course, just going for a nice little keep to the front here, and honestly, Kiljardi surprised me here, having everything ready, just like that, and already having the stone in the bank to do this yet again. Now, keep in mind, I was about to say, this is very vulnerable, and if he does not find a way to secure this, this is going to be first on the radar for Baltoon to go and raid. Now, the sacred sites have been decapped, the TC has been burned, but now we're at a point where that second TC, the third TC, it doesn't really matter. They now need to decide how much am I investing into army and how am I going to be able to find some damage.
Baltium also edging up with the Great Wall Gatehouse. Most likely it's going to be somewhere on the farms. Or do we have a keeps? We have keeps or farms, so we don't really need more securing. We would rather put it on a gold. So we are going to be securing one small gold vein and one big gold vein. That's 12,000 gold that's going to be secured by the one landmark. Very nice to see. At the same time, he doesn't really need to secure that much gold because of the 5 relics. So he's going to be looking really good in terms of the late game. Kiljardi will have a small advantage in the early castle age thanks to the cheaper siege and thanks to the cheaper hand cannons. Even though they are not as good as the normal ones, they are good enough. Streltsy are maybe going to be hitting the field if we will have a gold income for it. Right now, it looks like we are just going to be going for those bombards and keeping up the horseman numbers. Over here, exactly as you said, Whamenqt, we needed to secure this for the raids. Raids came in and the keep did his job well. We are doing some fast walls, so these horsemen are not going to be very annoying in our base. And this is very nice to see. Kiljardi is slowly but surely going to be starting to push. I'm not sure if he wants to play a long Imperial Age to the China to do one of the best hand cannons in the game. So we are going to be going most likely for that faster kill, or trying to at least get the faster kill. Streltsy are going to be hitting the field. The 2 bombards are going to be already out. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be pushing those keeps really soon.
Now, the horse party was cleaned up by this keep, and it just shows you Baltoon is doing almost everything right, but sometimes you just lose a little bit of control of your horses into a keep, and that's why those surprise keeps do so much work. And just like that, the Barbican also cleaning up a few horses here with the support of the units now. And I love this from Baltoon. Getting that Springald placement here is something that a lot of players often forgo. But he knows how important this is, especially when those raids could actually do some real damage here at the back. Now building a university here too, he is going to have a great time getting those upgrades in as well. With all the resources in the bank though, I'm wondering what this man's planning, because now with Yuan Dynasty, he's going to be able to build those pagodas and get all of those relics spread out into the special building.
Exactly. When those special buildings will come down, then the income is gonna completely skyrocket. Pagodas are completely insane in this way for the relics. Sure, you can build only 3 of them, but it's still gonna be very good to do. On the other hand, Kiljardi is gonna be making a mass horseman, so he really wants to start raiding. But it's gonna be very tough to raid to all those keeps and Great Wall Gatehouse and Barbican. Basically, the base from the Baltium is as secure as it can get. Maybe only the more secure base would be the base of the KT. But we are playing the China. Our keeps are insane with the hand cannon placements as well. The biology gonna be coming in for both of the players, so we will see a lot of the horsemen coming in. We are not playing it for the knights. Knights wouldn't be a best choice if we are going hand cannon on one side and mass crossbow on the other. On the other hand, I am not really sure if Kiljardi really wants to like fully commit to the push, but he needs to. He needs to, because playing against the China with the mass hand cannon is not gonna be looking well for him. And a fight is gonna be coming in. This is not enough units that Kiljardi has over here. Even though it looks like that, yeah, we really want to be taking this fight. This is mass spearmen. And sure, mass spearmen are not gonna be killing those crossbows very efficiently, but they are gonna be doing amazing as a meat shield. And that's exactly what Baltiun is hoping for. 21 crossbows in the bag are gonna be doing all the work over here, and everything else is just the meat shield for it. We need to run back to the secret site, to the safety of our keep, and then we can hope to start doing something again.
And now you can see he's feeling a little bit of pressure to find some damage. The problem is just at this stage of the game, there's usually not a lot you can do to shut someone down. In China's case, this is going to mean that you need to kill at least 20 villagers and 3 horsemen. They're not going to be able to do any of that. This keep, though, it's just going to have the internal arrow fire to try and deter all these units, but the elite horsemen are doing an amazing job at just soaking up the damage they need, and the spears providing that bit of a front line here. The archery ranges now coming out. More and more Streltsy are going to be built here. And this is going to mean he's going to be able to respond to most of what is here, but you quickly see the value of getting a keep emplacement is shining for Mr. Kiljardi. He realizes this fight may have gone a little bit better for him if he was able to pick off a handful more units and those bombards did not have to die.
Exactly. This is very rough for Kiljardi, because right now he took the engagement that you really didn't want to go and take it. One bombard dying, you may think it's not a big deal, but it is if you are trying to spam a mass gold units like Streltsy and Siege at the same time. The only unit that is very, very available for him is the horseman, and even for that, it's gonna be really tough to play them into the hand cannons because they have just such a high base damage. But this is a really nice pick for the Kiljardi. All of the crossbows over here are going to be dying. Very, very good to see. Some horsemen are going to be trying to come over here and help them, but damage was already done. Right now, Baltiun needs to spam those hand cannons and hope for the best. He has 30 villagers out on a gold, so he will be able to do that. And his army is just getting scarier and scarier longer the game goes. Sure, Kiljardi has the cheaper army, but not really the better one. We maybe have the Streltsy, we maybe have the cheaper bombards, but on the other hand, we have bombards that are doing more damage and hand cannons with more range. So if we are going to be looking at the same population in terms of the army, the Baltiun will be winning every single one of those engagements, and he will be very, very happy to take them.
And these raids are actually something that can make a significant difference here. Mainly because you're throwing away units, you're reading exactly what your opponent's doing, you know where all the resources are, you know the farm transition setup and what this looks like at the back. But for him, this is just, for Kiljardi, this is just gonna signal, hey, I might need to handle a lot more horses. And he'd be completely right. Baltiun just doubling down on all of these horses. Ooh, the number of Streltsy is starting to be a little bit scary. And Mali, this is where I ask you the question. How do these two stack up against one another? The Streltsy versus the hand cannoneers.
Hand cannons are superior, way, way superior from China. Because you need to remember that the main difference is that Streltsy are getting a lot of attack speed in a stationary position. But they cannot be in a stationary position because hand cannons have more range than them. So if they would be in a stationary position, hand cannons can just step back a bit and snipe them from afar, and Streltsy will be just looking at them. So they are not gonna be getting that that bonus in attack speed, and for that reason they are just cheaper, but at the same time worse hand cannoneer. This is why Baltiun's China is better in the late game than Kiljardi's Rus. This is where these fights are gonna go. That's why Kiljardi is heavily investing in all those horsemen. He needs to get on top of those hand cannons and basically annihilate them with it. But at the same time, Baltiun recognizes that, and he is going for his own mass of horsemen. So right now he's gonna be horseman against horseman, hand cannon against hand cannon, and one hand cannoneer is just, as simply said, better.
And finally, the pagodas have joined the party. And this was quite a delay, but at the same time, looking at Baltoon's resources, he was just like, I don't really need this income. So, not a point where he was hungry for even a second now. But the fights, they do look like there's going to be a little bit of connection here. Oh, and those Streltsys getting into position. They want to be stationary. They're getting exactly that, a little bit of standstill time. And quickly able to do a lot of work to the horses, but the problem is the siege has paid the price. The other horsemen desperately trying to get there to the back, but the base damage has been, like you said, it has just been quite scary. In the end here though, Kiljadi, it feels like he did a decent enough job at this, but the Streltsy, they need to find a little bit of a way to get here to the back line. These hand cannoneers are working their way through everything. You can see these horses are just desperate to get on top of the bombards. Not even the Streltsy, the bombards are the focus here.
Exactly, but they will not be able to. Why was Baltion able to run around? Because he really wanted to get an attack speed for all those Streltsy, so he was staying on one place. On the other hand, Baltion could just come around and come around on top of those bombards, so the horsemen cannot really snipe them. So all of the siege from the Kiljadi side is dead, and all of the siege from the Baltion side is alive. At the same time, all of those hand cannons having just more range feels very, very nice to have. This was very nice fight for the Baltion, and one that he would be taking every single day of the week.
Now, when I get into a spot like this, where I feel like, okay, China is just gonna outboom me, there's not much I get to do about this, then it starts to feel really, really scary. There's a lot of pressure on you to try and make a play, and very often that is where things go wrong. But the horses, they're taking a straight up engage, and Streltsy moving all around, just trying to get into a position where they will be able to reach those hand cannoneers, but they do need to kite backwards, so not getting that bonus, and everything is just melting. Now Whamenqt trying to get a good shot off here, hoping to get to that back line eventually, but it's going to be so hard. Streltsy getting to the spot right now, and Whamenqt getting a wonderful shot on the back line, but at the same time, the front line is just getting padded more and more with that blue line of units rallying right through here. Kiljadi already very far from max pop, and Baltoon, he just keeps on producing.
Exactly, and let's just look at the range difference between Streltsy and normal hand cannons. Streltsy have one less range, and the hand cannons from China have one more, so this is ginormous. Hand cannons over here sniping from the far like a snipers, and on the other hand, Streltsy tanking the horsemen, not really something that want to see. 3 bombards are going to be taking down the keep. All the Streltsy are slowly but surely going down, but hand cannons, they are getting damaged by those mangoes, but they're not really dying. So we are seeing 31 hand cannons out on the field with another 7,000 gold in the bank for the Baltion. Kiljadi completely dried up in the gold department. Sure, there is some gold income from those hunting cabins and high trade house, but it's not enough. We need to be starting to sell every single wood that we can in that golden gate, and even in the normal markets to try to keep up with the gold income from the 5 relics that are inside of the pagodas. And at the same time, we have all of the taxes. Baltion completely destroying Kiljadi in terms of late game economy, thanks to all of those relics that he was able to take earlier.
That gold income does not lie. We just see a mass destruction here with all these hand cannoneers. They get to stand in the middle and fire in every direction. Like you said, the range is just sublime here. The villagers desperately trying to get this keep up. And sure, the villager count's pretty even here, but it's not going to be for long. These lancers are in position to just pick off anything and everything that comes out of this base. A secondary raid, shutting down yet another keep. And Kiljadi is left asking himself, was this just the late game China at play? Or am I in a little bit of danger? I'm in danger.
And we had a beautiful game on our hands, gentlemen. One that was kind of a little bit longer, but doesn't really, but was definitely an eventful one. And Baltion will be taking a lead in the series 1-0.
Now, this feels good for the tuna, but Kiljadi, he is going to need to show all of his teeth in the next one to try and give us at least our first non-3-0 of the day. Now, of course, that did look good enough for Kiljardi. Kiljardi did an amazing job at just keeping Baltoon on his toes and forcing reactions, but I didn't see enough from him. Well, it felt like Kiljardi for a lot of the time, he had units that are made to raid, but he just wasn't able to find them in his opponent's base. But that's China in a nutshell as well, right? So you can't just say, hey, he didn't raid. Yeah, but he was scared to death, especially with the imminent threat of lancers running all around his economy.
Exactly, and it was very, very hard to raid for him when we can see double keep on the farms, also the Great Wall Gatehouse on the gold. Not really the best spot that you want to be in when you are raiding. On the other hand, we are slowly but surely going to be going to the next game, and what are going to be the picks that our gentleman will show us? We have some good civilizations over here, and the Jushi Legacy is going to be against the Tunglang. I am not really sure how this matchup will go, but the Jushi most likely gonna go for that faster castle age. On the other hand, we can see some shenanigans done with a fort for the Toonlang.
MSN in the chat with big question marks as well. Byzantine snipe, and I also am a little bit confused about the Byzantine snipe on this map, though. Byzantines is not a civ we've seen contested on this map, but again, this is Baltoon and Kiljardi. They play enough together to know what the other one might be cooking here. So getting Taklak through is pretty massive. And time again, Taklak is just an auto ban on this map. So maybe Baltoon just saying, let's get this out of the way and save Byzantines for a different day. But I'm honestly pretty shocked to see Taklak making the way through. At the same time, there's Zushi. Zushi also not a civilization we see on this map too much. So these guys playing a little bit of off meta here too.
We will see. Like Taklak is going to be very, very amazing in terms of all of that wood income. So we can expect some dogs coming out of them. Also, the raiding elephants will be amazing in taking down enemy dogs. So I'm not really sure what Baltian has in his mind for the Jushi Legacy. We may see some kind of the semi-fast castle or fast castle, but to what? We maybe mass knights. Maybe we will see some kind of the feudal age. I am not really sure what we are trying to accomplish over here with the Jushi Legacy, because this is not really a fast castle age map. This is more of a feudal age aggression than to the semi-fast castle with the OOTD or with the HURE. So we will see what Baltian can cook up.
Yeah, with this type of strategy, you always have to understand that these players prepare for a while. The things they might be cooking is something we just may not be able to fathom. Now guys, the two have not started their games just yet, so we will need a little bit of time before we get into those. And I just want to double check. I do have my secondary computer, so if you guys see me looking here, yeah, they're still in the lobby. Because sometimes players, they just forget to put on spectator, and then we're stuck outside for the whole day. But now Kiljardi still in lobby, still thinking about how he's gonna play this one out. See, this is the crazy part for me. You get Taklak on this map and you're like, hey, how do I play this? I heard this is broken, but I haven't had the chance to do anything with that. Now, aside
we will see, and definitely players are taking a bit of a break from the last game that was pretty eventful and pretty long one. So we can understand that they want to chill a bit and then go into the next one ready and fresh. I'm not sure what the Taklak gameplay is gonna be, because I haven't really saw it on this map because it was already in a ban. So exactly like Whamenqt suggested, maybe Kiljardi heard that it's OP and it's just auto ban, and I'm gonna get my Byzantine that I really wanted to play. But Balti, on the other hand, was like, I know that you prepare the Byzantine in terms of the gameplay and in terms of your strategy. So yeah, you just gave me a Taklak over there to auto ban it, but no. I'm just gonna ban the Byzantine, and you are gonna play the Taklak that you really haven't practiced at all.
Now, when I think of an OP civilization such as the Taklak on this map, and some of you might be wondering, why is this considered an OP civ on a map with water? And I think I also had these questions and I got them explained to me very well because time and time again, we hear these things, we see these things from players, we see them getting banned, but Taklak just has so many answers to what you can do on this map. Their fishing boats, they are not really harassable in Dark Age at all because they get to fight back. Now, Zushi kind of offsets that. You're not putting yourself in a spot where you're the one that might get raided. Zushi has a very linear gameplay on a map like this. We don't usually see them going for Dark Age shenanigans, but then again, it's Baltoon. What am I saying? But also, they do get those Hierophants that make things a lot better when you're already going for spears naturally on the map. Spears is something that we see time and time again, even though we know it's just about responding to either horses or getting that presence out there. But Taklak also, with the Raider Elephants, you have something a little bit chunkier that gets to hit all the points where you might not be prepared for. But guys, before we get into this game, again, let's take a quick look at the bracket to just see what's coming up for the next part of the day as well. So we already have a handful of players that solidified their spots on the final there in Sunday, where we will get our next 3 players qualified here for the Homestead Cup. So now, they're on there at the bottom, Emerson and Numidan still pending for us, so we will be hopping into that game a little bit later, and Beastie and Scatterbrain going to be our final set here for the day. So with all of that being said, these guys have been preparing for a while, and I think for a lot of them, this is the one easy land they get to go to that doesn't require a visa or a lot of headache to enter a country. So guys, I'm sure a lot of them are very excited to do so, but let's hop on in. Game number 2 between Baltuna and Kiljardi.
So we see Baltun on Jushi Legacy and Kiljardi to the Tung Lang. The question is gonna be, will Baltun still open docks with the Jushi, right? Because it is a very nice thing to open docks, but at the same time, it's rough with the Jushi Legacy, right? It's not really something that you see normally, and at the same time, we are not going to be seeing it today. We are going for the faster age up time, and faster age up time to what? With what are we going to be harassing? Sure, we have some options in terms of the feudal age, but Jushi is not really a feudal age all in civilization, or they don't really have knights. They have Jukonu that are going to be very, very good. But on the other side, we have Raider Elephants that are going to be extremely good in denying them. At the same time, Kiljardi going for that sweet dog early on, so he's going to be very, very happy with the fishing boats and the early food income.
Now, usually when I look at these pro games, I ask myself, okay, what could be the best? Because of course we see Marino, we see Beastie, Puppy Ball, all of these players are just constantly showing us how to play this meta. None of them have showed us Zushi. So Baltoon, he is most likely having some ideas that we cannot even fathom here. Now, it's purely going still. For no villagers on gold, he says, I'm going raw. I want to just make sure I get it from the food here. You can see him dropping off, just wanting to get that tax situation. What is he doing here? You can see him picking up, dropping off perfectly. And I'm trying to figure out why. What is he doing and why is he doing it exactly at that point? If this is a situation where you just optimize your taxes, it definitely feels like it's a big learning card for all of us here.
Exactly. He's doing the fast drop-offs with the villagers for one simple reason. He doesn't want to go on gold for the age up, and that's exactly what he will be doing. Meditation Garden already plopped down, and we didn't mine a single gold from that gold vein that we have. On the other side of the map, Kiljardi is still a long way from the age up because he's doing a mass investments into the economy early on in terms of the fishing boats. It will pay off, definitely it will. The question is going to be, will Baltun's timing for the push be big enough to do some significant damage? Because if he's not going to be able to do some damage to Kiljardi in the next 2 to 3 minutes, it's going to be really rough to play against the civilization that went on the water when you are just stuck on land.
And with him still having 11 on food, I have a very big question mark in front of me. And now going for gold. This is a fast castle, oh my goodness. And this is something I can see working. When you are up against someone who's gone for water, you know if they've invested a little bit more. Yes, they're going to have access to food, but if your attack hits at the right time, there's not much they can do to shut down those lances. And maybe that's exactly what Baltoon is thinking. He says, hey, let's see how Fast Castle works. Ooh, I say that, but all of a sudden he's like, nah, I'm going for a second TC, boys. Let's see how it goes. What is happening?
We will be seeing very interesting playstyle from the Baltoon, because Jushi is not really a civilization that is played out on this map. So we are seeing double TC against Kiljardi, who is just gonna go on water and then play mass units most likely. I don't like this at all. Like, sure, Baltoon's double TC will be better than the water, but in the next 15 to 20 minutes, when the water will run out, when there's not going to be enough shorefish to go around. But for now, Kiljardi's dogs are just going to be way cheaper than second TC from the Baltoon, and they are going to be gathering a lot of the food for him. On the other hand, the economy for the Tunglang is perfect for this. He's in no need to refresh those lumber camps. He can just move the elephants a bit closer to the villagers for that very, very quick drop-off point. On the other hand, we will see definitely that bonus resource upgrade that's going to be coming in. And double TC not seeing as strong as it may have been if we would be playing against other civilization. Tunglang will definitely be able to shut it down if Kiljardi wants to.
Now, looking at this situation, Baltoon is slowly getting himself into a spot where he's going to have the resources for that second TC, but at the same time, bloating a lot of food. Now, I'm very interested in what the thinking process is about this, because you can see now just dropping off, getting enough gold for what he would need, whatever that decision may be. But what is the decision? Oh, we found the decision. Zhangyan Tower, getting that Song Dynasty. This is now the second time we've seen this today. Zushi's going again and again for Song Dynasty. And I guess the big question is just the Zhangyan Tower. Now this turns into a feudal game with that second TC gonna be needing a lot of time. Villagers already moved out here onto the deer, so we know exactly where they're gonna drop that second TC. But so does Kiljardi. He's been on top of this. He spotted it. He notices, hey, this is weird. Let's just see what this man is cooking so I don't get surprised.
And my question is, again, standing, is Song Dynasty worth it? Like, sure, we are getting that one villager from the TC, and we are going to be getting those few free units. But at the same time, it's just such a huge investment in terms of resources that I just think you would love to have more units than Song Dynasty. Maybe Baltoon has something special in mind, but that's a lot of resources that we are putting towards it, and that's a lot of resources that Kiljardi can just put into the Raider Elephants or any other unit. Fortunately, we didn't really went for the healer elephants, so we are prioritizing the attack speed on those archers. That's gonna be that's gonna mean that we cannot really be diving with the Raider elephants early on, but at the same time, later on in the later feudal age, this is gonna be just way better off.
Now, those elephants do still pack a punch, and you can see that's exactly where he's going to the meditation garden to try and just get the income to be a little bit decreased. Now, the income gets decreased with the more units that are in the vicinity, and with more Raider elephants, that is going to start being a little bit of an issue. The horses here, though, they're not going to want to trade out against them too much. They do run that bit faster, so they are going to be able to poke in and out, but again, you want to have the right amount of them. And with these guys, it looks like they have a different idea in mind. Scout is coming to help as well, just wants to stop him from being able to get any advantage on that.
Exactly, and Baltoon realizing that I need to play something else than a stable against Tunglang over here. So we will see some spearmen slowly but surely entering the field. They will be scaring all of these guys off from the meditation garden. So most likely meditation garden is not going to be getting destroyed, but the income from it is significantly reduced with all of the units. And yes, Kiljardi seeing the spearman is going to be slowly but surely back off, and most likely answering with some archer ranges. On the other hand, second dock has been already placed and more fishing ships are being pumped out for Kiljardy. And even though we have the second TC for the Baltion, eco numbers are the same, but one player has the shortish, and it's not, in my opinion, something that Baltune really wants to play Feudal Age against. Like for now, Kiljardy just needs way less upgrades or way less investment into his boom, but Baltune needed to make that second TC, and it's just not looking well for him in terms of the late Feudal Age. Whamenqt Dynasty is gonna be very good for it if he decides to go for the all-in push.
I am a little bit concerned here because I was about to say he has a lot of wood here in the bank as well, and that wood in the bank usually spells out a bit of a big question mark again, where we are like, hey, are we thinking about, you know, going for a second TC ourselves, which is just pretty wild. But no, he's just going to use that stone to start getting his forts to be able to get that map control that we see all around and also get those very unique bonuses. But now with that second TC, he does know that at some point, Voltoon is going to do a little bit better. Spearman now in the mix as well, getting those upgrades and getting the Governor of Bakar. So he's going to just let the food do the talking. And I love this. Because with that, you already just secure such a huge income for yourself. When this map, it slows down when the food runs out. He just doesn't want the food to run out anytime soon.
Kiljardy is very happy about this. Like, you may think Baltion on double TC is outbooming him. He is, but in 10 minutes. So there is still a giant window for Kiljardy to do whatever he wants. And if he's gonna get the relics, that outboom is pushed from 10 minutes to more like 15 to 20. So he's gonna be getting a lot of chances to kill him. Kiljardy, on the other hand, going for those forts early on is gonna mean only one thing. Going to secure his base even more against those horseman raids. Sure, Baltion will be going for the mass spearmen against all of those raider elephants, but Kiljardy answering with his own archers and some spearmen as well, just in case if Baltion will go for enough horsemen to signal it as a threat. Baltion was kind of stuck inside of his base, and we need to start to slowly but surely think about the farm transition that's going to be needing to come in the next 5 minutes for the Baltion, definitely, if he's not going to be securing way more map control. And that's going to be really tough against all of those raider elephants.
Now, with a mass looming here at the front, of course, we do see that it looks pretty even. But of course, Kiljardy's army is not 28. It's 28 minus 7. Those fishing boats, they count as army. And this is exactly why it looks like, hey, these guys might be on level. But Voltoon does have a little bit of a lead for now, at least. But we've seen Kiljardy on archers. He's able to snipe spears pretty easily. So, of course, if Voltoon is not careful, this could get out of control quickly. But he says it's not about control, it's about getting castle. Because, of course, Zushi's legacy, the Lancers are going to handle this a lot better against those archers, especially. Even as a frontline in all of this. But Kiljardy, he's still committing to field, still making units. And now he's the one pushing forward.
Yes, Kiljardy having the military advantage over here means only one thing for Baltion's age up that he really wants to go for. That Song Dynasty, I'm not really sure if it was worth it. If he wouldn't go for it, he would have cheaper age up, would already be aging up. And what did he get from the Song Dynasty? Like 1 or 2 horsemen and 1 or 2 spears and one villager. I don't really get why we are going for it. We are missing we are missing a lot of resources on that end. Whamenqt Fort is gonna be coming over here in the front, and there is no way that Baltion can even try to stop it. There is enough archers and there is enough raider elephants. We are gonna be seeing engaged with the spear coming through, but there is enough spears on the Kiljardy side to tank them out. And Baltion is still be having a lot of problems. He can tank all of this for a very long time, and this tower will slowly but surely gonna go down. The second one doesn't even have the fortification, so that one is just made out of paper. So slowly but surely we are gonna be seeing the fight coming through, but the Whamenqt Fort is coming out and will be very hard for the Baltion to do anything over here. This gold is no more for him. Baltion needs to find another gold vein, and there isn't another. These were his only 2 gold veins that he had. Another one being completely out of the bounds of his walls, and this will be very hard for him to do anything.
Oh, and just like that, almost losing a villager to it. But with the... Now, guys, this is not a ladder game. This is not just going to be units spawning out, running onto the gold the whole time. This is Kiljadi. Kiljadi uses his big brain and just gets a little bit of an extra arrow shot here. Oh, never mind. I was wrong. Oh, my goodness. Getting in a mere war... oh, no. I was wrong. I thought this governor was not going to be able to do so. I figured this governor was like, hey... Oh my goodness, this is a ladder game. Mali, it's a ladder game. And we are now going to be ready for constant pressure. Oh my goodness. Another
Exactly,
warrior.
and he needed to go for those Meradans for one simple reason. Baltiun has the age up advantage. So right now, Baltiun is relatively nice on it in terms of the unit count. So, but Kiljadi needed something to push him away from the gold vein. But it looks like Baltiun has one gold vein right in between his walls, so he's gonna be relatively fine on it, and this is not as such of a big deal. It's still very annoying to edit this Toon Ford over here. You are still giving a lot of map control, but right now you are 20 villagers ahead. Kiljadi not going on all of the docks. Only 2 docks are gonna be utilized, and that's gonna be rough right now to be about. But Balkan being pushed over gold yet again is gonna be signifying that gold units are gonna be very tough. Are we gonna see the dive on that second EC? I am not really certain, but yes, it looks like we are diving it. A lot of the raider elephants over here are gonna mean that this TC will die nearly immediately when we are gonna start taking a fight. A lot of the spears are upgraded to the Castle Age ones, so they are gonna be very strong. But at the same time, we have some archers in the back with the bonus in attack speed, and we are taking this fight while aging up in the Castle Age. It would be a little bit better to come back, make our upgrades that are basically instant, and then come in and kill all of this. And that's exactly what Kiljadi will do. Balkan right now will be remaking that wall, but will that wall stand for another 2 minutes? I am not so sure.
Now, that's one thing about Kiljadi that I am so shocked about. Most players would have pulled out, but this man, nah, he's going straight for it. And that TC taking a bit of a beating, but of course, it's still being alive, great for him. Apparently the Emir warriors, though, they do have a new target, and the target is just getting rid of these towers. And of course, this doesn't feel too bad at all. You might lose 1 or 2 of them, but at the same time, Baltoon getting a trebuchet and investing in that is massive because of one simple reason, and that reason is the lack of gold. So still highly focused on getting spears, and most of it is just a big struggle. Now for himself here, going for a monk, this means he has a market. I was about to say this man needs a market, because getting a monk, he's going to have access to this little relic for gold, and as long as Kiljadi allows it, he's gonna have the opportunity to mine from this gold here. But Kiljadi says no, we're going straight for it. And Kiljadi is the one who's at the front of the base, still getting a little bit of gold here. And I'm wondering if he would be cheeky enough to do this yet again.
And we are pushing the gold again and again. We just let Baltium to get here and made this mining camp, and we are just coming back to destroy all of it. Kiljadi having a very nice time over here, pushing Baltium off and back on from the gold. He's letting him to come back with some idle time for the villagers. Then he will come back with all of the units, pushing back off. And this is just basically gaining a lot of resources in terms of idle time. Sure, we have 30 villager advantage already for the Baltium. And right now is when the eco count is going to be slowly but surely starting to show off for the one and simple reason, and that's 30 villagers more is a lot of income more. On the other hand, we need to do farm transition because we ran out of every single food source at home. So we are in the middle of the farm transition while doing one of the most important fights, and we don't have any gold income. This is not looking like the best time for the Baltium. Even though he has giant economical advantage, he doesn't have the one in the military, and he has the 4 in front of his base, and he cannot gather any gold. So this is very rough for him at the moment. Second EC is slowly but surely going to be dying, so there isn't going to be any more of widening the gap in between the villagers. And Kiljardi is taking a very, very nice fight over here. He just needs the kite. He cannot afford to take it head on. He needs the kite, put down those number of those spears a little bit, and then engage.
Now, with this push, he got rid of that TC, but you have to ask yourself, is that going to be enough? Because right now, Baltoon, he's letting the gold from all the taxes stack up, and I love this. I love to see the fact that he's just triple investing onto these towers. He knows how important this gold access is going to be. These Amir warriors, though, they're a little bit annoying, but haven't done significant damage here. We see Kiljardi only killing 9 villagers between all of this, and now that fort is going to be a soul-sucking or a stone-sucking situation for him. And all of a sudden, this trebuchet already getting a significant amount of value. The army, it's gathering, and this time it's looking like it's going straight for where it might just hurt. The army numbers are insane here for Kiljardi, and even though he didn't utilize these fishing boats, he is now getting a little bit more clear of a picture of what this really looks like.
Exactly. One simple mistake from the Kiljardi. We are in the castle age for past 4 minutes, but we haven't got a single relic. I don't know why or for what reason, but we are taking a huge fight over here at the moment. A lot of the raider elephants are gonna be destroying every single one of those Chukonu. Sure, we have 22 spears on the side, but other side has 28 archers, so all of them are gonna be falling pretty damn quickly. But those raider elephants are not normal elephants. They don't have as much of an HP. But there are gonna be enough. Zero spearmen are out on the field for the Baltoon, and GG is gonna be called. Jushi Legacy with the double TC is gonna be showing us why Tunglang Dynasty is such a good civ on this map.
And Baltoon and Kiljardi, this is what we've been hoping for. A little bit less of a one-sided situation between these two, and our Scandinavian boys are looking great here against one another. Baltoon, he's been time and time again a guy who can take down the top of the top. Kiljardi, he struggles a little bit more with that. But between these two, this one can go either way. Let's go into the lobby and see the rest of this draft to see how this one might be playing out as time goes on. Now, looking at what we have here in front of us, we still have to look at exactly what civilizations is left in their draft. Now, of course, the next map is going to be Cliffside, so I'm expecting that Byzantines and Macedonian pick to come on out, but at the same time, you have Lancaster, you have Ayyubids. There's still a lot of choices here for Kiljardi. Baltoon, at the Mongols, I would say here, Ottomans, not too bad either, and also French. Yeah, both of these guys still very much in their element regarding their picks.
To be fair, most of the civs are really good on this type of the map over here that we have left, except Abbasid. Abbasid wouldn't be the best pick. But other than that, Byzantine, very viable one, Macedonians, also Ayyubid. Very good picks on the cliffside. On the other hand, maybe Golden Horde can be played, some Ottoman, some French at the same time. Mongol is very big threat because of how close both of the players are. Taurash is very big possibility. So we will see what they will opt to and which type of the playstyle we will see. If it's gonna be some kind of the OOTD with a Dark Age Rush or Mongol with the Taurash. Well, on the other hand, maybe we are gonna be seeing some kind of the Ayyubid, and exactly it is gonna be the Ayyubid against the Golden Horde. Ayyubid, very good civilization in terms of the timings. Golden Horde, amazing in the Castle Age.
Golden Horde has shown us now just constant pressure and overwhelmment, but at the same time they do have their vulnerabilities. But that is going to be a tough one against the Ayyubids. Now, Ayyubids, I still have a massive question mark on my forehead when I look at them, because looking at the Ayyubids, they've been really dominating, but at the same time, if their attack doesn't land at the right timing, they fall flat pretty quickly. Now, House of Lancaster getting sniped, I completely understand. Nobody wants to face off against the House of Lancaster on this map, especially with that little bit of a Lord situation, a little bit of a Obelar problem that could be coming your way, and with such a small map, they get there quickly. So I can definitely see why someone would choose to veto that instead of dealing with that.
Well, we will see what they will come up with. Baltoon on his Golden Horde. Most likely we will see some feudal age with the Batukan and a lot of Torgut just raiding around and some Keshiks popping in here and there. But other than that, there is gonna be most likely just a transition into the Castle Age and mass units. Sure, there is still a possibility of the feudal age play, something that we see from the Golden Horde here and there. But where they excel is with all of those beautiful upgrades from the stone that they get in terms of the Castle Age. They will be getting 50% more units out of all of their stables, archer ranges, and barracks. But it requires a ginormous investments. On the other hand, Kiljardi with the Iobits will be having a very nice timing for all of those relics with the dervishes if he wants to do it. And Camel Lancers are going to be very nice to see as well.
When Camel Lancers start coming in, I think a lot of players fall apart. Now, on our previous games, guys, we had a 2-minute delay. This one, they're taking a little bit more serious. Now with a 5-minute delay in these games, that just tells you, they're like, okay, we need to make sure everything is centered, sorted, focused. This is it. And for this being 1-1, you can see why that's the case. You want to make sure that you have every bit of integrity in all of it. No, nothing is revealed. And with Dry Arabia still being on the cards and Relic River also in this map pool, I feel like most of the civilizations are viable in all of this. You don't have any maps that you're like, oh, Relic River? I don't really know what he's going to play there. Both of them have pretty great choices in all of that. But what I'm really excited for seeing today is Baltoon's French. This man is an absolute menace as a raider. And a lot of players, they know this. French is not a civilization you want to give Baltoon because he's taken down some of the mightiest in all of them. So, Marley, if you had to play Relic River, if you saw Relic River in your map pool, what civilizations in this draft do you feel like would just land a little better?
I am not really sure, to be fair. Like, a lot of the civs are very, very viable. But on the other hand, it very well depends on the play style, right? We still can play French with the raiding. On the other hand, there are still Byzantines left, and very, very mighty demon civ. On the other hand, with one of the strongest feudal plays in the game. Macedonians are also one of the mightiest ones as well, with all of their eco upgrades basically coming for /semi-free because all of their blacksmith ones are. So there are still a lot of plays that we can see over here. And right now, I think that in terms of IUBIT against Golden Horde matchup, it will really, really depend on the timing push from the IUBIT. If the game is gonna go to the 30 to 40 minute mark, I think it's gonna be very, very hard for Kiljardi to do anything. But in that early game with the Dervishes and with the Desert Raider raiding, and in that early Castle Age with the Camel Lancers, maybe some Manganiques here and there, Baltian will have very, very hard time. So this is gonna be basically if this is gonna be Baltian on the timer if he can survive. If Baltian can survive till he gets the most important upgrades from the stone, he will be fine. On the other hand, Kiljardi needs to kill him.
That timing from Eobits has shown us time and time again. It is so, so powerful. And very few players are able to hold on. But guys, while we wait, before we go into this game, I wanted to showcase, again, our little website that we have for the Homestead Cup. So guys, on ageofrts.com, you will be able to go and see exactly what we're cooking over here. So you can see all of our updates that we're going to be posting here, some of our past events as well, to see exactly who was featured during some of ours. And yes, I am using a vertical screen right now, so that is why they look like that. So you can go see our contestants from our previous games and see exactly who our players were that took part in some of our fun previous events. So with all of that being said, the Homestead Cup is our current focus and also this event for today, where you can see our donation bar and how well we've been doing with covering some of the costs from this event. So if you want to support this cup and you want to send your money to a specific cause, go and donate, but put a note in there so we can make sure that it goes there for a reason. Now, with all of that, we do have our qualifier handbook also found out on here. So if you are a player that wants to go see a little bit more about how this thing is run, go ahead and do so. And lastly, of course, if you want to go see the schedule exactly of what is happening throughout the next few weeks, that will also be posted on the site. And of course, May 12th, that is when the live show kicks off in May, of course, in Serbia. And our qualified players already have a little bit of a showcase here. We had to change Lash's picture, but you can see they all have a little bit about themselves in the mix-up too. But anyway, ladies and gents, we actually have some game sounds, and that usually means we are ready to roll. So let's go, game number 3.
And we are going to be seeing Kiljardi on Iobit and Baltune on Golden Horde. Usually when you are playing against Golden Horde, you want to play for that Dark Age to try to kill that Ovu as quickly as possible. Those Turgut are really scary with the Batukan early on. On the other hand, with the Iobit, not really the civilization that likes to go for that early Spearman, but Kiljardi will be going for it either way. We are going to be seeing those early spears to try to deny as much of the early gold income and mainly to kill every single one on one attempt for the stone gathering. On the other hand, Baltune going for that early gold because he can kinda expect that Kiljardi will be going for a lot of the spearmen early on, and he will be most likely going to be trying to push him off from that gold vein. That's what he thought. That's why we are gathering gold early.
Now, this much on gold, it's always an answer to, hey, you might be aggressive in the Dark Age. But like you said, Aobit doesn't go for spearmen as early, not usually. But Kiljardi, he's a mad lad. And that's exactly what he's willing to do. But going straight for that ooh in this case. And that feels like the right move here. You want to shut this down. You don't want to be dealing with someone who's just going to make an unlimited amount of Tor goods. So you just try and take them down before it becomes Tor good. Now, with that being said, it delays him so much.
One small problem that Kiljardi will definitely have is he cannot really deny those Torgut, right? Like, sure, he can delay them, he cannot deny them. Because eventually Baltune will come to the feudal age, and it's going to be extremely hard for Kiljardi to do anything. Kiljardi doesn't have the best feudal play with the Iobit. There are still really some good options with the Mass Desert Raider and a lot of the dervishes, or 2 dervishes from the Culture Wing. But on the other hand, Baltune, just simply said, has a little bit better of the feudal, in my opinion. He is going to be very hard to raid, thanks to all of those beautiful towers that they have. And being able to age up inside of the Golden Tent is going to mean only one thing. He is not even losing resources while aging up. So in terms of the resources early game, it's going to be very simple.
And I love seeing this from him, going for the building cards. A lot of pro players are going straight for the Candidator goods, but building cards, it's seen a little bit of airtime. And I'm honestly so excited to see what he can do with this. Building cards is just an answer to lack of wood. It's an answer to tempo. And for those of you who haven't seen it, it just gives you building cards. It gives you a card where you can make a military building with. In Feudal and in Castle, yet another one. So you can quickly get a monastery. You can quickly get yourself a siege workshop as well. You can get anything you want as long as it's... You can get a monastery, right? Just want to double check.
No, you are going to be getting archer range, stable, or barracks.
No.
One of them.
That's it?
It's going to be military buildings.
No.
So one of these 3 are going to be coming out from the Baltune, out of these building cards. But the question is going to be standing. Are we going to see feudal prey from Baltune, or are we going to be still trying to go for the Castle Age? I think there is going to be some type of the feudal, but you don't really want to play a lot of it when your opponent can go for the Cannon Lancers, right? Especially with the Culture Wing. It's going to be very hard to do anything against, thanks to all of that healing potential.
Now, the healing potential just means that your feudal age is also just so much spicier if you decide to make it a feudal age aggression. But with only 3 on wood, he is doing what I would call responsible castle for AO bids here. Now, usually responsible castle means you make units, but this one is just you leave your options open so you can if needed. But now the building carts, they are being placed in position. And now barracks is our first one and archery range as the follow-up. But the Khan, Batu Khan, out and ready to roll, but he's going straight for the harassment because, of course, he knows exactly what Kiljadi is going to want to do, and that is the fast castle. The responsible castle in this case was not a military building, but rather just a tower to make sure that the gold does not get raided non-stop.
Exactly. Remember, one thing that's very good with the Bataclan is that he can kinda dive this tower and maybe try to kill one villager. And he can get on super low HP and doesn't really care about it. You may think like, why? It's simple. There are gonna be Torgut coming back on a field, and Batukan on the 10 HP with 2 Torgut means that Batukan will not be dying anytime soon. You need to kill Torgut first. On the other hand, this is forcing Kiljari to come home back with the Spearman, so this is absolutely perfect for him. And one villager kill for the Baltun is going to be solidifying this position and saying, oh, I'm in a game, my villagers are made faster, even though I'm starting with one less, I don't really care, I am taking the lead.
Now, we do see that this is going to be a slow movement, guys. Sorry about that. I'm just making sure that the two computers are catching up with one another. And Baltun is the one who needs to pull back for just a moment because the archers need to catch up, and they catch up so quickly. But now you already have 2 units that can handle a little bit of a greedy castle age. And just like that, Kiljadi is forced to go and get arrow slits as an upgrade already. Now, luckily, there's, of course, the dervishes standing at the ready to make sure that this is not going to be dead spearmen, but rather just hurt spearmen. And the archer numbers from Baltun, they are increasing, though, so he's still going to be playing a little bit of this feudal age, and it just seems like the man who may have wanted to go for castle, he is very happy just staying in feudal and forcing mistakes out of Kiljadi.
Exactly, and he kinda needs to. He cannot really afford to go for the Castle Age, because sure, his Castle Age is way better than the Iobid one, but later on, not early on. Early on, Iobid have the huge amounts of tempo with the echoing, and at the same time, Baltun needed all of those upgrades for the stone will mean only one thing. His tempo is gonna be, well, let's say the rough. So for that reason, he needs to stay in the feudal age and fight, try to make something happen. Made it very hard for Kiljadi to do anything. Make it hard for him to go for that castle age. But at the same time, Kiljadi doesn't really care that much. Clicking up industry wing as we speak and going up with all of those wood and stone resources. Is it gonna be the double TC? Most likely not. What we are gonna see, in my opinion, is gonna be mass stables with selling stone, and then a lot of units.
Now, you say a lot of units, but he will need to have a lot of resources for it. And of course, he's going to be able to sell, he's going to be able to get some. But the problem is, Baltun is going to have so much more. I feel like with the Golden Horde here, he's showing us that, hey, I go for building cards for a reason. I need these units out as soon as possible. And this is a massive army. And with 1 minute still on the clock, this takes an eon to actually finish. And he knows exactly that he has that timing to do so. Plus 1 ranged attack coming in as well. It is going to mean that Kiljadi, he might need to. And we can see he's still getting units. He realizes, I need to produce something. But that economic wing is going to take forever to get here. Now with the +1 ranged attack almost coming in, it doesn't look like Baltun is looking at diving the tower, but rather rotating towards the wood. It's quite surprising to see.
And mainly think about all of those Karash that are in the Baltun's army. Yes, it's only 2 of them, but that's enough to give +1 ranged armor to everything over here. So he has right now +2 ranged armor against all of this. So this is going to be super easy to dive. And right now we are diving double tower. Sure, one has the arrow slits and the second one will have it in a moment. And it's going to be relatively easy to kill the first tower. Second one will be dying as well. How many villagers will fall over here? If 5, this is very rough. We will see one villager going down slowly but surely. Second one, not really. We are going inside of the second tower, and the villagers from the second tower running inside of the TC. Relatively nice play from the Killjardy, sacrificing only one villager for the faster castle age and making triple archer ranges at the moment, most likely for the mass archer plus some crossbow in the mix.
I love this. I love this by the fact that he's just going for Ghulams in the mix too. Now this is interesting. Of course, you want to go for Ghulams when you're dealing with someone who is mass archers or units that just can't handle a Ghulam. And that's exactly what Baltoon is right now. He's a man who can handle a good old Camel Lancer, and losing a villager right there. But he can handle a Camel Lancer. He cannot handle Ghulams, and that's why this is such a strong play here. Now, with the numbers, he needs to hold them back. He needs to make sure that there's enough time for this. And finally, getting rid of the stone, he held onto it for quite a while. And I was a bit worried there that he was considering that second TC after all. But no. The man's being responsible, bringing those relics back home. But at the same time, he doesn't have free reign. So he does need to be careful. He did not... Oh my goodness. Mali, he actually went for the second TC. He didn't sell the stone. This is disgusting.
This is disgusting and very greedy at the same time. If Baltoon realizes this, and if he's gonna go for the all-in in the feudal age, or if he would go for the all-in, this will be very, very hard for him. But Baltoon still investing in his economy somewhat is gonna mean that Killjardy has some room to play with. Sure, first ram is going to be coming out slowly but surely, but Killjardy doesn't really care about losing the tower and every single building around that gold vein. You may think, why? He has another gold vein in the back. He doesn't really care about that one, and Baltoon will be having a hard time if we are staying in the field right now. We don't really have all of the units that we need to kill him at the moment. 6 Ghulams are already out on the field, only against 2 Keshiks. Sure, another batch is already in the queue, so we will see how many are we gonna go in the total. Sure, we still have something to deal with all of the units from Killjardy, but it's not enough at the moment. Killjardy definitely having the advantage in this game, even though he is getting heavily pushed.
Honestly, I love this. The fact that he looks like this is, oh, I need to defend it. Oh, I need to push it. I'm garrisoning all my villagers to try and sustain against this. Because this doesn't give Baltoon the information that there's a second TC. This doesn't give Baltoon the information that there's a second gold that he's on. But there's a little bit of a switcheroo, because of course he did scout this. He will know that there's a gold on the back. But the villagers quickly getting pulled. And not to make a quick war, but rather to be about to be victims to a pretty scary army here, but gets pulled back yet again. But it does tell us his food is running a bit low, and he needs to think about what's next for him. Now we do see an orange dot here, just more relics getting decided on and brought back. 3 relics already being brought is such a huge amount, and it's just going to be a nice trickle of gold, even when the villagers are forced off yet again.
Exactly, Baltoon doing a very nice job with trying to raid and trying to do as much damage as he can, but Killjardy already securing most of the relics out of the map. Gonna mean that his gold income is gonna go through the roof anyway. Iron Undermesh being researched just now against all of those archers is very, very nice to see. At the same time, another batch of Torgood will be coming out slowly but surely with another one from the Keshiks, and we are trying to go to the castle from this archer, which is nice to see. Castlage from the Golden Horde is very, very good. But at the same time, we need to get all of those very important upgrades. And for that, we will need to stop making all of those Torgood. We will need to sacrifice some of the military to gain it later on. 5 relics in the corner from Killjardy with the same villager count at the moment, or very slight advantage for the Baltoon thanks to the faster villager production from the PC, is gonna mean that Killjardy just simply has advantage at the moment, even in terms of the economy against Golden Horde, and Baltoon is starting to be in a little bit of a trouble.
Now, Baltoon is feeling that pressure, and he feels like he needs to make something happen here. The Ghulam numbers are scary, but with the Muscovy Yasak, he's gonna be 2 minutes away from actually trying to find an answer. Kiljadi now getting his +1 ranged attack instead of that +2 ranged armor against this heavy mass of... Oh, I said heavy mass of archers, but I looked at the archer numbers and I see... Now he realized this might not be the right move, especially against those ghulams. So, being a little bit more responsible about this. But now there's a heavy amount of cavalry here. And with cavalry comes a lot of diversity in raids. They can go anywhere all the time and pull back when you need to. Especially with these fortified outposts, these units have a very safe place to fall back to, while the horses are going to be the ones doing the talking. Kiljadi now switching to a handful of crossbows in the mix as well.
Exactly, and the small issue for Kiljadi is gonna come up. He is turtling against the Golden Horse player, so we must think about this as a small issue, right? Like, the longer the game goes, better it is for the Golden Horse. Sure, we are under double TC for Kiljadi, but not that big of a deal with the faster production speed in terms of the villagers from the Golden Horde. Still very, very similar villager numbers. The bigger deal is 5 relics inside of the corner for Kiljadi, and a lot of the ghulams that can deal with nearly anything. I don't like that Baltian is clicking up more and more Torgut. We need those upgrades for the stone over here. Making more Torgut doesn't seem like the best option over here, in my humble opinion.
Now, Mali, that doesn't feel very humble at all. This is a yelling situation, I think, for Mr. Tuna here. He knows that he's going to be needing a little bit more time, and he's already got the resources banked up. I love this. He's got so much banked up already, and he knows what he needs to make. He needs to make some golden units. And now those are going to be the crossbows. With the Ghulam numbers, it makes sense. This is definitely gonna need to be a lot of pressure to actually shut down the economy. Because like you said, he does great in the late game. So for him, what this looks like is he needs to do some damage to just get the second TC to not really be as prominent, and especially not letting those relics be as prominent as well. Now, Kiljadi is still going straight onto the Ghulams, but Baltune adding his own men-at-arms here in the mix. And honestly, I'm asking myself, what is the plan here? Again, Kiljadi is still just going on very immobile units. This is not the Camelance Aeobid that we're used to seeing. But Baltune, he's the one that can keep on raiding. He just hasn't done all of that just yet.
Exactly, and Kiljadi, longer the game goes in the Castle Age, yes, sure, Baltian will be getting those beautiful stone upgrades. Doesn't really look like it because we are heavily investing into the Torgut, but eventually we will get them. But Kiljadi will get Manganiques, and if we are going for mass crossbowmen, like we can see 5 batches already in a queue for him, that's gonna be really rough to play against. Just 2 Manganiques or even 3 Manganiques are gonna be able to exactly completely clean up most of the army over here. Sure, we have a lot of the cavalry for the Baltian, but is it gonna be enough? Can we dive 11 crossbows and 15 Ghulam? I am not really sure, but we need to fight before all of those magics are gonna come in, so most likely Baltian is setting up slowly but surely for a fight. If he will try to go for anything else at the moment, Kiljadi is just outbooming him. Already 10 villagers in the lead thanks to the double TC, and at the same time 5 relics in the monasteries and 1 secret site are gonna mean a lot more income is coming to his corner.
Now, what I like about this is the fact that Kiljadi's food economy is a little bit suffering right now. So he's trying to... This puts him in an awkward spot. This puts him in that spot where you cannot produce as much siege as you want because you're trying to get the farms you need to get the food going up. And just because of that, your gold is usually the thing that overflows, especially with 15 on gold. He will definitely be plentiful, but he needs those siege. And you can see now is going to be the time. Baltune says, hey man, I heard you have siege. Let me show you what this could look like. But that's a pretty deadly shot coming from every side.
Not looking good. Those 2 Magics are firing, but they are not switched. They are doing a lot of damage to the crossbowmen. But there is only 2 of them, and there is so much army for the Baltian. 53 military numbers in against 30 relics coming in. Gonna be forced to push the cavalry back away a bit, and at the same time converting some of the units. Very nice to see. On the other hand, Balkan still spamming a lot of men-at-arms, but the crossbow numbers are plummeting to the ground slowly but surely. We still have 4 Turguts out on the field, and that Batukan feels amazing to have over here for all of the bonuses he's giving to all of the units in terms of the attack speed. Balkan doing amazing job in this push and pushing very, very nicely.
I love that he pulled the boys. The boys are desperately thinking about healing this mangonel up and knows how important it is. Manganique, sorry. But at the same time, this was not the fight Baltoon needed. Baltoon needed to do damage. Baltoon needed to find a little bit of a delay, and instead he gave Kiljardi the driving seat to be able to just steer his way into a solid food economy. And we see that transition starting to look quite feisty. He killed a ton of the siege, but didn't really hit the eco as hard as he needed. And now it just feels like men-at-arms versus men-at-arms. At least now the herd is a little bit thinner, but Kiljardi can afford to actually get those crossbow numbers because, again, so much gold just trickling in for him non-stop. He gets to... I actually want to see if he used this market yet. Yeah, he bought resources with this already, so definitely getting his value from those relics also well.
Very nice to see. Baltoon is starting to see himself in a bit of a trouble. His push didn't really do as much of the damage and as he was definitely hoping for. Kiljardi's were coming in clutch over there, and Baltoon is finding himself in a bit of a trouble. Soon to be 20 villager lead for Kiljardi with 10 relics is gonna mean basically 30 villagers worth of resources are the difference between these two players. So this is gonna be getting only harder and harder for Baltoon to do anything. Maybe sure he has a little bit better units thanks to some Karash buffing the armor, thanks to the Batukan buffing the damage. But is it gonna be enough is the question, because right now he's finding himself on the back foot. His farm transition is done, so that's nice to see. On the other hand, though, farm transition is already done as well. He was making it as we were fighting. And 20 villagers are the difference between two players, so Baltoon is finding himself in a bit of a trouble, and Kiljardi is spamming a lot of siege.
Kiljardi is now going to need to prepare himself for, again, a very mobile army that's going to try and find their way on top of the siege. And with the spears in the mix, that's exactly what he would need here. Now, Baltoon, he saw that the last composition may not have worked out, so he's like, okay, what do I need? And the answer is everything. So he goes for a little bit of everything to just make sure that he will find the answer if he was missing any of it. Now, with the Manganiques, this tower push is not as easy as it would be in this is very easy to stop with Manganiques, but you can see Kiljardi is just using the normal old rocks to fire at these outposts. Now, again, what I'm really surprised about is that neither of these players are being raiders. They're both sitting, trying to push together and not losing any units to try and do a sneaky little raid and get that damage done.
But maybe it's going to change, because we can see some horsemen coming out from the Baltoon. Kiljardi cannot really raid if he doesn't have a mobile army, which he does not. On the other hand, Baltoon is adding some mobility to it with the horsemen. He cannot really push without a battle gun because he needs it in this fight for the bonus damage. And we are gonna be seeing fight, but there is a lot of sprinkles, and that's a lot of infantry right here. I don't really like it. Sure, we don't have a big answer for that horseman, for the battle gun, and for the Turgut, but I don't think that's gonna matter with all of the siege. But Baltoon proving us wrong. All of the infantry is killing everything, but is it gonna be enough? Doesn't really look like it. Sprinkles are doing their job very, very, very well, and Kiljardi is taking the fight, pushing Baltoon back, doubling the military difference, and not looking very well right now for the Baltoon for the longer game. He is gonna be getting a lot and lot trouble. We didn't saw even a single very impactful stone upgrade. Sure, he is going for them right now, but is it too late? Maybe yes. 700 stone backed up in a bank. I am not really sure if I like the position of this.
Now, this is definitely not the Golden Horde in Castle that we have feared, but it's that Aeobid's timing, and this is not the timing the regular Aeobids has, because of course Kiljardi played this safe and pushed out only when he was certain of it. Now getting another Manjanique added in here, and now 4 of them is gonna hit quite nicely. But I do want to see some fire, Kiljardi. No, he's like cannonballs only. He doesn't subscribe to the dirty tricks of sending fire to bases. He wants to do this right, and that's only with rocks.
Kiljardi doing an amazing job. Like over here, this is the strength of the Aeobids. He is using the Manjaniques to kill everything. Sure, we are using just the normal rocks, we are not using the special attack, but it doesn't really matter. They are still going to be able to destroy every single building that we see over here. And the military difference is basically double. Balthild finding himself in the bad spot.
And you can see this farming transition that he had. Baltoon has so many stockyards at the ready, but the problem is they are going to be the next target. If Kiljardi just decides to put on the little fire rocks, they are going to burn to the ground pretty quickly. Not as quick as them normal farms, but definitely not going to be occupied for too much longer. But you can see Baltoon realizes he's got one more fight in him, rallying all his units to the back here to try and get that maximum amount. And deleting a few of his Gurs as well. This wants that movement to be perfect.
Right. Exactly, right now I would love to see the switch to the fire mangonel, because that would be hitting every single one of those archers, but we are still doing the normal attacks. We are fighting in a choke point, which is very nice to see. We cannot get really outflanked with all those horsemen, so Manjaniques are gonna be surviving. There is still a lot of springnuts coming over here. They're gonna be cleaning every single spearman that is coming our way, and this is not looking very well for the Balthian. Double the military difference, and Balthian is gonna be tapping out. And Kiljardi is taking the lead in a series 2-1.
Kiljardi, the GOAT right now. It feels like Tuna just hasn't been able to break the man. Grandpa, he is showing teeth. All of the teeth that he has left. And Baltoon, he's got to respect his elders. He needs to find a different way to break this man. So Kiljardi now on match point, looking really, really good. And that second TC, that was genius, because his opponent could not break him. And honestly, that difference, it is showing us so well in this timeline. If we look at resources gathered over time, it was pretty even all around until that last fight, where I would say just before it, you can see Kiljardi's graph is starting to go above. He was constantly making units, and by that point, when you lose your army, it's so difficult to come back by just producing with what got. Kiljardi, and by the way, guys, we make fun of Kiljardi for being the grandpa. Don't worry, it's all in good fun. He's all right with it, I hope. I believe he is. He even gave a Photoshop picture of him being very old. So he's not that old. He's basically the same age as all of us. We just have to, poke fun at some people, right? Right? You and Beastie in the chat. Exactly. He's 47.
Exactly, it's just a bit of fun. And we are going to be going into another game, and Kiljardi is on the match point. This is going to be Dry Arabia, and Byzantines against Ottoman is what we will see. Well, gentlemen, Byzantines, one of the better civilizations of Dry Arabia, but Ottomans, one of the best picks at the same time. Ottomans with the early Sipahi raids are going to be coming in, and if you will let Ottoman to do its job, and will let them to put out all those military schools, it's going to be very, very tricky to defend. On the other hand, Byzantine with the 5 cistern plate, that's going to be just so much resources that he can do whatever he wants. Later on in the game, we are going to see some mangonels coming out, most likely from the Imperial Armory. But if we will see some cataphracts coming out from the Kiljardi, it's not going to be with the it's not going to be a big deal.
Now they are off to early starts. No 5-minute delay for us in this one. Baltoon is going for our normal Ottomans opening, and honestly, I'm a little bit shocked about this. Usually, when you're playing against the Byzantines, you are out there on the map trying to shut down anyone who dares step close to your berries. But Kiljardi, he was just expecting it, and his preparation is purely, hey, let me go see what you're doing. He's about to find out that this is not going to be the opening he was thinking it would be. And now with that barracks, there's nothing that's being produced from it. Now, of course, there's still a little bit of food that needs to be done, but no, he made a barracks and he realized that this might not have been the reaction I needed. So,
No, there is just one problem with going with limited A, and they are very nice. They have a good, nice ability. They are awesome spearmen, probably one of the best ones in the game, but they cost more food. And that's very tricky if you want to go for the Dark Age, because sure, you may look at it and be like, okay, it's only 20 more food over here, but 20 more food means from time to time you being able to click up next villager and you needing to idle your town center for next 10 seconds. For that reason, these spearmen are gonna be a bit delayed, and it's gonna be relatively hard for Kiljardi to start pushing with them because of the bigger investment that needs to be done.
now Kiljardi is finally ready to make that investment, now with 3 of them already. And of course, Baltoon is getting these slowly but surely. But once that first spearman shows its head, that is when he might just need to pull a few more villagers to try and figure out what to do. Now we are looking at the vision here of Baltoon, and Baltoon, he's blissfully unaware of the fact that there are spearmen on the way to his base. So this of course is going to be a little bit of a surprise the moment these land, but he should be able to pull the vills he needs to get the gold. He does as well. Now, that first spearman of his is heading straight to the other side of the map, and he's going to throw a quick glance at what could be here, but doesn't spot the barracks. Doesn't spot anything, really, as he's just scouting the sides of the map. With this type of scouting, you don't get any info.
Exactly. This is going to be very interesting to see how the Baltian will react. He nearly has all the gold for the age up that is needed, thanks to his gold being in the back. So for Kiljardi, playing these barracks was... it is a play that he could do. It was a okay-ish play, but I don't think that Baltian cares that much because his gold is in the back. On the other hand, he still needs 10 gold and 4 gold is needed. And okay, no 4 gold is needed. We got exactly 200. So Baltian is gonna be chilling with the Twin Myriad Madrasa being built as quickly as possible. And Kiljardi Spearmen haven't really done what he wanted them to do.
Kiljardi, he's getting him off of gold at least. And for that reason, he's going to be able to slow down at least that little bit of the Ottomans early game. But at the same time, I say that, and I realize that most Ottomans pull off of gold automatically at this stage of the game. So you want to make sure that you're investing as much as you can, as quickly as you can, to get out as many units as you can. So with this, he might be getting a mining camp, but this is possibly not going to be the answer that he needed with all of those limited A. But at least now, there's not going to be the biggest threat of Sapahis behind it as well. The little spearman here at the back of the base is able to run around and defend and ensure that the stone will be at least less contested.
Exactly. Grand Winery is coming down for the Kiljardi, so I'm only with 2 villagers, so it's aging up relatively slow. We are going to see some olive oil coming in as soon as the age up will come through. And the question still stands, what will the Kiljardi do? We investment into the free spearmen that did kinda nothing over here. Sure, we pushed the Baltian off from the gold and we forced him into the archers. But I don't think that's a big deal for him at all with the cheaper archer ranges as well. On the other hand, Kiljardi lost a lot in this exchange. He didn't get any more of those beautiful cisterns down, and that's gonna mean a lot of lost income for him. So this is not the same Byzantine that we would see if he would already have triple cistern down.
Yeah, Byzantines can snowball so fast if given the right bonuses, but now slowly but surely these will start building up. So of course you cannot just scoff at even 1 cistern, because this is already like having 25 villages to 23, and soon enough that is going to be like having 27, 28 villages to 24, and very quickly these do start stacking up. But from Baltoon, we're not seeing that usual, hey, I'm gonna make normal just units and then I'm gonna start pushing. He's just letting the natural units come out from the military schools. And I like this. A lot of players, they focus on just clear on producing and get the military schools a little bit later, but he knows the value of the free units. So we'll see how this one plays out, but this man, he looks confident while doing it. More Limit in A though. Kiljardi is committed to the Limit in A lifestyle.
Exactly, and this is a small issue for the Kiljardi because right now he is letting Ottomans to get into the game. Normally, when we see Ottoman gameplay, it's taking a little bit of time to get all the miracle schools up and running. It's relatively big of an investment. Right here, investment is nearly free and it's a no-brainer because of that early push with all of the spearmen. So Kiljardi is falling back in the game already from the start. Sure, getting up those systems up and running is going to be nice to see, but we are getting them up so late. At the same time, our feudal age landmark is going to be giving us so much food for the Baltian that food transition is just delayed. This is probably one of the best positions that he really wanted to be in, also pushing Kiljardi off from gold. Very nice to see. Baltian is loving his position right now.
And of course you would love it as an Ottoman. I feel like Ottomans loves their position just by the fact that they had got Ottoman, they got to pick it, and there's not a veto in the world that could save you from that. But in this case, Kiljardi, he is the one who's the Knight of Gold. The next golds are not in a great spot for him, and he realizes, hey, I might need to move all the way back. Exactly what he does here, though, getting that cistern in position to have that fall back anyway. Now, we do see those units just looming around the front gold, but Kiljardi is not taking any chances. He's letting the longbows come. He's getting his villagers to run away a little bit faster with that wheelbarrow, but he is going to need to consider, how do I survive this type of pressure? Because Ottomans, sure, you're feeling under pressure now, but in 5 minutes, this is going to be even worse.
Exactly, and first batch of longbows is coming out, so we are going to be seeing Kiljardi's military to be only better and better. It's coming out a bit later than normally, again, because of the spearman push, so Baltian has a lot of time to prepare for it, and already 3 Sipahi are out on the field, soon to be 5. 2 more archers are already in the queue, 1 Whamenqt at the same time. So Baltian is getting into the game, and theoretically he will have better army, but his army is costing a lot more than the Kiljardi's. Kiljardi is just spamming some spearmen with some horsemen and getting all of his range units completely for free. And remember, longbows are one of the best range units you can get in a feudal age. So this is going to be one of the more interesting feudal ages if we are going to see long feudal from both of the civilizations already.
And I love the fact that Baltun is just going for another stable. This is gonna mean a lot more Sipahis. And of course, Sipahis, very respected as a unit in terms of how good they are. Not respected for people who play against them, but we know that they are quite deadly. And that's exactly why Baltun is investing there. Now with that mobility though, he knows where he needs to land. He's got his main army around that tower. But Sipahis, they are going to need to find the damage, and he needs to shut down anyone who dares to touch the gold. Now the villagers are pulled, and we can see with the tower being placed up here, he's going to look to protect this. That singular tower on the gold there definitely got its value, but Baltun still has to be careful here not to get caught out with all these horses on the field anyway.
Exactly. Kiljardi is spamming a lot of the army and going for the 5 sisters. He just needs to connect this one with the aqueduct. So after that, we will see giant spiked, or we will see the proper Byzantine economy. So he has a huge advantage in that department. On the other side, we can see double the military school from the Baltian with the Ottomans. So that is also very nice to see. And he is spamming all of those Sipahi. So we will see a lot of the Sipahi that are going to be annihilating those longbows if they will get on top of them. One small issue though. We still don't have Iron Undermesh that is coming through slowly but surely, so we cannot start taking a fight against them. And at the same time, there is 14 limited A out on the field for Kiljardi. So Baltian will have a very hard time coming with all of those Sipahi on top of it, especially if they will put up the shield wall. even though Baltion went for 20 archers, they are not going to be able to do that much damage and kill them as quickly as he would like to see.
Now, that's the difference between these two compositions. Kiljadi, he's got horses, but Baltoon doesn't have the spearman numbers he would need to actually, slut this down, but, Baltoon, he's fast on the fingers, gets 2 villager kills there in the wood line, and honestly, that feels pretty good. Now, the problem is, you need it to feel a lot better because you're against the level 5 Cistern Byzantines, but you are about to force those plays to be made. And with that, he is now going to look at making that connection. Village is about to be very idle and very much in danger, but the tower sees everything and they're pulled back. Might just be 1 or 2.
Exactly, and push is coming in for the Baltion. He is killing 1 villager over here, pushing him off from the berries. That's exactly what he wanted to achieve. No more berries means no more olive oil. I'm not sure if there are even any farms for the Byzantine yet, but I won't think not really. Exactly, not a single farm is done. So if we can push him completely off from the berry patch, there are gonna be no longbows coming in. If there are gonna be no longbows coming in, eventually we are gonna get better army and we can start pushing. Right now, Balkin has a small eco advantage, which is something that we love to see. Again, trying to poke over here and try to do some damage under the tower. But it is really hard because we can see 15 longbows on the side of the Kiljardi. They have a giant range and a lot of attack as well. So they are going to be able to snipe those archers from the Balkan very, very quickly. Fight is going to be happening and there is a lot of limited A out on the field. But at the same time, there is a lot of archers on the Balkan side. 31 archers against only 11 militant A on the side of the Kiljardi. Fight is taking the place, but those limited are not really dying, and there is still a lot of the horsemen at the same time. Kiljardi taking this fight slowly and surely. He went very good composition, and all of the longbows are doing the heavy lifting. Not a single one died in a fight.
Those longbows are usually picked off so methodically. But Baltoon, he focused on the Limitinate, as it makes sense, but the problem is you pay the price of then dealing with millions and millions of longbows that will not die to almost anything. Baltoon behind this, he gets another Mechter, he gets more Sapahis, but he's the one that needs to back off now and figure out how to get back in this. Even though he killed 4 villagers, Byzantines, they don't mind. He is in a very, very happy position here with all those longbows and now another set that just hit the field. Now, with that being said, the food is running low and like you said, the farm transition is still ongoing, now finally getting a few down, but Ottomans will also start running out of food. The deer that he was on here at the front, he had to pull back from, knowing that there was a looming attack coming in. Now, villagers are being killed by Kiljardi. One by one, he's looking at equalizing this.
Sure, Baltrum's farm transition is gonna be needing to come in, but right now the fight is what is gonna be taking the place, and there's not enough limited A over here. We overextended. Every single one of those longbows is gonna be dying if we are not paying attention. Kiljardi doesn't look good in this, and if the longbow numbers will go down, he will be in a big trouble because he cannot replenish them that quickly. Sure, olive oil is coming in from the berry patches, but there is only one left on the map and it's running out. Farm transition needs to be coming in, and this is exactly what Baltion needed to get back into the game. And right now, from Kiljardi having a massive advantage, it swinged back around, and Baltion is looking way strong.
That was the greediest move I've ever seen come out of Kiljardi, but man, I don't think he'll be doing that again. After winning a fight, after securing yourself, I would say the game, just throwing your whole army away, especially of those irreplaceable longbows, this is one that definitely stinks. Now he does have his farms up and running, I say, but up and running is not really the term I'm looking for, as this is not that many of them. They're not going to be able to produce longbows the whole time, and villagers are running for their lives right now. We can see a lot of idle villagers just trying to find a safe way back to the base, but there's a lot of villagers here, and they are now going to find some refuge in the towers, but the towers do not shoot rockets, and there's a rocket needed to take this heavy mass down. 5 villagers going to be cooked pretty soon, and Kiljardi is not in the same position as he was 5 minutes ago after just having the whole game in his hands.
Exactly, it's not looking good, and for one reason only. This is gonna be 10 villagers going down. And why? Because we lost the fight. Why did we lose the fight? Because Baltune has the Twin Myriad Madrasa, so his food situation was completely perfect. He didn't need to invest into the farms early on. On the other hand, Kiljardi was investing into the farms and pushing at the same time, so there were no limit in A coming in, and right now it's too little too late. Everything is dying over here. Doesn't look really well. But Kiljardi's economy going down to the shambles, minus 10 villagers, is gonna mean that Baltune's economy, even though we have 5 cisterns on Kiljardi's side, is just gonna be way better. But slowly and surely, all of those Ipaki are gonna be diving even the woodline. It doesn't look good for Kiljardi. And ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are going to be having the full best of 5 on our hands. I am not really sure how Kiljardi can even hope to respond to this. It doesn't look well. For now, it's looking like a complete disaster for him. He got baited, he got in front. He was thinking that 20 longbows was enough, but it doesn't really look like it.
Now with that looming Sipahi mass, you can see those 5 villagers inside that poor little tower. He's been doing his best at just keeping these in there and alive, but not getting the tower upgraded just means that it's eventually going to fall. Now, the army is starting to make its way here, but this is not a very scary army, not even a full batch of longbows to try and support this, but they know they need to fight for the lives of those 4 villagers, and they need to fight quickly. But the Limitanei trying to frontline here against these archers, just not doing the work they needed, and the villagers just quickly cycling in and out, but the villagers get picked off as they're trying to repair themselves. With the longbows gonna be being the next victims after those vills are getting taken down, but the tower will go down, and so will the villagers, and so will Kiljardi's dreams of getting that sweet 3-1.
This is not looking good for him. Like, even any angle that we are gonna look at is right now, it looks like he is in a big of trouble. He doesn't have any Limitanei to counter 10 Sipahi that are out on the field, and 30 archers on the other hand are just gonna be disastrous. Like, they can do whatever he wants. We can go rams, we can just dive over here like this, and there is nothing Kiljardi can do about it. Idling all those farms is gonna mean that there are not gonna be any units coming out on the field anytime soon, and villagers are gonna be pulling in with the bonus damage from those cisterns, but it doesn't look like it's gonna be enough. Slowly but surely, Baltune is killing everything over here, and we are gonna be diving yet again. Kiljardi, there's nothing he can do, and this is not looking good for the orange Byzantine right now. Everything's dying, every single villager, whole economy is idle, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be definitely going into the game number 5, Kiljardi losing and Baltune equaling to 2-2.
2-2, a score that we did not expect to see here today, because honestly, Baltune coming in here as the favorite. Now, keep in mind, Baltune is just a few ranks above Kiljardi. They're in the ATR, but Baltune has scared a lot of the top players. So, with that said, it does look like poor Mr. Kiljardi is not going to have an easy time at taking down this man. So, both of them really giving it their all. And I love seeing this because, guys, they are fighting for another spot at Homestead Cup. Now, of course, they still would need to win another round tomorrow, but this best of 5, it already sets the pace for next week as well. With all of these qualifications starting to come together, we need to ask ourselves who's going to be that final 8 who makes it there. And the problem is, next week, who knows? Some Canadians might sign up. Maybe not, we'll see. And then those spots are going to be even harder to compete for. Now, of course, let's go take a quick look at that bracket to see who still is going to be in the running for that. So we still have a few players that are hoping to grab those spots. Valdi competing his heart out, got taken down there by Marine Lord. Nothing to scoff at, of course. Marine Lord is an absolute dominating factor in this community. But at the same time, Scatterbrain, Demu, next week, they're going to have another shot at fighting for this. But of course, this is not going to be an easy fight at all. So, Marley, how are we feeling about this bracket? Who do you think will make it tomorrow?
The series that we are watching right now, Kiljardi and Baltian, Kiljardi nearly have it in a bag. He kind of threw it over there, but it happens from time to time. So B is just now probably watching this series and waiting, looking at who is gonna be his opponent tomorrow. On the other hand, MSN versus Numudan, uh, it's gonna be one of the closer games as well, in my opinion. But Marine Lord is waiting for them, and Marine Lord is a force itself, and Myriad waiting for the beast for Beastie or the Scatterbrain. We will see which one of them will make it. But right now, Baltune is looking really really strong with that comeback in the game that we saw.
Oh, that I feel like this is just the start of the tuna. And honestly, I would like to see Mr. Tuna here. I would like to see what he does at a live event. We've seen him before, an absolute dominant personality. But the lobby, though, we finally. Oh, I did the transition instead of just clicking it normally. So, guys, back to the lobby. We can see that. We have House of Lancaster finally getting a little bit of time to shine, but on a map that's I can see our map display is a little bit off. It's not Four Lakes, guys, it's Relic River. I'm not sure why it's showing Four Lakes. I got confused there for a second. But this is gonna be on Relic River. And House of Lancaster, I can see this working. We've seen the Hobblars on this map, and oh my goodness, it is disgusting.
House of Lancaster, one of the better civilizations on the Relic River. Not as much of a Four Lake, so I got a little bit of a heart attack with that Kiljardi is going to be playing Demon Civ over there. But for now, on the Four Lakes, not on the Four Lakes, on the Relic River is going to be interesting because it's very, very raidable. You have only few resources around you, and then you need to go out on the map. So those Hobblar are going to be able to pick a lot of villager kills if Kiljardi will play it right. On the other hand, Baltune, with one of the strongest crossbows in the game, is going to mean that night play for the Kiljardi is going to be really awkward. So that's why Hobblars are going to be even better for him. On the other hand, Baltune, maybe we will see some kind of opening with a dog early on, because OOTD still have a lot of problems with the food, and we need to look into that. Kiljardi, on the other hand, is going to be very, very happy to just rush up the feudalage and go for that banner and for the as big of a boost to his economy as is possible.
Now, usually with this early game, there's always the question of, is my opponent just going to rush me? Is it going to go for the dog? What am I going to be seeing from this? And of course, when you look at that wood line, the spawn isn't always in a good spot for you to rotate around the TC if you end up going for the wrong side. So let's see what these two boys decide is going to be the safest play for them. But ladies and gents, it is time for Baltune to move out to the deer early on. And honestly, I love this. I love this. I see with House of Lancaster, you are not necessarily a civ that likes to do anything like that, but after the deer, there's another healthy snack just waiting for him. And that huntable boar is going to be delicious. But at the same time, oh, I just realized that's Order of the Dragon. I thought this was, oh no, guys, I'm sorry. Maybe it's just the 2-2 starting to take effect on me as well. But Kiljardi, he's doing House of Lancaster things, Marley.
Well, we will see what the Kiljardi wants to do. Probably we will see some kind of either dog, or is there going to be some kind of a dark age play? Not really. Dog is the option. Baltune also had had the question: do I go dog or do I do something else? And he went for the fast deer peg over here. They are gonna be running out very very soon. Like OOTD is gonna be eating them super fast. Their villagers are 33% faster, so that's going to be disappearing very fast. On the other hand, Kiljardi going for the dog play, it's going to be interesting to see, because we are basically telling the Baltune, okay, we are going to go for the dog play. If you want to go for the dog play as well, sure you can, but you are going to be competing for the same fish that we are. And that's probably the reason why he went over there. Not because he really wants to, but because he wants to try to deny it from the Baltune side. But Baltune didn't really went for it. And that's what's going to be the interesting over here. So Baltune with the faster feudalage going to be coming in. On the other hand, Kiljardi with a slower one and a slower manner on the other side.
Now, with Kiljardi getting that bit of a food boost, you usually have the ability to do a lot more in Feudal if you're given the time. But Baltoon, I'm a little concerned here because Order of the Dragon, they are so good at overwhelming people with one singular unit. They do cost a ton, but when you have access to all of this, it doesn't feel that expensive after all. Now, Kiljardi hasn't even thought about gold just yet. He's still on that wood, still trying to capitalize on every bit of food that he can, and not looking at stopping anytime soon. I was actually expecting him by now to just stop with the wood, but he just keeps on going. And Arcane Chapel is decided on here. And again, loving this. I love the Arcane Chapel. I'm an Arcane believer, but I know why we do see a lot more of the Mineware Palace.
Sure, this Arcane is relatively good, but at the same time would be way better if we could have gotten a gold inside as well. Baltian will be most likely going for the fast horseman, in my opinion, to try to raid as much as possible. And behind it, we will probably see the fast castle. That's most likely the no-brainer. He can try to compete in the feudal age against Kiljardi, definitely can. But he just has so much better units in terms of the castle age. He has archers with 3 more ranged armor if he wants to go for them. He has men-at-arms that are extremely tanky. On the other hand, one of the best early knight plays in the game possible. So in my opinion, this is going to be fast castle, but we will see what he will cook up with.
Now, Baltoon, going for that second TC, I love this, because we see this again and again from Order of the Dragon. That second TC is so hard to shut down. The villages are not easy to pick off. You can usually put it in a decently safe spot, or if you want it to be cheeky, we've seen it also pay off by just being a greedy goose. Abbey of Kings, the natural choice by this time of the meta, and we do see him already setting up for those little manors all around. Now, Kiljardi, he's got to be the one who is the aggressor. He needs to make sure that Baltoon makes the mistake, because even though he got the water, that second TC is going to start outperforming pretty soon. Ooh, and we see a lot of fishing ships already out here. And this is not necessarily something that is bad. This is going to give him a lot of firepower early in the game. But at the same time, it's also going to deplete it and make you a little bit overly dependent on that heavy amount of food that you're going to need to make this work. So from Kiljardi, he's on a timer here to really do a lot of damage.
Baltion is putting that timer, the timer really short, in my opinion. Double TC will be coming down, but at the same time, that's why we saw that early deer, because he cannot really take it right now, and he definitely doesn't want to put his double TC on that one. It's super in front, and Kiljardi, one of the strongest feudal plays in the game, would be able to take him down relatively quickly. So you can see the second TC being plopped down on the gold. And the question is gonna be, what are the feudal units that Baltu will go for? We can't see anything out from stables to the barracks to the archery range. Anything is a possibility against House of Lancaster. Most likely, it's gonna be some kind of the combination of it. But at the same time, we must look at the Lord play on the other side for the Kiljardi. Is this going to be the Lord play with the Hobbler, or is it going to be most likely something like Lord with the Archers? No, it is the Lord play with the Hobbler. It's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out, because Baltian with the double TC is putting Kiljardi on a very big timer right now. Double TC from the OOTD feels extremely strong thanks to the villager pop efficiency later in the game, and earlier it just feels right. You have those 33% better villagers, so even though your farm transition is basically the same cost, it's not really. And you may ask why. You need 33% less farms for the same resources, because you need 33% less villagers on it. So your farm transition doesn't feel as awkward as with the other villagers, and having that Arcane Chapel is gonna mean that it's even better. And this is gonna be the early horseman play, so we will see what will Baltian cook up on the defensive.
Now, I love Baltoon getting those emplacements on the towers. This is such a critical move for him here. But having 5 on gold gives him a lot of access to, units, which is going to be great, especially considering with the barracks, Order of the Dragon is just as toxic as HRE, being able to get those very healthy men-at-arms out. But Hobelas, they do take a little bit less damage from range, but when there's enough fire arrows... Oh, and that sneaky boy pulls the boar straight at the units here. Baltoon, you dirty man. But the boar will get slaughtered in the end. The problem is just, this gives a little bit more time for Baltoon to keep making units. You can see he's not queuing up that spearman. He wants to go for that MA. Does he? Oh, he's holding it. He's holding it, still deciding getting the horses instead. But the boar also stays alive.
Well, we will see. For now, I think he's going to be going for mass horsemen because Kiljardi doesn't really have an answer for them. He's making only Hoblar and a lot of the longbows at the same time. So going for that MA, it's gonna be good, but at the same time, you really want the horseman mass to kill everything. On the other side, we are going for the wheelbarrow as well. So we are thinking about, okay, I am making the fortified outpost over here in the front where we have the arrow slit in placement. No, we'll have to see it. But at the same time, I am not risking it. We are gonna go just in case. We are gonna go for that wheelbarrow. If it's gonna be looking rough, to be able to run as fast as possible towards that safety of our town center.
Now, with the tower being completely reinforced here at the front, keep in mind there's no emergency repair on this tower because it just doesn't have that influence. But that singular man-at-arm in this composition makes this a lot harder to handle. And I love the fact that he's going for ranged defense. Now, this is a natural response. As you know, you're most likely going to be dealing with those yeomen. But the +1 range defense just means that your man-at-arm is even going to take less damage against those yeomen that you're hoping will make it work. But I'm seeing a boat here for Mr. Kiljardi. And he's defending this. He doesn't want to give it up to just a little horse doing a bit of raiding. He feels it's worth it to invest to make sure that he keeps this water economy alive and pumping. Now, the villager count being equal already, this feels pretty good here for Baltoon. He's already definitely gotten the value he needs, and he's like, hey, I'm not going to keep producing. I can just go and age up.
But the Kiljardi is going for the age up. Question is with what? We can go White Tower for some cheeky man-at-arm play early on that we get from it, but at the same time, I would rather like to see the upgrades. You may ask why, and it's simple. We can see a lot of man-at-arms coming, or man-at-arm play coming out from the OOTD, and there are most likely going to be more of them. On the other hand, Kiljardi is not seeing it as so. The White Tower play to securing more of the map control and securing double DPEC with the gold is gonna be the play that he opts to. At the same time, we don't really have the manor over here, but that's gonna be coming in a minute. Most likely, we will see some villagers sending on stone. On the other hand, Baltoon just raiding and going for the Burgrave, realizing I went double TC, my opponent is 1, he has more army. Going for the relics, I can try it, but most likely it's gonna be super rough. So rather play for the Burgrave. I would rather get more units.
And we do see the horsemen were mostly cleaned up there at the back. Now the Hoblars only chasing a little scout. But those were expensive horses. So even though it's just 2 horsemen, they're not just 2 horsemen. And Baltoon, he did manage to kill 2 villagers in the end there. That's honestly a little bit surprising in all of this. But of course, those horsemen hit like trucks, so understandable. But now the men-at-arm switcheroo is coming on in, and I love this. The fact that you get this much of a discount just means that your opponent is going to need to react pretty hard to it. But now the response already is going to be knights. And with these knights, you are going to be able to sneak in, maybe get a charge off, but this is not the same as raiding anyone else's villages. You're dealing with all of the dragon villages. These guys are already chonky, and once they even get a little bit of textiles, those raids are going to need to hit harder than a truck. But with the men-at-arms constant production, you are getting the value you need to pay off as much as what you would get from that Regnus Cathedral. The army, though, it's still pretty scary, and defenses are definitely not set up yet.
Well, this is gonna be rough hold for the Baltoon early on because Kiljardi was investing heavily into the unit. Baltoon just got into the castle age, just started to getting those men-at-arms. So we are going to be definitely killing this tower, and some villagers in it are going to be most likely dying. Maybe quick repairs will come in, but is it going to be enough? Most likely no. At the same time, we are diving double TC. I don't really like this dive. We are diving double TC and one tower, so not looking as good. Aerospace are going to be coming to this tower, and Killjardis would rather start to come back. I don't really like the night play from the Killjardy for one reason only. Balkan is already going for the MA. Sure, the Knights are going to do amazing against MA. But what Balkan really wants to do is mass crossbow. They have one of the best crossbows in the game. One of the best range units in the game. OOTD has one of the best plays into the range units, and that's the reason why, in my opinion, as soon as you're gonna see the Knights coming out on the battlefield, we are gonna see 2 archer ranges being plopped down and start to see mass gilded crossbowmen. And when that's gonna happen, Killjardy will have a very, very hard time keeping those kings, knights, and even those men-at-arms alive.
And earlier we touched on the fact that villager count is always a little bit lower for Order of the Dragon because they take a little bit longer to produce, but now equal feels good, but ahead feels even better. And Baltoon is now fully ahead in the driving seat, and you can just say plus 30%. This is such a good spot to be in. Oh, plus 30%. Gathers resources 28% good. Yeah, that's a plus 28. I just wanted to double check my numbers there. But with all of these men-at-arms, this is a wonderful boost to the economy to just have all of the farms set up. And now those numbers are just going to keep on growing. Now, of course, with the relics, let's take a quick look of anyone. Yes, of course. Killjardy, he's already secured 2 of those. And he has his 3rd monk out here on the field. So he's going to be able to start thinking about getting the less safe ones, but with that military boat on the water, it is a little bit harder.
Sure, Balkan also is starting to get all the eco upgrades, so his economy is 33% better. On the other hand, his economy is going to be even better because Killjardy is only just now clicking some wheelbarrow and specialized picking. Is looking only better and better for the Balkan. Killjardy, sure, we can see those 6 fishing ships on the water, but they are not gonna be there for the rest of the game. That food is gonna be running out in next 5 minutes. Only 1 or 2 shorefish are remaining. At the same time, we are still missing 1 manor on that white tower. I'm not sure why we don't have it yet. So I don't really like it. There is a lot of villagers over here. On the other hand, Baltune starting to make those beautiful gilded crossbowmen, and that's exactly what he wanted to do. Killjardy letting Baltune do whatever he wants, and at the same time not really investing into the second PC or fast team or anything else. I am not sure if this is the play that he wants to go for. Baltune, massive advantage in terms of army in the next 5 minutes if Killjardy will not do anything about it.
Now, Baltoon, he puts his army in the one spot he knows his opponent can actually hurt. And the double tower definitely makes it a lot scarier for Killjardy, because we can see Killjardy is struggling with these towers. He's struggling to fight into them. He's struggling on when to pull back. So Baltoon is playing to the strength of what he knows his opponent might not be perfect at. But with this, Baltoon's numbers is getting to a point where there's not a lot you can do against all of these crossbows. Your crossbows themselves are going to struggle, but you still need to make them because of the men-at-arm front lines. You are just going to need to double down and go through. But the knights, I have a big question about those. Why are we stuck on knights when we know that they are just going to melt against this army of Baltoon? Now, of course, I believe it's just because the Hobblars, they just don't have the answer like a normal horseman to handle this. But going straight for the tower, not really too confident in all of that, though. Let's pull back.
Yes, and some players may look at this army and be like, oh, that's a similar army count. No, it's not. This is 12 men-at-arms from the Baltian and soon to be 11 crossbows. That's a lot of the units. Baltian completely crushing it with the army at the moment, and crushing it in terms of the eco, being ahead 12 or 13 villagers, and on the other hand, there are OOTD villagers, so it's literally 28% better, like Whamenqt said earlier. This is complete annihilation in terms of eco department. Baltune having everything he needs to close out this game. But Keljardi, sure, we are seeing some play. We didn't saw a lot of the villager kills from him, even though he's playing more of an all-in. We saw him taking the relics. We saw him securing all of the map control. He is taking some of the secret sites, making some nice walls. But that's exactly what Baltune needed. Baltune just need a little bit of the time for the WTC to completely kick in, and after that, it's just gonna be annihilation. Kiljardi not doing anything with his early advantage. I don't really like the position that he is in right now.
He is putting himself in a spot, Kiljardi that is, where he needs to find a significant amount of damage, or he is going to get cooked by this very superior army. Now, the thing is, he could still find that, and with him floating a little bit of resources there, we've always seen House of Lancaster go for that fast Imperial play, because they just have so many cheap units you can pump out. The thing is, it doesn't look like Kiljardi is that kind of guy. He wants to keep on fighting, and with the amount of crossbows he has, it's still pretty scary here, but the horseman, that horseman is hitting like a truck yet again. But now the fight, it might just take place. He might commit to this.
Exactly, and this is 37 crossbowmen out on the field, so even though we have 12 men down, they are not gonna be staying up for a long time. But what will kill 13 crossbows from the Baltune? That's the real question that we need to be asking. Spearmen are gonna be coming out on those barracks very shortly, and there is nothing that can kill crossbows right now. Sneaking in, some of them are hoping for something, not really getting a lot of value out of it. And Baltune making more and more farms. 2,000 food a minute is ginormous amounts for the OTD, and we can see switch coming from the man-at-arm numbers because he realized that Kiljardi is heavily investing in all of those crossbows. So right now it's just in terms of switching to a few horsemen, making a few spears, and I think that his backline is just simply said better. This is gonna be crossbowmen against crossbowmen and some front line to try to hold it, and crossbows from the OTD is just better.
Now, I did curse it a little bit earlier, guys, when I said that Kiljardi is not the kind of guy who's gonna go faster Imperial, but he says, okay, I'm not breaking you, let's see what I could do. So with the Wingguard, you do have a nice set of units you have access to, but when your opponent is this far ahead, it does still feel like you need a lot more in this. And with that extra barracks now here, oh, is that the... No, is that the first one? No, is that the first barracks? That's the first barracks, Marley.
Very interesting. Some people are pointing out that Kiljardi has manners, and yeah, sure, he does. But he has only 3 of them. So it's not as as big of an advantage as it may seem. And Baltune pushing exactly when he needs to. Kiljardi trying to age up to him. Baltune gonna be trying to dive in. Military numbers are double. Basically, the Baltune has the same military numbers as the Kiljardi, but his ones are literally 2 times better. What are we gonna be doing? Baltune trying to dive in exactly when he saw that age up is coming through, and we are making more and more horsemen. And what is over here on the field to counter horsemen? Nothing. The only unit that Kiljardi has right now is a lot of the crossbows. Sure, we are gonna be pumping some of the spearmen out of our Wingguard, but it's not gonna be big of a deal for all those medals and all those crossbowmen. Not looking good for Kiljardi at the moment. Sure, we may think like Wingguard super OP landmark. I still don't think that this looks good for him. These reinforcements are coming in sooner though. All of the reinforcements from the Baltune are still on the way, and this is why Defender's advantage in this in Age of Empires is such a big deal, because there is just a gigantic delay between your units coming out of the barracks and getting to the fight to the other side of the map.
Now, these spearmen are feudal age spearmen, so they don't really provide as much of a front line as you would like them, but they're there, and they're a little bit of cannon fodder, so the crossbows can do the work. But you can see Kiljardi is doubling down on these crossbows. He's like, I need crossbows, because it doesn't matter what Baltune makes. These units, if he makes men-at-arms and I don't have anything to respond to it, I am cooked. So now with the horseman raids here from Baltune, he has picked up 8 villages already. We saw a few of them already doing work here at the bottom. The wall has since been filled in, but this food economy from Baltoon is never ending. And with his age up pending, he's going to be able to get an Elsbach, which is not something we get to see all that much, especially from Order of the Dragon. And with that villager lead, he does not need to think about getting any more himself. Elsbach is going to put him in a spot where he can take map control. He can do pushes from there. And Kiljadi is just desperately trying to get more.
Exactly, and we are gonna check the food incomes, gentlemen. Kiljadi's farmer just now idle, but only 15 villagers on farms against 58. Baltoon can do whatever the heck he wants. On the other side, Kiljardi, not really. It's gonna be super tough. Baltoon is going for some archers. We can see that upgrade is gonna be giving them +3 in terms of the ranged armor, so that's what we love to see. On the other end, Kiljardi going still for the mass crossbowman. I'm not sure if I really like it. Baltion's crossbows are just simply set superior, but right now there is an age-up advantage, so Kiljardi can try to push, can try to do something about it. Baltion sleeping over here, and he's gonna be taking some damage to his units. Not really what we want to see from the man that's just now aging up. Elsbach being placed down. My question is where, most likely on a gold down on the map, securing one big gold, one big stone weight. Very, very nice to see. On the other way, we are making Mass Archer, exactly the unit that's going to be countering the whole composition from the Kiljardi. So Kiljardi is going to be finding himself still in a lot of trouble. He cannot, if he takes one bad fight, he cannot replenish the units as quickly as Baltoon. Baltoon with the 58 villagers on the farms, and those are not normal 58 villagers. Those are OOTD 58 villagers, and a lot of them are under the chapel as well. So Kiljardi with his merely 1.2k food income against 3k food income on the Baltoon side. This is the position that Baltoon was waiting for. This is where he doesn't need to make more economical units, because his eco is just so big with the 110 villagers that he doesn't really need to invest into anything else.
Now, at this stage of the game, you want to ask yourself, how am I gonna break through my opponent? Baltoon is the one who doesn't need to break through anything. With the Elsbach, you're breaking through anything and everything in front of you, or that dares to touch your base, and that's the beauty of these towers as well. Kiljardi's heavy investment into crossbows is putting him into a spot where he doesn't have a way of dealing with towers. So that Elsbach, it feels like this is going to be a big thing to climb. He needs to find a way through the base and actually shut down this economy, but even if he does, I don't think there's a way that Baltoon will not just click and replace everything. We have to consider, though, he did not have access to gold there for a while, so a lot of his units are not going to get their Imperial Age upgrades, at least for a little bit. But very shortly, with all of this access down here, he's going to be perfectly okay. Now, the archers you were talking about, the great thing about them is they counter almost everything in this game, because they are like machine guns, and they will shoot so fast. But against this army, there's just nothing he can make to shut this down. But we do see that front line of the spears are definitely doing a lot of good work, but the pure numbers here from Kiljardi, it's just not superior enough.
Exactly. Baltoon taking a really good fight, and he doesn't even have the imp upgrades completely yet, and he's already completely obliterating his army. He's playing the exact counter he wants to. Kiljardi is finding himself in a big of a trouble and in a not very good situation. Sure, he has the bigger military numbers, but his military numbers are gonna be only falling and falling. You may ask why. 1,000 food is all of his food income over here. Baltoon literally sitting on 3 times the numbers. And even if all of his army from the Baltoon would right now disappear just to kill 20 spearmen, it's very well worth it. Why? Kiljardi cannot make more of them. He literally can. His food income is non-existent. So Baltoon will be very happy to take trades, even though they are not going to be favorable for it.
Oh, Baltoon with that 6,000 food in the bank. And the big question is, does he just turn this into a bunch of horses to get on top of everything in the base? Or does he decide to eventually go for a wonder? And I know we're very far off from this, guys, but I am hungry for something crazy. Baltoon, though, if there was anyone who would pull something like that, it's either Beastie or it is Kiljardi. But actually, by the way, Malilavi, do you know that there is a statistic I got made aware of the other day, and that there's only been 2 wonders in the whole of competitive games, and they were both by the same player.
Who did it?
Who do you think did it?
I think Beastie, right?
Yeah, no, there you go, there you go. The only man wild enough to do something as such, and that's the man. So, whenever you see those resources creeping up and there's nothing to be built with it, you ask yourselves those impending questions. But that's a very desperate university trying to make its way up here and quickly getting schooled there by a handful of horses. But now the army is getting scarier and scarier because they're composed of archers, and they're just not going to be any archers. They're going to be fire archers pretty soon.
I'm gonna ask about you to start selling food. This is getting ridiculous. Like, I'm sorry, but we are getting into the 5-digit numbers right now, and this is not looking like we will be using it anytime soon. At the same time, Kiljardi, because he has so little economy, he can be putting all of the population space into the army, so that's something that he loves to see. And his only way of killing this game is one big snowball. His only way of right now winning this game and going for the next round is winning with this snowball of units. The question is it big enough, right? I am not really certain because there are a lot of archers coming out from the Baltian, and archers are countering everything in the composition that Kiljardi is making. At the same time, every single villager on the foot is being idled by Baltians, few horsemen raiding here and there. So this is not looking well. This is not looking well for the man. And at the same time, he's getting pushed from the front because there is just too many of the archers. Ladies and gentlemen, not looking good for him, falling down to 53 villagers against 120. But those 120 are at the same time OOTD villagers. Come on, this is not looking well. 0 villagers on the foot, 500 food income, or probably only from the manors, and we don't even have it. Gentlemen, not looking good for the Kiljardi. Baltian's army, even though it doesn't look like a big one, is killing everything and pushing Kiljardi to his base back behind the White Tower.
And there's a White Tower. He is angrily firing them arrows, but this is not going to be enough against this very scary army. The problem is, like you said, defender's advantage. You're going to have an opportunity to just push back or reinforce, and that's exactly what is being done here. But now there is also the Sacred Site victory ticking. Now, of course, Baltoon is in a really good spot at decapping that, but right now it just feels like he's focused on this base. With this opponent only being at 54 vills, it is a ticking time bomb though, because you're not going to be able to get back above 150 anytime soon. More horses trying to find their way back there to the farms, the woodline, the anything. And you can see Baltoon realizes, I just need to keep my advantage going. Still, not even flinching at the Sacred Site timer.
Not looking well for Kiljardi. And those archers that are out on the field are gonna be even better because the sealed bowstrings are coming in a university. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that Baltian will be closing up this game and closing up this series relatively quickly right now. Military numbers are basically the same, but the villager numbers are triple the advantage for the Baltian basically. Maybe even more because the villagers are just 28% better. So not looking very good for Kiljardi. At the same time, we just popped down some siege out of that Wingard Palace, and it's just getting sniped down completely. Not looking good for him, and Kiljardi didn't really utilize his map advantage early on where he had it.
Now, it's actually pretty surprising to see that Baltoon is just keeping him under 50 now. He's like, hey, man, no resources for you. But the Culverins, they're trying their best here. With the Revolted Winds, he was looking for a good answer against this very heavy dive composition that you also see, but the archers are just going to be able to snipe them from afar. The Culverin doing some work at pushing this back. Baltoon finally getting that decap as well, and now getting his own little wall to try and secure this. And all of a sudden, Kiljadi doesn't have any card on his side anymore to really make this work. Now, the crossbows, they are doing their best against this, but of course the horsemen, they are made of stone. These guys do not die. They are just so tanky, and the archers are just firing away at anything and everything they can. With this supply, you can already see that Baltoon is just starving out his opponent. Even with all those relics, the starvation is very near.
I can see Baltian coming in with get out of my game keep, because this is just such a giant economical advantage that it doesn't really matter what Kiljardi does. It doesn't really matter if he has the perfect unit composition or if he's taking the perfect engagements. Baltian is just gonna take his Louis Vuitton wallet and beat Kiljardi's ass with it. It doesn't really look very good for him. Balkin on a 200 pop space all this time, and Kiljardi only on 130, not even making it to 150. And if the Wingard Palace will go down, that's the last hope for the Kiljardi. That's the cheap units that he was making all this time, and that's the cheap front line that he has, but it's not looking well.
The Tuna is looking at securing that spot in that final round for tomorrow for that next spot at the Homestead Cup. But with those archers, he does still need to be careful not to lose all of them here at the front lines. It just means his victory will be slower. Now, with the battering ram upgrades too, he's going to be able to do these pushes a little bit better, trying to get rid of this keep and just making sure that Kiljardi is completely starved. Kiljardi finally hitting that 55 villager number to try and survive this, but there's not a lot of gold access needed, I realize, as he still just survived off most of those relics. But at the same time, Baltoon is producing hand cannoneers finally, and gilded hand cannoneers. Yeah, there was not a lot of answers to the archers, but gilded hand cannoneers are a different level to that.
Exactly, they are basically archer, but with a giant amount of base damage. They have the same machine gun in their hand. Hand cannons are gonna be obliterating everything over here. The only real answer that Kiljardi can go for is gonna be Mass Yeoman, but I don't think he can afford it, and I don't think he can afford the upgrades for them. At the same time, Baltion having 10,000 food in the bank and another 20 gilded horsemen, so another like 4,000 food in the queue. I am not sure why are we not just selling all the food that we have, even if it's gonna be for 10 gold. Like it doesn't matter at this point. Baltin has so much food that he can do whatever he wants with it. Mass horseman, mass spearman, mass hand cannon, it doesn't really matter. And why are we seeing all of those horsemen? Is really simple. They are not here to fight the army. They are here to keep Kiljardi's villager number low. That is what the horsemen are over here. Hand cannons are going to be taking the fights. Horsemen are going to be killing the villagers. And that's just what's going to be happening over here again and again until Baltium will win the game.
Now, very quickly, these archers, they do need to be careful at the same time with the horses, but there's not enough horse in this army to actually shut this down. Oh, Kiljardi going for that second TC, desperately trying to get the villagers' numbers up, and I mean, it's working. He's got 62 vills, but those archers are slowly starting to get picked off. The hand cannoneer is standing at the back, trying not to get picked, and with this, Baltoon, he is possibly feeling like he needs to close this out a little bit better here, because now he sees that second TC, he doesn't know how long Kiljardi has been on it, and these trades are not going 100% his way, because of course the army is not all together.
Balkion cannot really clean this up for one simple reason, or pushing is rather a little bit harder for one simple reason. It's not making any siege. Like, sure, we are seeing a ram here and there, but that's not really something that's going to be killing buildings very efficiently against the heavy melee composition with some crossbows in the back. Baltiun would need like 1 or 2 bombards over here to snipe all of the infantry slowly but surely, and at the same time to kill every single one of the monasteries, manors, or Wingard palaces. This is not looking good for Kiljardi, but at the same time, this is miracle hold that he's showing us right now. if this is gonna go like this for next 10 minutes, he is back in the game, baby. Even though Baltium is having that infinite food bank, he is having a giant problem with closing this out. You may think again, why? And there is one simple reason for it. Sure, he has the Louis Vuitton wallet, but at the same time, all of his production buildings are in the back of his base, basically. So it takes a lot and lot of time for all of the units come over here. He would need to make a forward production, and then he can start using his economy to the fullest extent.
Now, with this push, you mentioned that keep that Baltoon was gonna possibly think about dropping down. The thing is, now with the gold slowly gonna get he's starting to try and shut this down. And this is so critical, because with the gold shut down, Kiljadi is just not gonna be able to produce. And you can see Kiljadi is still stuck here at the 130s. He's not able to really get through this army effectively. Baltoon's still max pop, just didn't make anything that can really close it out just yet. Villagers trying to keep their Culverin alive, but the Culverin will fall, and with that Culverin falling, everything else, the hopes, the dreams, the Kiljadi's road to Homestead is over, and Tuna will be the one that moves on to the next round.
G to the G's Baltium took a little bit to finish this game, but he pretty much had it all under his control. We saw Kiljardi playing for that early map control, but what have he done with it? We took all the relics, but at the same time, Baltium got to the exact position that he wanted to get with the double TC, and that is those 100 villagers, those 100 OOTD villagers that are basically 28% better, and at that moment the game was probably sealed. It took a little bit to finish it because of the Vanguard and because of all of the manners, putting still a little bit of the food income and cheap units out on the field, but Baltune was able to close it, and he's going to be going to the next round.
Now, with this, let's take a quick jump back into our lobby and just take a last look at what these players had to go through draft-wise to sit through here. And I want to take a second here to just say we finally got to see different civilizations just being prioritized. I mean, picking-wise, we know that the bans have been pretty consistent, both of them saying no Malians, no Sengoku, no Japan. And I really want to see how this compares to exactly what we're going to be seeing for the next set. Because, of course, our next set is going to be quite competitive, with Beastie being the one going up against Scatterbrained. So, guys, we will be right back with that. So give us 3 minutes, and then we'll go into set number 3 for the second weekend of Homestead Cup Qualifiers. So, see you guys in a moment. Guys, I pressed the button without saying anything to Mali Libby. I didn't know. I accidentally pressed the button like an animal. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Sometimes these things happen. Mali Libby, we have Beastie versus Scatterbrained. And now, Beastie and, Beastie he had a rough week last week. So I'm not going to say too much about that. I'll just take my day and I'll say, let's go into game number 1 and see which civilization does a little bit better in the Dark Age. Now, guys, we are going to try and catch up with these two live. So, excuse the little speed ups. But, yeah, let's go see what these two chads are going to be planning. But we do see a standard old spawn here with a forward wood line and a forward gold. But a very nice placement for a TC here.
Well, we will see what they will cook up with. I'm not sure if Beastie really wants to be playing for the Dark Age, though Mongols are one civilization that really loves it. At the same time, we can see Scatterbrain has relatively okay-ish spawn. His TC, even though his gold is up front, is right next to the wood line, and he put his TC right next to it, so it's going to be super hard for Beastie to raid it. On the other hand, we can see double deer pack relatively in the back. BC on the other hand is having gold forward, berries forward, stone forward, not something that he really loves to see. So he is kinda on the beastie spawn.
Ooh,
on the
yeah.
other hand,
That's a beastie spawn and a half.
he doesn't really like it. On the other hand, Scatterbrain already playing for that fast spearman, and we will most likely see some towers being popped down, and they are gonna be doing a lot because every single resource is at the same spot. Just look at this spawn, it's completely terrible. Deer pack right next to the gold, right next to the berries, and at the same time another berry patch is right next to the stone. It's complete disaster for Beastie over here. One tower over here or double tower is gonna be denying nearly everything. This is exactly what Scatterbrain was hoping for, and Beastie is truly getting Beastie spawn.
Beastie spawn strikes again, but luckily for Beastie, he's playing a Marine Lord civilization. And the Marine Lord civilization, the Macedonians, even if you get rushed, you still get your horses all for free. And the units you need to make, they don't require as much gold. So luckily for him, the Macedonian dynasty should be able to carry him through that early disadvantage that he had. Now, the one villager will need to make his way back. The poor little spearman will just be standing inside while Scatter decides what the age up is going to be. Now, the deer stones, no surprises there. We've seen this. It is just the best landmark for the Mongols. But the question is just, is this going to be a landmark? I mean, you wouldn't have been able to get any value from trading either. So the follow-up, I guess, is going to be the next big question, because what do you even make against all these chunky horses? I asked that, but then I realized there's no way for those chunky horses to raid. All they could do is go straight for the Uwu.
Exactly. Beastie is in a terrible spot only from the start of the game. He cannot gather any gold or any stone, so there is no silver. At the same time, when there is no silver, there are no upgrades for our units. When there are no upgrades for our units, even though they are supposed to be better, they will not be. Usually with the Macedonians, so you'll have to go a little bit heavier on gold and go all the eco upgrades because you don't have any other economical advantage rather than just having that silver. So you are getting every single upgrade on your villagers while getting every single upgrade on your units. That's something that's not gonna be happening over here, and that got completely denied. So only thing that Beastie can do is try to raid a bit, and even that's not gonna be going as smooth as it might seem. Scatterbrain investing heavily into those spearmen and making some caching over here. He will be able to pretty much shut all of this down, but 10 villagers are idle inside of TC for a very, very long time. I am not really sure why. Okay, finally coming out, and the Beastie is still in a very bad spot, even though he is pushing.
Now that TC was idle for more than a minute of Scatterbrained, and in essence that is basically like 3 villager kills. So Beastie now being 3 villagers ahead, you don't usually see that when you're the one that got rushed, and now he feels a little bit more confident about this. He knows he's got the pressure down, but the problem is there's still a very mobile unit making his way to the base, and it's going to be a very obvious case for Scatterbrain about where the villagers went, because all the gold is located on one side, or most of the gold at least.
There is no OVO right now, so there are not going to be any double units. Beastie's feudalage is going to be a little bit better because of it. On the other side, Scatterbrain is having very nice access to gold and is basically playing to his strengths. That means a lot of Keshiks, some archers, and just raiding as much as he can. He has every single resource that he wants very, very safe, except that stone. He has gold under the TC, wood under the TC, and the berries under the TC at the same time. He has one of the best spawns he could have hoped for, and Beastie one of the worst ones. We will see what Beastie will cook up with it though, because he already found the gold on the right side of the map, and gonna be trying to take as much of it as possible. I would love to see some arsenal over here for that additional gold income, and at the same time, we will most likely see some upgrades for the silver pretty damn soon. But those gold villagers are gonna be finally enabling us to make those eco upgrades that we really wanted to do a way earlier.
And you can see Beastie is planning on going castle pretty soon, not making any unit other than the ones that he has on the field. The problem is, with this, he was a little bit greedy and only getting a single tower here for all the vills, but the Atgir Majir are in position, and he's going to be able to push this off, at least for now. The thing is, with Beastie's age up, he could secure a pretty significant chunk of this map with the landmark, and that puts him in a decent enough position. If you can use it to secure your massive gold and your deer pack, it doesn't feel too bad. Now, of course, the deer pack has been eaten significantly, but still, you have access to every resource you need, and it fires a lot harder than a little TC.
Exactly, it's a Red Palace variant, but in the castle age. On the other hand, this is a position that really can't Beastie afford to go for the age up, you may ask why, and it's really simple. If he's going to be getting pushed off from this position, he's dead. He has nowhere else to go for. Every other resource that he has is forward. So this is his last stand over here with the economy. He needs to secure it properly. So he's gonna be needing to force to make a lot of units, and Scatterbrain can go a lot of units to try to deny it on the other hand. Ovo is gonna be coming down yet again, getting raided. But Scatterbrain is going for that position. He knows this is where I can make the difference. This is where I can make. This is where I can win the game. But the Ridari are going to be coming in, or the hero Ridari is going to be coming in, and he's going to be double shotting the villagers if he will try to raid for it. The only issue is yet again, all of the economy from the Scatterbrain is under the TC.
Beastie shut down that Uwu yet again. Oh, and a new Uwu on a new stone is the choice here for Scatterbrain. The problem is with this Uwu, it's even further away. Now, guys, if you are in Beastie's chat, just prompt him to also go Uwu, because he's really good at it. He was doing it all morning today, so he was prepared for a matchup with the Mongols. He's been tuning his inner Uwu in himself, and he's ready to kill this thing. But Scatterbrain now getting the double production of the Keshiks back online. And he needs this desperately. He needs these horses to try and stop this gathering. But the thing is, most of the deer have been gathered, and you would not be in the worst position to go back from here. And that's exactly what he does with those villages right now. The market coming up, but again, still just one tower to keep alive all of this economy.
And this is giant idle time, exactly what Scatterbrain wanted to do. All of the Beastie's villagers are on the run, not enough spears to defend it all at the same time. This is exactly what Scatterbrain was hoping for. And Beastie, even though he's securing this position, even though he's still gonna be safe, this was a lot of damage, and Beastie wanted to go for the age up. At the same time, Scatterbrain is sitting still on the same villager count as the Beastie, or nearly the same villager count as the Beastie. Ovo is finally online, like Whamenqt said, and the double production is going to be coming in at the same time. See 17 villagers out on the wood from Scatterbrain may indicate some type of the feudal archer prey or pasture switch, but we will see what they will cook up. On the other hand, Beastie desperately trying to hold to this position, because if he loses loses it, he loses the game. This is when he needs to hold, and somehow he needs to secure everything over here and cannot afford it to die.
Guys, hold on. My everything just disconnected. My mouse is disconnected. I don't know if anything. Give me a second. Everything is stuck. But I think. Oh, we're back. We're back.
Fine.
We get to observe.
It's fine. We are professionals. We got back into it, and Beast is still trying to go for the age up. I'm not sure if I really like it because Scatterbrain right now sitting on the same army, but he's investing into the Keshix. This should be way better army, but on the other hand, it's not all here. Half of it is still on the way, so we cannot really afford to take any fights yet. Beastie will be trying to slowly but surely age up, most likely right next to the big gold vein, or right next to the small gold vein, a little bit forward to secure a little bit more map control. But we will see. On the other, no, the age up coming in front of his base. I am not really sure if I like it, but Beastie thinks this is what he needs to do. He doesn't think that he can secure the age up somewhere without the support of the town center. And fight is gonna be taking a place. There are only 3 spearmen left. What are we doing over here? Beastie, come on, we are taking the fight with 3 spearmen against all of these Keshiks. How many villagers are gonna die in this push? 1, 2 are already dying, third one very well soon. This Golden Horn Tower is gonna be coming down, but this is a lot of idle time from all of those villagers, and some of them are dying at the same time. We are securing the base, but at what cost? This was the age up. But this was not what Beastie was hoping for.
Now, you might be saying that. You might say, okay, Beastie, you lost. Yeah, you lost a few things here. But what he did not lose is the villager. He didn't lose the game in terms of villager count because Scatterbrain's TC, it cost himself this already 4 villagers. So Scatterbrain, even though he killed a bunch, he still is not that far ahead of this. And Mongols, they're not a civilization that scales as well as the Macedonians. So even though Beastie may have struggled here for a while, this is not the end of the road for him. Now, those villagers, they are in a little bit of a vulnerable spot. He does need to pull back, but this is a very hungry beast with 4 Macedonian farms already placed. You can see this is a desperate man, and desperation he's showing us. Scatterbrain, though, he's still staying in feudal, and he's putting all this pressure down, but just nowhere to actually do anything with it. And now, we're finally getting a little bit of an arrow upgrade as well. Crossbows are being made, and I think Beastie is going to be okay. Now, this might just be the Whamenqt curse. When I cast him, he always loses. But now we also see a lot of villagers here on stone, possibly just because he wanted his villagers to be doing something. But I'm not too sure what Beastie's plan is. He's just trying to make things work. Yep, you can see the villagers are just like, I just need to do something, brother.
Yeah, exactly. This is gonna be definitely a stretch to call Beastie and okay with only a few farms in his base and no access to food. But I think this very well depends on what Scatterbrain will do. He needs to kinda age up and then start to be playing for the push. But on the other hand, he could still play for a lot of villagers right now and try to kill all of the villagers on that gold vein right there, down inside of the map. You may think again like, why? And it is simple. Beastie cannot afford to make units. We have 8 villagers on foot. What units can we do? Yeah, sure, we are in a castle age. Yeah, sure, Ridari is an awesome unit. But at the same time, we don't have food for it. This ram will be securing at least the front berry patch, so that's good. On the other hand, Scatterbrain is slowly but surely looking for that beautiful age up. Beastie clicking some upgrades here and there. Love to see that, very well needed. And right now, Scatterbrain is not pushing when he needed to, and Beastie is staying alive and staying fine.
Now, finally, those farms are starting to make a little bit of sense. The farms are actually getting their value here, with now Beastie just stabilizing at least a little bit of production. Oh, production, I say. Villager production in this case. But with all the stone he's got in his pocket there, I'm asking myself the question of what is he cooking? Is this going to be a second TC? Because the wood is significant here, and he might feel like he lost a lot more than he actually did. But This is the time he needed, and Scatterbrained gave it all. We see all of the villagers out here on the gold. They now have a safe spot inside these 3 towers. And that's exactly what he would need if he wants to stay in this when the pushing starts yet again. His now Step Redoubt is coming out, and I am here for it. But it does tell us that he's not thinking about going for the Kurultai. And of course, the Kurultai tells us castle aggression, castle aggression, castle aggression. None of that. Scatterbrained is just going to go for that economic choice, and hopefully that's going to be enough to secure him the game, but nothing else in production just yet.
Scatterbrain right now still being in a small advantage. Beast, even though he was in Castle Age sooner, even though he had a slight tempo advantage in terms of the aging up, he didn't have any food to utilize it, and at the same time we didn't make any monasteries. Why? It's really simple. We needed the wood for the farm transition. So all of the relics are still out on the map for the grabs. Scatterbrain most likely will be trying to take some. At the same time, going for the imp is probably what he will try to do. I'm not really certain if playing for the playing Mongol Castlage against Macedonian Castlage is a good idea. So even with the unit advantage that right now he has, it's not the best idea to play against Ridari and the archers that will eventually get the +3. I think that we really want to go for the Imperial Age, but we will see what the Scatterbrain is cooking for us.
Now, Scatterbrained, he does have access to the food right now. He's got access to the deer here. He's going to be able to move out here without too much pressure, I say, as a Ridari has decided he's making his way out there. And just like that, it seems like Scatterbrained is just not sure how to capitalize on any of these leads he had. Now, with all of the food in the bank, or with the food access he has, he's spending it. He's spending it on crossbows, and he's getting more Keshiks. And that, it says a little bit about that castle aggression, but it doesn't say too much about that Imperial Age theory we had.
Well, we will see what Scatterbrain will go for. Like, sure, we are making more and more Keshiks. Beastie sitting on a double TC is gonna mean only one thing, and that he's gonna be pulling more and more away in terms of the economy. So Scatterbrain really needs to start to do something. We cannot just be making a lot of units and hoping for the best, because we cannot really push the Beastie's base thanks to the Golden Horn Tower. And on the other hand, we cannot really play against Master Ridari with the Keshik. Ridari is just simply set way better. On the other hand, though, Scatterbrain has some options, but what are they, right? Like, we can try to go for the castle push. Not sure if it will work. Beastie has better army and better defenses at home. We can try to go for the fast imp. I think that's his best option. But on the other hand, it's still gonna be super rough, right? Like, Beastie playing for the Master Ridari, so I think that Scatterbrain needed to kill him way earlier, and right now Beastie is just having the advantage.
Now, with the Ridari, they're going to be able to get some damage done. Ooh, I was going to say they're going to go straight for the Relic, but no. They are going for the damage where it really hurts, on top of the Keshiks. And with the champions, they are trying to find some damage themselves. Double the fight, double the action, but the Relic will go down, and that's going to mean that Beastie is the one who's going to be able to grab that. Now the Ridari numbers looking pretty scary here.
Exactly, and there is not enough crossbows out on the field to make gigantic difference. Sure, right now half of the Beastie's army is still on the way. I think this doesn't look like the 30 military count right on the battlefield, but the Scatterbrain is gonna be slowly but surely cleaning it up, and that's very nice to see. Some of the Beastie's army is still gonna respawn at home. Beastie city on 1.7k silver, so we can expect some upgrades to come in relatively soon. On the other hand, Scatterbrain, no gold income at the moment. He was pushed away from it, or he was transitioning to another gold vein. Scatterbrain trying to raid as much as he can, but this is relatively hard for him at the moment. Macedonian dynasty is just such a great sim in the Castle Age.
And they are showing its prowess right now. With all of this pressure, you can see that Scatterbrain, he's at least in a good spot when it comes to that food transition. But again, I feel like it only started recently. Now, with Beastie's position in the Macedonian dynasty, he's able to get the farms in a very safe position. Of course, a charge or two will still kill the villagers, but the Golden Horn Tower is a very safe spot. It provides refuge to the second TC, to all the farms, but of course, gold is going to start running out, and he's already tapped out the big gold. It's not going to give the same value as Mr. Scatterbrained is going to get here from his separate out, just providing that bit more. Now, it does look like Scatterbrained is trying to find some stray villagers, and he does spot one of them building a house, but it will be the only kills they get all the way out here, as Beastie is locating his army still to the side of the map.
Well, he really needs to take some villager kills, right? Beastie is booming on a double TC, and he has better army than he does. Like, we can see mass archers starting to be popped out from the Beastie, already having +2 for them, for the silver. At the same time, 18 Ridari are out on the field. I'm not sure that 16 Keshiks are gonna be enough. Sure, we have the 10 crossbows and some spears, but Ridari don't really care about them either that much. Because they can just simply said run away. Beastie is right now putting Scatterbrain on a timer. Scatter needs to somehow either find damage or kill all of the Beastie's army, and I don't see that happening. Beastie survived to the castle age, made his farm transition, is on a double TC, is getting all the silver he needs. This is the perfect position for him at the moment. Even though we saw a very rough start, he is coming back from this, and he is completely obliterating the Scatterbrain right now. Maybe we can make the argument that alright, Scatterbrain still has a lot of plays to do, but the army composition itself, it's very hard to play against Ridari plus Archer and at the same time 3 crossbows.
Now, with these horses, you can see they are doing their best. Oh, putting a runestone down as well here at the back. But we can see the Ridari, they don't want to fight a fight they will lose. Beastie knows the power is in the numbers. And for now, he just needs to keep Scatterbrain busy. Now, honestly, after he did not die, during that period he lost so much and didn't have a single bit of production, I feel like there's not much that can kill the man in this spot, but it looks like the Ridari are about to find a great connection. As Scatterbrain's distracted there for a second, Archers, they know what to target, and Spearmen are the name of the game, shutting down everything that possibly could have made this fight better for Scatter.
Exactly, this was disastrous for the Scatterbrain. At the same time, Beastie having the +3 on all of those archers with the ability +5 against heavy units or against units that have a lot of armor. Doesn't look very good for the Scatterbrain. He had the early advantage, just needed to stay in the feudal, made a lot of Keshiks and raid the gold vein, but he didn't realize it and he didn't utilize on it. On the other end, 31 Ridari are out on the field. That's ginormous amount. I don't even see, even without any supporting units, I don't see Scatterbrain's army killing that right now at the moment. All of the villagers are now gonna be getting idled on food, and this is not looking well for the Scatterbrain. Archers are gonna be coming in, and they are gonna be doing a lot of damage. Doesn't matter if it's against Keshiks or against crossbows. Sure, they want to engage the crossbows, but it's not a big deal if they need to do against the Keshiks, because they still do really a lot of damage. At the same time, a lot of these Ridari are cleaning everything up, and the military counts are showing that Beastie is gonna be taking the lead in the series, 1-0 most likely in the first game of the series.
Now, Beastie, after getting a Beastie spawn and dealing with the constant onslaught from Scatter, he feels pretty good about himself in all of this. And while all of this is going on, we see there were raids at the top here. There were raids happening all around, and this is just now the final push that he needs. And that's the beauty of Ridari. They don't die under a TC. In villages, they may pop out, but they're just gonna die as quickly as they spawned. Now, this is just a deadly push that is gonna span all around the map, and it just doesn't feel like Scatterbrain has any miracle on his side to try and take this. Scatterbrain now going for a little bit of a raid here on the gold too, and the towers, they do provide that refuge. We talked about that Beastie needed in the early game, but all of a sudden, Scatterbrain is just waiting to die.
Exactly. One mere villager on food is not gonna be enough. Finally, we are popping them out of the TC, but Ridaria right next to it to clean all of them up. And Beastie is showing us the masterclass of the defense in the early feudal age, even with the Beastie spawn, and is taking the lead in a series 1-0.
Now, Scatterbrained, after losing from having this massive of a lead, he's got to sit back and ask himself, okay, is this just something I struggle against with the Macedonians, or am I going to go out a little bit more aggressive in the next one? The Scatterbrain definitely needs to be able to sit there and reassess whether this type of playstyle is going to be working against Beastie, because there's a reason he's known as one of the best cockroaches out there. So, of course, let's go back to the lobby and see what these two are deciding to go for. Now, guys, our next map, plain and simple in front of us here, as we see, it is Dry Arabia. Now, I love myself a good Dry Arabia when I'm not the one playing it, but purely the one casting it, because with Dry Arabia, usually your best player wins. There's no crazy shenanigans, there's no wild things happening, but it is definitely a decent spot for any player who wants to just play the meta and get... Oh my goodness, I'm completely frozen, am I not, guys? Give me a second. Give me
We
a
need to
second. I
fix
fix.
the camera.
Fix.
In the meantime, Dry Arabia, the map to rule them all, one that we all love from the ladder, one that raiding is a big part of it. At the same time, what are going to be the picks on it? We can see Scatter with a very nice IO bit, maybe some China or Golden Horde at the same time. Beastie having a very, very good picks on it as well. Malians is a big threat. Byzantine, even bigger one. French at the same time. Some HRE to spice it up. I think that this is going to be interesting, even in the draft of the civilizations. We still need to leave some very nice sieves for the water maps. So I don't think that Beastie will be picking that HRE. I think that that's gonna be left in the chamber. Same with the OOTD, but we still have a lot of options left to do. And exactly, there's gonna be China against Byzantine, China on the Scatterbrain side, and Byzantine on the Beastie one.
Abby, this is disgusting. Beastie getting the options of Malians and Byzantines. This is not something I think anyone is mentally prepared for. But of course, China is one of the greatest civilizations out there. They've been so strong in every single part. But before we head into this, guys, I want to take a second to just point out, yes, that we got pretty consistent bans all around. Sengoku, Japan, Ottomans. Both players saying, nah, not for us. But that first pick that went through for both of them, Golden Horde, so Scatterbrain, he knows the power of this, and Beastie with that French. We've been seeing a handful of people ban Beastie's French, because, you know, if it works, you need to be very, very... So, him going for the Byzantines and the Malians right after, I am really excited to see what that Byzantines means to him. Because Byzantines, they've been able to get shut down with that early aggression, but that's not what Scatterbrain has in store for Beastie. Scatterbrain does not have a civilization that does that against the Byzantines. Also, with the Malians pick, you are not under threat if you ban out... Even Golden Horde doesn't have that Dark Age aggression. I realize that now. Both civilizations, they allow you to sit back a little bit and boom.
Exactly. Byzantine is going to be very interesting to see against China, because they take a little bit to get going. You need those 2 or 3 villagers as an early investment out on a stone to get all the cisterns up. But after that investment is done, they are very, very good. On the other hand, China, civilization that you basically just get plus 20% of resources as soon as you get into the feudal age, is very, very nice to see. On the other hand, one of the strongest civilizations when it comes to pro scouting. Byzantine, not really the best one in terms of denying it, so we will see how Beastie will deal with it. At the same time, the spawns are looking relatively Beastie spawns for the Beastie. He has the front golden front berries, exactly something that he really doesn't want to see, but we are compensating it at least with the back deer pack. The question is going to be, do we really want to go on the deer pack with the Byzantine and miss all of the juicy olive oil? On the other hand, China having also not the greatest spawn because we have only berries in the back and some stone. We don't really care about the stone that much. Gold in the front is fine, and double deer pack relatively on the same side is going to be good for the fastest pro scouting. So in terms of spawn, it's pretty damn equal, and in terms of the matchup, it's going to be interesting.
Both of these guys getting a nice little beastie spawn to just equalize it. The game trying to balance out what they gave for poor beastie last time, just ensuring that this can feel a little bit different. But I want to point out here, this is usually pretty easy to wall off, so you do have a little bit of a situation where you can fall back on resources. And with Beastie going for 3 on stone, we know he's going to put on his greedy goose shoes and just build cisterns up as much as he wants, because China doesn't put that type of pressure on you. And of course, this back deer pack being here, you're not feeling that huge threat of needing to shut down too much on the pro scouting. You get to shut it down in one spot. Mostly one spot. So this
exactly, but still, there is a gonna be problematic. It's gonna be problematic for the beastie with the Byzantine, because the timing push in the castle age is just, in my opinion, gonna be so good. Relics are, if Scatterbrain will go pro scouts into the fast castle, relics are gonna be falling into his hands, and that's gonna mean no olive oil generations out of the grand binary. So yeah, Beastie has a good chance, but at the same time, I don't really like the matchup itself, thanks to the timings that China has. Byzantine still takes a little bit to get going, but at the same time, Beastie just can't play for mass feudal and try to shut it down.
Now, with all of this, you usually want to ask yourself, what is the weakness of the Civ? Where do they usually fall flat? And with Byzantines, that's usually when they run out of access to the berries and no other food sources get pushed off the wood line. There's a lot of, but it's not a heavy loss in any of this. China, they struggle with food if the pro scouts get shut down. It feels like China just doesn't have the same type of response than compared to most other civilizations in this whole pact. Now with the Imperial Academy coming on out, this is nothing new. We're not getting any surprises, but this food situation means that this is not going to be a problem for Scatterbrained anytime soon. He's going to be a very happy camper when it comes to having all of these sheep. As you guys can see them in the bottom left, Scatterbrained is going to be in a pretty great spot. Now Beastie going for his forward grained winery as it is. You can't do much about it. But, of course, it's not going to feel that good.
Imperial Academy gonna be rushed down with 3 villagers is gonna mean that we want those IOs out very quickly. On the other hand, Beastie, you can take some time with the Grand Binary. Also, investing into those cisterns is gonna be a huge deal for him, so we love to see that. Already 3 out on the field is gonna mean that his economy just feels beautiful. On the other hand, Scatterbrain most likely will be rushing pro scouts, but we cannot be 100% certain yet. And Beastie, we will see what he will cook up with. I think that if he's gonna be suspected pro scout, there is gonna be a stable drop. If he will think that he don't need to deny pro scouts, then we will see most likely a mass limit today. On the other hand, Grand Winery slowly but surely being in the front can make some issues for the Beastie. Second Deer Pack also in the front can make some issues in the Beastie in the long run. That's where the Scatterbrain will be pushing. But other than that, Beastie is doing relatively well for now, and Scatterbrain is not showing us what he wants to do yet.
Now Scatterbrained getting himself into a little bit of a pickle with all of these villagers still on gold. He's not doing that part that we see out of most people when they're playing against the Byzantines, where you shut this type of playstyle down. So Beastie is now being given the moment to just build up exactly how he wants. He gets to put his cisterns exactly where he wants without any contention. Because Scatterbrain says, I need pro scouts and I need it now. Most players, they pull off of gold a little bit earlier and let the taxes do the talking. So it does mean you're going to be a little bit slower in that, but honestly, it might be worth it to shut down this type of playstyle, because now Beastie is able to put the stable down at almost the same time as Scatterbrain, and he's not making scouts. He's going to make stuff that will actually shut down those scouts. So it feels like Scatterbrained, he goes for the most optimal build order here in getting pro scouts as quickly as possible. But is this not just going to get shut down too quickly?
Well, we will definitely see how good the Horseman micro will be. On the other hand, I'm very excited to see if we are gonna go for the longbows or for the Jeffs. I don't think that there is a reason to go for the Jeffs, but argument can be made that if Scatterbrain will go for the feudal push, Jeffs are gonna be good, but the longbow play it surely is. Longbows are gonna be one of the better units to have over here, just to clean up every single spearman that Scatterbrain will go for, and he will need to go for them because this is gonna be horseman against horseman, and in that fight, Beastie is gonna be a little bit better on it, but just because he will have more, he will have more of them thanks to him constantly spamming them out of the stables, not needing to make any scouts. So longbows entering the battlefield is going to be relatively huge, but that's something to keep in mind in next 2 minutes. Right now, there are not going to be coming in, as we still need some olive oil left. Then we need to train them. Then they need to run here. It's going to take a bit, and in the meantime, I think that Scatterbrain can try to take both of his deer back.
Now, Scatterbrain definitely is able to produce enough horses to feel okay about it. The problem is he does get a bunch of deer here, but Beastie says you're not going to get them for free. I'll kill them so you can't right-click them in the fog of war. And good luck, have fun having to click them all over again. Now, investing still into a ton of horses, Scatterbrain realizes he needs to do the same. Now, this is going to be where we see which player sacrifices more resources to get this under control. But with the horseman numbers here, it definitely feels like Scatterbrain is willing to put down the numbers here. Beastie, though, he is just trying to delay this and trying to intercept as many as possible. But he does need to be careful, because losing one of these is quickly going to offset it into a pretty comfortable position for Scatterbrain to push out. Because, of course, longbows, they don't do too well against a massive horseman.
Scatterbrain going for mass of horsemen and not a single spearman is definitely interesting. But it makes a lot of sense, right? Horsemen are gonna kill horsemen plus longbow every single game, even if the longbows are completely free. Beastie queuing up that wheelbarrow, so he probably wants to be going on the forward berries or other berry patches. So we are gonna be seeing migration of the villagers pretty damn soon. Beastie making another batch of the longbows, but they are not gonna really do anything against the mass horseman. On the other hand, Scatterbrain having 1000 food income is gonna mean that if he tries to go for the mass horseman, is gonna be the pretty big one. Not a single villager out on gold is telling us that he's not trying to go for the cast H yet. And he's catching the Beastie's horseman completely off guard. There is definitely enough horsemen for the Scatterbrain to kill all of this, but Beastie is just opting to slowly but surely run away.
Now you can see Beastie investing in a little emplacement or two here, recognizing that, hey, Scatterbrain, he is definitely going to be horsing around. So he knows what is going to be needed, and that is going to be safe places for his villagers to not just instantly die. Now, with all of the time he's been given, he gets to wall up and just capitalize on the market. And when I say the market, I mean the berry market. He is able to get as many longbows as he needs, but he does have to be careful because some of these are quite far out. Only leaving 5 villagers out here means that most of these are going to have, or all of them are going to have refuge when the horses arrive. But horses, they wrap around so quickly, so if Scatterbrain's fast and Beastie looks away for a moment, he's definitely going to be in danger.
We can see Scatterbrain trying to predict some limit and a switch, because he was like, okay, I was running behind your horseman with another 17, you must make limit and a, but right now we are diving double tower and all of these horsemen, all of the longbow over here. I don't really like this from the Scatterbrain. There is enough damage to kill all of this exactly, and he needs to run back. This wasn't a good engagement that he took. Not a single longbowman die over here, and three horsemen fell to the ground with a lot of damage at the same time. This was a slight miscalculation on his part, and we are not going for the fast castle yet. Still, we are just having mass food and mass wood. Not a single villager is on the gold rate. Only gold that we are getting is with the IOs. On the other hand, Beastie already 13 villagers on that gold rate. He is looking to get to the castle age. He is looking to make few cataphracts that are gonna obliterate the whole composition that Scatterbrain is making. Right now, the only job for him is to survive.
And those villagers are in a little bit of danger though, but Beastie waited it out until the very last moment here. Now the horses are going to connect, and the problem is this is going to cost Scatterbrain so much. The villagers a little bit out of position here, but it doesn't matter. They're still alive. Nobody got picked off just yet, but this is where we saw Byzantines before. Do they overextend, or does Beastie know when to pull back? He says, I don't need to pull back. I've got the horse advantage. And all of a sudden, Scatterbrain, who had access to so much more food, is the one on the back foot. And as a lot of horses went down there. If we look at the destroyed value here, you can see a very different story, as Scatterbrain had lost a significant amount more.
Exactly. Beastie has the similar number in the cavalry, and that's all he needs for longbows to do the job. Remember, these guys, even in a low numbers, are very, very scary against all of the horsemen over here. You may think why they have more damage than the normal ones, and they are pretty much double-shotting all of the horsemen over here. Again, we are diving the double tower. I do not understand why are we doing this yet again and again and again. Beastie really loves to take this trade. We dive in a double tower when we don't have enough to kill everything. It's just gonna mean that we are giving resources to our opponent, and that means that Beastie behind all of this is literally edging up to the castle edge. Golden Horde Tower being popped down with 10 villagers and a lot of gold in the bank at the same time for those beautiful upgrades. Impalings coming in with the longbows. So if the Scatterbrain will come again with the 16 horsemen, it's gonna be hard to push through.
Now, this is probably the only time Scatterbrain has to actually do damage, though. And the moment that age up comes in, this is where he needs to commit. So he will commit here, and then you could ask yourself, all right, can I actually do anything with this? Because this is the one moment the Byzantines will not have anything that they can respond with, but Beastie knows that this is an imminent attack and pulls back the villagers. He knows that commitment is going to come on in pretty soon. A beautiful wraparound here by Scatterbrain, gets a handful of vills here too, but the longbows are doing as much as they can to take care of the horses. But now, instantly clicking up that upgrade, he needs to get that bit of a delay, but those longbows, they need to be microed perfectly.
Exactly, there's a lot of horsemen diving the town center. At the same time, we are making the cataphract. One cataphract can basically tank all of this, but at the same time, we are still diving the tower in the TC. This is not looking very good for the Scatterbrain. Sure, we killed the 4 villagers. Sure, we got some damage done, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough. BC doesn't really care about losing 4 villagers if we have already 5 cisterns up. His economy is a lot better than the one from the Scatterbrain. At the same time, we can see Beastie being on a lot of berry patches, so there are gonna be a lot of longbows still coming back in. But we are diving it again, killing all of the longbows. Sure, one cataphract is over here, but we are target firing the longbowman, and at the same time, all of this light cavalry is just gonna be raiding. We don't have any walls yet, and this is very, very tough spot to be in. Beastie's villagers are taken off guard. Sure, we are taking only one is dying in all of this engagement. On the other hand, Beastie making more and more cataphracts, and Scatterbrain doesn't really have answer for it. He needs to age up, as we can see in the resources, and after that, most likely play for the Mass Knight.
Now, I absolutely love this playstyle here from Scatter. He's this part of it at least. He's doing an amazing job at trying to lower the villager numbers, but the problem is just he's just not finding enough damage. And the villagers, they are just feeling quite feisty, fighting back, taking down everything and anything he can find. But it does look like Mr. Beastie is going to recover and keep on getting those berries. Luckily for him, with all of these cisterns, those losses, they were big, but they weren't big enough to shut him down. Now, all the horsemen getting cleaned up, and let's go take a look at Scatterbrain's food situation, or at least lack thereof. There is still a handful of deer, a handful, I would say a few fingers of deer carcasses left here, but definitely not the type of position you want to be in by this point. Now, Scatterbrain's also going to have to think about that farm transition, but Beastie is the only one who started it. And these farms, they are so much better with them giving olive oil as well.
Like sure, Beastie right now defended the push and is relatively good on it. On the other hand, Scatterbrain is just making a lot of knights, trying to secure all of the map control, gonna go for the relics. So right now we are competing for a lot of the relics. At the same time, Beastie wants to put them inside of the grain winery for the juicy olive oil. On the other hand, Scatterbrain really would like to see all of the gold income for him. Scatterbrain will have a tougher time doing the farm transition. That's when the China is most vulnerable. But at the same time, we still have some berry patches out on the map, so we should be fine for the moment.
Now, when I get into a spot as the Byzantines, when my longbow numbers are starting to reach above the 20s, it does feel. Now, Beastie, with all of these relics, he's happily going to place them in the winery to get that bit of olive oil. And with those longbow numbers then will just mean a bigger increase. Now, of course, with the cataphracts numbers starting to stack up, those lances are just not going to hit the same. And did they hit a nice spot? One villager finally going down. Beastie finally getting a kill here. But you always have to keep in mind those cataphracts. I call them the smooth horses because they just glide through everything. And honestly, these lancers are going to have a very hard time actually handling them. And not a single other unit here from Scatterbrain. He just cannot afford anything.
Yeah, Scatterbrain doing a good job with the knights when securing the map control. On the other hand, Beastie playing for the mass cataphracts. They are gonna be a slightly bit better, but way more costly at the same time. Fight is gonna be taking the place, but there is enough arming from the Beastie. And I think that as soon as Scatterbrain sees another cataphracts coming in, he's gonna be running. He cannot be, yeah, exactly, he cannot be taking this fight. Beastie will be securing yet another relic for himself. And we just need to look at the military numbers. Beastie's 38 against 8. He's basically very heavily very heavily in his favor. Right now he has all the map control, he can do whatever he wants, he's securing all of the relics, and I think that Scatterbrain is getting himself in a bit of a trouble.
A bit of a trouble, he says, with 40 villagers, with 40 military elite here for Beastie. Molly, I think we might have a little bit more than a bit of trouble. We might have a lot of trouble in my high vocabulary of English that we'll use here today. This poor man, he's committing to lances. He's like, boys, this gotta work. It's worked all the time. But Beastie, he knows how to diversify. And when I say diversify, it means longbows and cataphracts. There's nothing else needed. Getting a serving of Landsknechte as the standard unit coming out from the Golden Horn Tower, it just, it just adds to the diversity, right? The oil units and more. Now, 15 cataphracts, they are not going to care much about these little towers out here. So Beastie looking at making a pretty deadly push here at the front. He still has to be careful with all these lances, but I don't think carefulness might stop this.
Exactly, this fight is not looking well for the Scatterbrain. There is a lot of cataphract for the Beastie, and they are literally just better cavalry. Even though they don't have a charge, it doesn't really matter at all. 34 longbows behind all of these are gonna be the main DPS, and they are gonna be double-shotting all of these units. At the same time, Scatterbrain being pushed off from the berry patch, being pushed off from the gold, and needing to fall back into his base. Only 8 units remaining out on the field against 60. Not looking good for him. Beastie is most likely gonna be taking the lead in a series 2-1. I'm not sure what Scatterbrain can do to overcome his ginormous military advantage.
Now, with this game, I feel like coming to a close. I feel like we might be able to say that, Libby. So I will say it in this case, and we'll go for the idea of what is next. So this man, he has now sacrificed the lives of his villagers, the lives of his army, and a lot of deer carcasses to produce horsemen that just did not bear fruit. And soon enough, he'll sacrifice the building of a village as well, poor guy. This is a very expensive building to lose, but when you've got no villagers on food and no food, it's time. But Scatterbrain, he's had enough, calls it for now, and decides we're going to be heading into the next one. But again, Scatterbrain gets to choose the map here. And with all of that, he chose Dry Arabia. He knew that he was going to go into a matchup against Beastie that had to be standard. But Beastie, he knows how to play standard if he needs to.
Exactly. Scatterbrain tried, and he really burned himself on that push under the TC. Like, sure, he killed a lot of the army, but at the same time, it wasn't really that much worth it. I'm not sure if playing for the mass horseman was actually what he really needed to do. On the other side, Beastie played the defense really good, aged up exactly when he needed to. Even though it looked a little bit scary when we were diving, it ended up to work out pretty well for him.
Now, with the next map already selected, guys, we are going to be heading into Relic River. Now, again, this is Scatterbrain's choice here. So Scatterbrain going for the Relic River. Right now, they're selecting their civilizations, and Beastie, I have the drafts open in front of me, Marlene, so that's why I have the God vision. Malians and French being chosen there from Beastie, but Scatterbrain going for the Tuklak and Golden Horde. Now, Relic River is not a map that I generally see Tuklak being chosen on. So Beastie, although he decides to veto Tuklak and decides to go up against the Golden Horde instead, French in the hands of the beast. So French against Golden Horde, I feel like this is a pretty tough matchup for Golden Horde nonetheless.
Exactly. Golden Horde needed to commit always to the double units. At the same time, it has a little bit of a slower composition that Archer Spear that they want to go for. Sure, there are going to be a really nice race that they can do with the Batukan and Torgut. But on the other hand, it's going to be rough because all of the stone is kind of out on the map, right? We are on the Relic River. No, there isn't a lot of resources that are relatively safe for you, so you will need to fight for them. And French, being probably one of the best, if not the best feudal age civilization in the game, is going to make it extremely hard for the Scatterbrain.
I love French because French just is a pure show of skill as well. If you make a mistake for a moment, you lose the game. If you charge in and you accidentally cancel your charge, you're not killing that villager. But at the same time, it's also something where they have that bit of an advantage where the villagers are faster or get produced faster. It does feel like French is in a pretty good spot, and that's why people are prioritizing it. But at the same time, it's a civ that you need to showcase your skills on. Now, I do want to turn here for a second to G Dog. As you can see, she's laser focused on her dad's game right now and just hoping for that victory. Yeah, GG Dog completely focused, guys. Every single game, all the time. But French, I feel like, is such a heavy civilization to play perfectly. But if there's a person that can play it perfectly, I have trust in the beast. The problem is just Scatterbrained. He's going to be the one who gets to raid as well, if he gets allowed to, I guess.
Exactly. But right now, my question is, are we going to see any type of the fishing play, right? Because from time to time, we see on the Relic River plays in which players are going for that early shorefish. But right now, it looks like Beastie will go for the early deer pack, and Golden Horde most likely cannot really afford to play for that early shorefish because they still need giant investments into the Ovu and the Golden Tent. So this is going to be one of those games when we are not going to be touching actually any fish at all, or not in the early game. Beastie going for an early deer is very nice for him. He, as a French player or as a OOTD player, you always love to get that early boost in terms of the food income. On the other hand, for the Golden Horde, you cannot really afford to do this because you don't really have the discount on the meal. You don't really have 6 villagers that you are starting with, or discount on the upgrades. So it is more of a standard gameplay.
Now, I wanted to address some of the comments in chat as well, as we're starting with the slow, no Dark Age show here. And I want to talk a little bit more about what we can expect from this tournament. So guys, with the Homestead Cup, we wanted to bring you something that I'm sure a lot of you may remember with Nelly's N4C. But if you're from the StarCraft world, we took some inspiration from Take TV, who hosted the Home Story Cup. Now, the first Home Story Cup had a ton of Take W moments, I would say, in terms of we saw a pot on the stove in the background, etc. So we're gonna try to up that a little bit, but it will still be that homely feel where we're gonna have a couch where all the players can gather and analyze, and our small, very, very small audience that we have will be able to weigh in on the analysis. And we will have ping pong tournaments. We will even have a spicy chicken wing eating competition. So we're gonna bring you a little bit more of a fun real-life event and make you feel like you're teleported right there. We've even got confirmation that Anatan will shave his hair for the right price. So this is not just going to be a situation where you are watching AoE. You're going to be watching us live AoE. You're going to watch quizzes. You're going to watch a whole experience. And I really hope you guys get to enjoy that, because with tournaments, you get to see the players play. Look at these guys, Yellow and French, he's gonna kill. But have you seen Beastie versus Lucifron in a 1v1 ping pong game? I think not. Did you see them sweating, eating spicy chicken wings, going straight into a 1v1? No, you haven't. But that is exactly what you can expect from the Homestead Cup, and that's what we want to bring to you guys. But as I'm yapping about that, ladies and gents, we have building cards yet again. But before we talk about the game for a bit more, I want to just encourage yet again, if you want to support the tournament, please head over to our site. There is a donation page where you can help this make this happen. Right now, we are about 18,000 euros in debt from our event expenses. I have finally booked the accommodation for our players, and now we just need to set up a ton of cables, and then we will definitely be almost on the way to making this happen. How does the ping pong game work? We'll have to see. It's not like those you get in Thailand. It's more like the ones you get in other countries where people have to, you know, hit accurately. But it will be on a patio, so we might lose a lot of balls. Marley, take it away. Now you can talk about the game yet again.
We have School of Cavalry on the one side and building cards on the other. Building cards for the tempo, right? As a Golden Horde player, you are missing that early income because you are starting with one less villager. Even though your vills are produced a tiny bit faster, it doesn't really matter because they are produced in the batches of 2. So you are always going to be getting 17 seconds idle time on one of them. For that reason, building cards it is. On the other hand, School of Cavalry is going to be played. Probably the mass knights going to be coming in and raiding as much as they can. We see already slightly leading in the villagers because of his town centers, making them a little bit faster, and because Scatter starting with a one less villager. On the other hand, Scatterbrain already having 250 stone in the bank means that he will be able to go for the Batukan and later even for the Torguts.
Now, getting into the foods talk again, and I feel like I'm talking about the food every single time because of how important it is in most of these cases. Now, but wait, hold up. I was about to say, there's not enough villagers over there to sustain a constant food production, but no, Beastie, he fixed that. Now, in all of this, when you are running out of food, this is usually where things, of course, slow down. But usually you run out of food because you're forced off of food sources this early in the game. Knights, they do exactly that. And Beastie, he says, I am going to do this with my very beautiful knights. And what are you going to do about it? The Khan does not hit the same way, but it still hits like a budget knight.
Exactly. At the same time, playing Khan early on is really good because you can start to take a trade that is not favorable for you under the tower, trying to kill the villager or anything in that sense. Then you come in with, then you are going to be coming in with the Torgut, and your Khan is still going to be full DPS even with a 10 HP. On the other hand, in terms of securing all those food sources, that's a very nice point that Whamenqt brought up. But we must also brought up the point of fortified outposts. Probably one of the best outposts in the game that are going to be coming down from the Scatterbrain. I'm not really certain if Beastie can try to play around them, if we will have a lot of them in the base. But if we will have a lot of them in the base, we are not going to be making Torguts because remember, they cost stone as well. 3 knights already out on the field trying to kill that Batukan or trying to scare him away. And Batukan doesn't really care about taking the damage as we see. He is just trying to be as annoying as it is possible.
Oh, and that is definitely something he's doing because he's slowing down all of the raids that you'd expect from French. Now having 3 knights being used to chase down a scout and a Batukan, that's not the usual French prowess we see from players. And this is definitely not something I think Beastie wanted either, but maybe he's just waiting for that right moment until he gets to move out. Now the Batukan, it's definitely done its job and it's gotten its value, even if he now needs to retreat a little bit to safer pastures. Now the knights though, when he does retreat, they are going to go exactly to the side where they want to be, raiding those villages.
Exactly. 4 knights are already out on the field, soon to be 6. A lot of the spears at the same time coming down from the scatterbrain, already 6 and, as well, will be 10 very soon. And Beastie is expecting to get some damage on those knights because we are already researching the healing capabilities of them. Some wheelbarrows and some double broad axes are already down as well with the mining pick. So Beastie going for those cheaper upgrades at the same time as Scatterbrain just trying to secure the base from all of that raiding that knights are just now bringing.
Now the spearmen in a very good position already, and this is what I talked about earlier when I said French is a skilled civilization. May the best skiller win, and that is exactly what Beastie knows. He's making sure that he doesn't take too much damage here. The Khan taking quite a bit here, but he cannot charge him with those knights, because the moment you start losing your knights, the numbers just spiral out of control. Now, of course, Beastie is not as much of a team game player as we see from Baltoon, and I mention this because Baltoon is a lover of just going pure knights. But I'm expecting to see an archery range drop down pretty soon. We see a lot of wood in the bank already. So, there we go, double archery range coming out, ready to respond to that heavy mass of spears that we already see. But at least they've got something to do for now.
Exactly. Beastie going down and killing everything he can, so some ovus are going to be coming down. That's why Golden Horde, I don't think, is one of the best civs out on the map, because all of the resources are out there. On the other hand, French can be really successful in raiding all of this. So I don't think that we are going to be able to see a lot of the stone upgrades coming in. Golden Horde, even though they are producing villagers faster, Beastie's town center is doing it still a little bit faster than he does. So yeah, doesn't look like Scatterbrain is really gaining a significant advantage right now. But he just wants to survive the castle age. He just wants to get those important upgrades in, and then we will be seeing the full power of the Golden Horde. But that's gonna take a minute. Beastie also looks like he's gonna be going to the castle age soon, and Scatterbrain also trying to be going to the castle age. So we are getting our hands on the castle.
And getting castle at this stage, it feels perfectly fine. You have 9 knights, you're not going to be looking at making any crazy knight play, but you do feel pretty good about this map control you have and picking up the relics and getting even further ahead. Now with this group of knights, he realizes he's not going to be able to capitalize fully on this. He did lose a villager here to the Batukan, so the Batukan finally got his value, but he still needs to be careful with every now and again a knight raid or a knight coming to defend his little workers from any constant pressure. Now the guild hall, pretty standard here from Beastie. He's definitely not a real institute believer. He knows how good the French can be in the late game, and he's comfortably going up with that. Now getting the +1 ranged armor, and I love this. This is where things get nice and spicy. Oh, the guy I was about to say, if he survives, that would be insane.
Exactly, but right now we can see that the guild hall being plopped down. Beastie doesn't really look like to end the game right now. He is maybe going to be going for that fast in, but with the guild hall on the foot, and then just gathering a lot of gold and popping down the Red Palace on some big deposits of the resources. On the other hand, I think this is going to be transitioning into the fight for the relics, because we have 5 relics out on the field. That's a lot of gold income. I think that Beastie has a better chance of winning it because he has the more mobile army, but at the same time, Batukan with all of the spears and some Keshiks are going to be able to do the raiding, while Spearmen will be trying to secure all of the relics and for the monks. Beastie already popping down the monastery. Will be queuing some monks probably as we speak. upgrades coming in at the same time. Some crossbows are coming in, or some arps are coming in for the beastie. Well, probably one of the best castle units in the game, with +5 armor if he decides to make it. And that's gonna mean they are gonna be countering the whole composition from the Scatterbrain. Those crossbowmen are gonna be obliterating those spears.
I love this. I absolutely love the fact that he did not invest in a single archer here and knows exactly what this could look like later on. So spearmen do okay against crossbows, but of course you are responding to not just what he has on the field, but what he could make as an after effect of this. Now with the knights, he's already going to be pretty busy. The crossbows are going to get time to do that, and with the melee armor, they just don't struggle like your normal all crossbows. And they're going to do a great job against these raiding Keshiks that are about to hit the side of the map. Now, Beastie, he hasn't really found any damage, and there's a slow bit of a stockyard transition happening here. But archery range is also coming through now, and that's just going to be a bunch of crossbows to support this. And honestly, I'm a little bit worried here for Scatterbrain, because Beastie's eco lead is slowly just getting a bit out of hand. Now the stockyards does make this a little bit better for Scatterbrain right now, but he still needs to find some damage. And I say that first.
Exactly, Beastie completely stopped making knights because crossbowmen are just that much better over here, especially when we research the +5 armor on them. And they are going to be countering the whole composition from the Scatterbrain. Like, what is Scatterbrain doing over here? His own crossbowmen, arps are better when they pop down the ability. His own spearmen, they are going to be doing literally 1 damage against them. Karash, that's over there just for the buff. And Keshik, they are getting directly countered by it. So Beast is countering the whole composition from the Scatterbrain with 1 unit. 1 unit, and that's the crossbowman. Scatterbrain needs to find something else to do. If he will go for the light calf, it can work. If he will go for the archers, it can work also. But I don't think that we can keep on making this composition. He's just gonna get obliterated.
Now, with the Batukan being back, you can see he's looking at another nice place to open up and go. But Beastie is the one snacking on all the relics. Let's go take a quick look at those relics. We see he's already got one on the way, and there's three monks on the field. So eventually, he will definitely get his value here. But it does still take a while to do so. Now, with all those relics in the bank, this is going to be a very happy French, because French, they do eventually struggle with the gold, but not if you have 5 relics and your army composition is not just a bunch of knights. The orbs, so much more cost effective.
Exactly, they are completely perfect. And Beast is still realizing that he needs some of that front line, so we are going to be seeing probably one of the cheapest, if not the cheapest, horsemen in the game being made by him. We still need to make a keep for it, but as we can see, we already have a lot of stone in the bank. I'm not sure if that's for the second PC or if that's to plop down some keeps. Yes, exactly. We are making a keep for that huge discount. Beastie leading by the 10 villagers is showing us that even though Golden Horde is making wheels a tiny bit faster, French is still better at it. On the other hand, I am not really liking that we are making mass crossbows. Scatterbrain maybe is thinking that Beastie is going for a lot of knights, but that's not really the case. Beastie is going for mass crossbows himself, clicking up a few knights here and there, and other than that, we are going to be seeing most likely just a mass horseman.
A mass horseman as a transition feels great. The thing is, when you have this much access to gold, would you even need to think about that? Well, yes, if there's a ton of crossbows coming towards you, but Scatterbrain, he doesn't have a ton. He has a handful. And this is maybe going to cost him a villager or 2, but the follow-up is going to... Ooh, not a villager going down here yet. I cursed poor Scatterbrain here. But the raid from Beastie is still the one on the field. And Scatterbrain, he's doing that push all together. But at the same time, he needs to be careful, because this is, again, units that he will not be able to replace forever. The gold is going to be finishing soon. And, ooh, a little bit of a raid on the stockyards. The knights don't get too many victims, but a few more do fall. Now, the next gold is going to be quite far out. And those crossbows are going to be expensive to replace. But look at that. The knights are just having a blast of a time under the TC and a ton of idle time. More than half the economy just completely idled out.
Exactly, Beasting doing an awesome job over here, just idling the economy and in the meantime making that arm mass at home. He's using his cavalry exactly as it's intended to do, just for the raiding. In the meantime, he has 26 arms out on the field. What will Scatterbrain do about all of this? Only 14 crossbows for him and 22 spearmen. Doesn't look very well for the guy. 14 or 1100 food in the guild hall already. So if we are gonna wait another 3 or 4 minutes, we will have enough for the imp. And right then and there is gonna be starting to look really scary for the Scatterbrain. At the same time, sniping few of the army that was coming to meet with the rest is gonna just feel very nice for the Beastie. Beastie will be diving into TC, and there's nothing to defend all of this. Sure, Scatterbrain is coming with all of the army from the back, but all of the army from the back is not gonna be able to kill all of the crossbows over here, because it's mainly just the spears that are in that composition. With only 14 crossbows out on the field still. There is a lot of knights from the BC that are going to be able to take a relatively good engagement, even to the crossbowmen, not as much to the spears. At the same time, raiding Beast just is widening the gap in terms of the villagers. Already going to be soon 20 villagers.
Now, the orbs do get picked off a bit here, and this is important. This is, although I say that, the spears have realized they need to turn around, so the orbs are left to kill everything they want. The knights, though, they are going back to the stockyards. They've been seeing what they can do, and what they can do is idle. All of these villagers are constantly running for their lives, as we see that food income plummet to 600 food per minute now. And to be fair, Beastie is also going to be struggling with food soon, so very quickly putting down a farm transition to try and stay up to date with this. As the deer slowly getting depleted, we see the villagers out there on the berry patches instead, but he needs to make sure that the food income stays more or less the same by keeping those raids going and keeping the villagers as idle as possible. But he pulls back, he's got the gold in the bank, and boys, he's about to pull it. We are going to go get our Imperial. Now the villagers already pulled into position. Let's see where they go put down that red palace. And that is a cheeky one.
Exactly, Red Palace is gonna be coming down probably forward because Scatterbrain doesn't have enough to stop it. I think that this can be get out of my game. Red Palace literally in his face. Only 2 landmarks are gonna be on the ground for the Golden Horde, and it's not like a Mongol that they can pick them up and run around with it. So Beastie landmark sniping, it's gonna be a very big threat over here. Pulling out the guild hall right now and setting it down exactly. This is the get out of my game, Red Palace. And what can Scatterbrain do against all of this? I am not sure. He doesn't have army to kill Beastie's army at the moment. He doesn't have army to deny it. This is not looking good. He doesn't have any siege. We don't have the income for it. Ladies and gentlemen, Beastie is right now looking really strong in this best of 5, and I don't think that Scatterbrain has a lot of options left.
Scatterbrain is just realizing this is not something he's going to find a response to in this game or in this qualifier, as this means that Beastie moves on to our next round if he wins this. But with the siege workshops coming down, he's feeling pretty confident about this. And Scatterbrain, he's making all the units. Ooh, he's getting a siege workshop himself though, but he doesn't have the wood for this. So Scatterbrain, he's not able to make anything. That's a pretty scary situation to be in. And he gets the ball.
Exactly, like Beastie just plopping down those two siege workshops real quick, making double bombers, and he's gonna be able to kill Scatterbrain really quickly. That golden 10 will be dying pretty damn soon, and that's gonna mean no age up to the imp, even if he defends his TC. On the other hand, upgrades for the ARPs are coming in, and they are gonna mean that this is not army that will die any soon. I think Beastie right now can literally delete all of his villagers, and he would just be able to win the game. This is not a hard spot to be in for the Beastie, and this is extremely impossible for Mr. Scatterbrain.
Now you can see Scatterbrain is trying to use the units he has to find some level of miracle damage, and he will find some villagers, but aside from that, Beastie has killed a lot more, and he has 5 relics, so this is actually a lot further of a divide here too. But now, look at that cannon. The cannon also firing right away at the TC. Villagers desperately trying to repair that, and it looks like Scatterbrain is just hoping for one more last hurrah fight, not realizing how many units there are here. But Beastie's going for the landmark elimination, and he's about to get it. Everyone focusing right on where they need to be, and the landmark elimination going out in style. He's pulled the boys.
Exactly, pulling the villagers to win 3-0 against Scatterbrain, and he's gonna be going in for the last game tomorrow to try to qualify for the Homestead Cup in his home.
Now, guys, I just wanted to say thank you to 2 people who have already donated in the time. We really appreciate it, making sure that we can recoup some of the costs for the Homestead Cup and making sure we have a lovely event with all of our boys there. Now, ladies, let's go take a quick look at our bracket before we head into our last series. Now, we are going to take a short break after this, so let's just quickly see what is still waiting for us for the rest of the weekend. Now, as I say that, I just accidentally pressed a button, so if something disappeared, guys, just let me know so I can fix it. But we see that Beastie and Myriad are going to be facing off tomorrow. Now, I really hope that Myriad doesn't win this one, because I need Myriad as a caster. Very important.
Exactly. We are going to be looking at the last game of the day, and that's going to be MSN against the Numoden. The young blood in AoE is going to be showing his face, and we will see how that's gonna go. Tomorrow, Beastie Myriad, and the day after that, after that, B Baltune and Marine Lord against either MSN or the Numoden. We will see which one of these two right now in this series are going to be going for tomorrow's match against Marine Lord.
Now, this weekend there are 3 spots, and next weekend we'll have our final 2 spots for those last positions at the Homestead Cup. But guys, let's quickly take a short break. We will be... Oh, never mind, Beastie just raided us as well, guys. Now there's pressure. Marley, are you okay continuing into our next set?
Exactly.
Okay, you are?
We can go.
My goodness, this man does not sleep. So, we do have Numoden and B coming up pretty soon here. Wait. No, MSN and Numoden. Oh my goodness, Numoden and B. I'm in a whole different dimension. I've predicted in our next qualifier.
It's a long day.
So, guys, thank you very much for the raid, Beastie. And guys, let me just give us one more shout out. If you have not checked it out yet, we have a site where you can get all of the information on the Homestead Cup if you are interested in learning more about it. So, that being said, let's quickly go to the lobby while we're updating all of our other things on the back end so you can see the drafts, etc. But in the meantime, let's take a quick look at our site. So guys, we do have a Homestead Cup part here where you can go and see exactly what we are cooking. The qualifier handbook is available, the schedule all the way at the bottom so you can see where we are currently at. Now, you can also see the list of qualified players, and we will be building out some profiles for them in all of it. Now, talent also shown here, and you can see every single Chad. Beastie, he might need to be moved down to players, depending on how well Myriad plays. So between these two, we will have someone moving down to the players section. So if you guys want to go and support our event, you can see our current donations there. We thank every single one of you for making this happen. And now, let's go take a quick look at our draft. Oh, Malians made it through. We're going to see Malians today. How do you feel about casting that, Mr. Mali?
Well, Malians are one of the best saves in the early cast range thanks to their ginormous economy, as everybody probably knows. But on the other hand, the Elefantos are going to be making their appearance at the same time. And let me just say that Sofas are not going to be doing very well against them. We still have one of the best spears for the Malians, so they are going to be doing a lot of damage. But there is one unit that Malians are missing that is very, very good against all of the elephants, and that's called crossbows. No crossbows for Malians is going to mean that they will have a very, very hard time sniping them. That's a little bit rough in the later stages of the game. Delhi is going to be taking a huge advantage if Malians are going to go for the cow boom in the early stages of the game in terms of taking the secret sites. But we will see what the men's will cook up.
Now, looking at what you mentioned here about the crossbows, I think this is such an important part of this matchup. With Malians, you are looking at not reaching the elephant part of the game, right? You already want to get your opponent under control. And I think with Malians, you do have the option to do so. Like, Numidan is someone who's going to need to show us a lot of aggression to make this work. Now, he does have that extra one out there on the wood to make sure that he gets the extra houses too. And usually this leaves a big question mark. What are you supposed to do? What is better in all of this? And time again, we see people investing in that extra house and all the extra 2 houses in the early game to just get that gold advantage. Because time and time again, people know I need to be the one to get those 3 cows out early to make sure that I have my eco lead.
Another reason why Delhi is relatively hard to play in this matchup is normally when you are playing against Malians, what you want to do early on is play for the Spearman, just to get that map control early on and just to try to kill 3 or 4 houses to deny that gold income as much as it's possible. On the other hand, with Delhi, you cannot really go for it because you need to go for that mill, for the wheelbarrow. At the same time, you really need to go for the monastery to get out your first monk. So that's not really an option. Dome of Fate gonna be the choice for the MSN, so we are not gonna be most likely seeing a mass feudal push. This is gonna be MSN trying to go for the castle age with the Delhi Sultanate. On the other hand, Numidan edging out with the Mansa Quarry pretty standard, and going for a mass wood. Right now, even though Malians are not making any units from wood, they need to make all of their buildings out of it. That means you need to make branches, you need to make all of the mills, you need to make basically another pit mine. That's why Malians is extremely heavy wood dependent civilizations in the early feudal age.
And you can see the answer of what is best is already answered here by Numidan. He knows it's the cows. He needs to get the cows. He needs them quickly to be able to get that extra bit of food income and just set yourself a little bit further ahead, because everything, of course, is about your eco in the early game. Now, MSN, he is opening with that barracks, and this is the second time we've seen this type of play. Usually, we're so used to seeing Ghazi Raiders coming out, but with the barracks opening, he's telling us he wants to go for spears, and possibly just because he doesn't want to deal with sofas, or wants to have a good answer at if there is something like a pro scouting situation. But this just means that Numidan is going to be able to do exactly the same. Now, Numidan had a choice here. He could go for archer range or for barracks, but he's got Donzos. They have a ranged attack. They don't actually mind dealing with a normal bunch of spears every now and again.
Actually, that's even very interesting reason why Donzos are doing well against the low archer numbers, because their throwing spear attack is actually in the bigger range than the archer attack. So they just kind of throw it and they run it back for 15 seconds and then come back and throw it again. That's the reason why Donzos are probably the strongest early spearmen in the game. In the meantime, MSN investing into a lot of monks. He really wants to get those pro scouts really early out. At the same time, sanctity being researched, so he really knows that Malians are most likely going to be playing for a lot of ranches. Most likely he's going to be going for those cows. So I'm going to be going for all of the secret sites.
Now, what's interesting to me is that MSN is still not making any Ghazis. Now, of course, he saw the barracks, but the Ghazis, it's not just about your straight up fight. It's about the map presence, the fact that you get to be everywhere and force your opponent's army to respond to what you want them to do. So now we got rock, paper, and scissors coming out of Numidan, and he's going to be able to make this composition look like anything he wants, constantly producing his units non-stop, and 2 cattle ranches fully stacked, which means 150 food per minute, all for free.
Exactly. MSN doing a really good job in securing all of the map control and securing the secret sites. So he's gonna be equalizing this passive income, not in food, but in gold. On the other side, we are seeing a lot of monks entering the field, already 6, soon to be 7. That's really nice to see from MSN if he's gonna be going up for that faster castlage transition. but I'm still thinking that Numedan is gonna be a little bit happier when it comes to when it comes to the fast castle. And what is the picture for MSN? Stealing some milkshakes right there, and the fight is gonna be happening on the secret side.
Now, this is not going to be a nice feeling for the deli, because if you are a deli man without having all the sacred sites, it does not hit the same way. And Numedan is going to be able to shut this down pretty quickly, I was going to say, but no, he backs off instead. One archer being sent forward, but it doesn't feel like he is looking too confident about this. Our two Scandinavian boys going to be fighting for the spot, but also for the milkshake, as we can see there in the player pictures. So this is verse on verse violence. I also didn't realize until now. These Scandinavian boys are just absolutely everywhere. We have Tuna, also, oh, but I don't think Tuna is verse. Tuna is just Scandinavian.
Numudan doing relatively well, trying to go for some sofas over here, so he will be trying to push MSN away from those secret sites. MSN, on the other hand, started to realize it, and we are starting to see some Ghazi raiders. They are doing well against sofas, but they are not winning against sofas. Some of you may think like they have +3 against them, but it's not enough. They are going to be losing the fights with the equal resources invested in them. 5 monks in a queue for MSN. How much gold does this guy have? At the same time, 9 spears, 8 archers already out to secure the map control, but not gonna be able to do it for a very long time, thanks to the Numudan's massive investments into the cavalry. Sure, if you are going to look at the military counts, it is in the favor of the MSN, but monks are in that military count as well. And remember, those are kinda in the monasteries, so they are not going to be fighting the battles for now.
Now, poor little Sofa does pay the price of his life as he tries to take down a spear with monk support, but this is a singular Sofa paying the price, and it looks like Numedan is just expanding that army non-stop. No Ghazis, oh, no, I was a handful of Ghazis, but no real Ghazi numbers putting pressure on Numedan to keep producing spears. So in this case, you're just going to go for your optimal composition already. As Malians, you want Sofa Archer, and that's exactly what MSN is allowing you to do. You get to go Sofa Archer as much as you want, because with this, you have a response to almost anything that MSN tries to pull out here, but a lot of investment still into the scholars. Now, this is a huge amount of them, and it's just because he has so much gold to work with. But of course, as time goes on, Delhi, they have one big issue, and it's having to move out on the map for food. And this is usually where sofas start to shine.
Numudan's composition is really good in terms of transitioning to the castle age. First of all, upgrading them is going to be really smooth, and second of all, even though we are going to be getting veterancy, also the special upgrades in terms of more armor for the sofas, and special upgrades in terms of the poison arrows for the archers. Like, Numudan is making the same composition that he wants to be making till the Imperial Age. On the other hand, MSN, those archers needed to be switched for crossbows, those Ghazi for knights. So even if both of them are going to be aging up at the same time, it's not going to be looking well for the MSN and for the rest of the game if he's going to be allowing those sofas to raid freely.
Now, of course, MSN does get that nice little advantage of being able to go for elephants at some point. We have to get to that point, and right now Numedan, a lot of map presence here, forces MSN to think a little bit differently about the little berry patch he was happily chewing on. But of course, pro scouts behind this is going to mean that the food that MSN gets to eat is very safely tucked under his TC. There's still another deer pack that he gets to go and snatch up, and I like this. The fact that he went out on the map and went for the berries, it's wonderful. He's showing us that he wants to capitalize what he can, as long as he can, leave his base. The sofas are not going to allow that forever.
21 against 21 archers, so if you are looking at the pure military count, is very similar, but one side has sofas and the other one does not. We are pulling the scholars over here for the healing, so we are hoping for the best, and they are going to be probably a game changer, because these Ghazi raiders are not gonna be dying as quickly as Numudan would like them to die. MSN still researching iron and undermesh. So these archers from Numudan are doing a lot of damage. On the other hand, Numudan already having the most important upgrades, and right now the upgrade for Iron Undermesh is coming in, but is it a little bit too late? Fight is basically already done, all of the scholars are gonna be slowly but surely dying, and MSN is losing the fight, needing to run back home, and Numudan right now winning the fight, getting the advantage into the games. He has the cows at home, he has the pit mines, MSN is still sitting on the 2 secret sites, that's a nice gold income, but will it be enough to turn the tides of this game?
Now, Numidan is getting into the comfiest spot you get as Malians, where your cows are starting to just stack up way too quickly. There's absolutely nothing that can slow down this economy already, because there's just no magical army that is killing all of this, with all of the gold just coming in passively as well. This is a lot of resources per minute that MSN does not have access to. But now we can see he's desperately trying to heal up all the units he can, and gonna most likely try to push this out again. Not going out for the Castle Age. He knows how Malians can get in the Castle Age, and that is just going to mean a ton of infinite food.
At the same time, MSN still slowly but surely getting all of those blacksmith upgrades that they are completely for free for him. So that's something that we love to see. But something that we really don't like to see is the same military numbers when 15 of them are in the monks for the MSN. MSN is losing on the villagers only by 1, that's not a big deal, but losing on the economy definitely. He doesn't really have an answer for the cow boom or an answer for the pit mines. Sure, we had the secret sites, but not anymore. Making mass Gazi Raiders is something that we really like to see, but they are not going to be doing very... they are not going to be trading fairly against the Sofas, and at the same time, mass archers are coming out for the Numudan. Literally, the moment both of these players are going to decide to age up, Numudan will just have a way bigger advantage.
Numidan going to be able to get all of the upgrades you could ever dream of with these Gazis, and the moment they hit imported armor, those archers are not even going to tickle. And you see, he's got a lot more in queue. He's not looking at slowing down. Already 17 cows. This man, he doesn't mind staying in feudal. He's reached that point where you can play this feudal game all day. But at some point, you just can't produce enough units to actually stay in feudal. You have to go to castle.
Exactly. We will be seeing transition to the castle, I think, relatively soon, because game is getting, yeah, sure, we are raiding here and there, but we are mainly passive with our main armies at the moment, not really taking any trades. Numudan very well knows that MSN needs to push into it. Numudan knows that MSN will need to push into him to deny the cow boom, push into him to kill him off, or to try to take some good trades before the poison arrows are gonna come in. That's what's gonna be the most important part. Yeah, sure, Sofas are gonna be nice, sure, Sofas are gonna be tanking a lot, but they are not gonna be the damage dealer. The damage dealer are gonna be 45 archers that are already out on the field, and one simple upgrade coming in for them is gonna mean they are gonna short everything. From knights to elephants to archers, it does not matter. MSN is in the trouble if he's gonna be staying in the feudal age for much longer.
Oh, and MSN, he's gonna need to be ready for this very quick castle age coming in, and that's the difficulty about playing against Malians. The upgrades, it's fast, and with the composition, it's exactly what you want. Now 13 villages being pulled to build that, and finally a wheelbarrow. Numidan realizes, hey, I can afford this. But at the same time, doing these little sofa raids, you're forcing your opponent to just pull back. Because of course, MSN, the moment this age up hits, he knows this is the moment he has to engage. And he has 30 seconds after that bell rings to do significant damage before these units start to clap back even harder.
MSN must know that Numudan is aging up. He's not showing any military presence. He's basically just sitting home. MSN will immediately start to go in. And this is 36 Gazi Raiders. This is actually a ginormous amount of army. MSN is also starting to pull all of the monks. So if we are going to be starting to push immediately, exactly as the Whamenqt said, we are starting to push. And right now, it's going to be 40 Gazi Raiders against 12 Sofas. That's going to be cleaned up pretty damn quickly. And 50 archers behind all of that. The answer is how quickly will the upgrades come? And what is the engagement that we will take? That's going to be the most important part. If we are going to be taking the engagement in between the buildings, sure, we have the 40 Gazi Raiders, but it's not going to matter that much. We are taking the fight, and it's not looking like the one that that's going to be going extremely well for the MSN because of the very small space that we are clamped up in. Upgrades are coming in, and right now the most important ones are already out. So far, have the veterancy, archers have the veterancy, +2 Gami coming in for the archers at the same time, and MSN is in a lot of the trouble. Most amounts of the Gazi are already plummeting to the ground. There isn't a single one left out on the field, and the Numidian's archer numbers are still
Now, we do see once those upgrades kicked in, things just turn on its head. MSN knows I cannot keep fighting under this TC, but I also just can't keep fighting. Sofa's now barely taking any damage, I would say, but the archers aren't even trying. He's just backing off. He realizes that is going to be enough. MSN, down 1-0 right now. The man is going to be in a little bit of danger as Numidan is looking quite strong already. Now, Numidan, he practices with a lot of the top players, and he knows how to really push a civilization to its limits when it's something to go in for. But what we've seen from him very often is he can be the one that delays. And Numidan has shown us time and time again, he's a little bit more of a defensive player. But in this game, it looked like nothing of the sorts. He was aggressive, he was on top of this. And the next one, he's going for Golden Horde, which definitely is not a defensive civilization.
Golden Horde against the Jushi Legacy. We are gonna look at this matchup, and it's yeah, Jushi Legacy again, the civilization that loves to go for that castle education, civilization that excels in a fast castle. On the other hand, we have Golden Horde Civ that loves late castle, that loves the castle after getting the most important upgrades for them for stone, but they are very, very costly. So we will see how are these players gonna try to take this matchup. MSN probably gonna go for the fast castle. Numuder, I have no clue.
Now, of course, with Golden Horde, we see a standard all opening in the early game. No crazy shenanigans from them, but you see that golden tent here at the back, pretty safely tucked away from any pushes that might take place eventually. Now, MSN, he is playing Zushi that has such a good time on a map like this. When you get onto Cliffside, they excel, especially when you go for something like the fast castle where you can come from every single angle. But Numidan, he knows the strength of a civilization. Those outposts are just something that will be a better response to what we usually see from a silly little tower that doesn't protect too much. Now, we do get to skip through that early game to be able to get to the juice and see who will reign supreme. Now, of course, what are we going to call here? Numidan. Is Numidan a Khan Torgoods, or is he more of a building cards kind of guy?
We will see Numidan going for Khan and Torgoods, actually. He wants to, that is signifying us only one thing. Maybe there is a possibility in which he will be playing for Mass Torgood in a feud late, just to be as annoying as he can be, and behind that, some kind of a boom approach or some kind of a fast castle. But we will see. We don't see the cards, and that means that most likely there isn't really going to be any type of the feud ledge pressure. Without them, we are giving a lot of the tempo. MSN on the other hand going for the pro scouts, very usual thing to see with the Jushi Legacy.
Now, with Pro Scouts already means that you're gonna have an easy way of getting horsemen because you're already invested into that stable. But Numidan knows if you're going Pro Scouts, then I am gonna try and deny at least one deer pack. So one of the scouts is sneaky enough to pick up a deer, but he does need to drop him and put him out of range for Mr. Numidan to just snack on. But of course, now with the spears coming out too, he's going to have a natural response to what Numidan would like to make, of course, the Torgoods.
Well, we will see. If MSN making some spearments as well, he can probably predict that Batukan is going to be coming in with some Torgut. On the other hand, the Numodan making the Batukan and Torgut most likely just for the raiding potential of them. At the same time, some spearmen are going to be coming in to try to deny as much of those deer as possible. But there is a giant tower standing on top of one of the deer packs, so this one is going to be most likely safe from the MSN's pro scouting. On the other hand, second one really close with the border as well. I think this is relatively good spawn or relatively good map control from the Numodan. Numodan having 1 gold in the back, MSN having 2 golds in the back, or 1 gold in the back and 1 in a semi back. Also berries in the back. MSN spawn is way better in one hand, so he's going to be loving to go for the fast castle. And Numodan needs to try to replace something or try to do something against it.
Now, with MSN getting into a spot where he can make Juganu, you already have a decent unit against most of what is in the army here. Spearman Juganu deals with a lot of this, but the question is just if he dares overextend or if he even dares extend, because the imminent threat of these guys just running around and charging in on a village or two, it does bode for a scary time. Of course, we do see Numodan with his spears standing at the ready to defend the villagers that are snacking on these deer, because of course a fortified outpost only has 5 spots, so these guys, they still need a little bit of protection. But Numodan's switching over to a bit of archers as well, and this again puts you in a spot where you can respond to anything and everything. MSN stopping production here for a moment on the other units and rather just going for another scout. But we do see why that is. He's going for castle, and responsible castle is going to be the call.
MSN great for the castlage is definitely the play over here. He cannot afford to stay playing against the Golden Horde in the long feudal. Remember, they have that Karash that is basically giving them more armor. At the same time, Batukan that is giving more attack speed or more attack damage. Torgud that will make sure that Batukan will not die. So in the theory, Numodan has way better army in the feudal age. MSN's castlage with the bold monks is going to be definitely interesting if he decides to go for them. We don't see them that often nowadays, but if you are going for the fast castle, I think they can be a relatively good choice. Numodan going for iron undermesh at the same time looks like he will be trying to maybe dive all of this, or will be there. Maybe there will be some kind of the feudal age pressure.
Now, what I like about Numodan's play is he's denied the deer pack getting snacked on completely by just having 2 spearmen in rotation there. Now, of course, when you see your opponent with this much on gold, you know exactly what's cooking. And we'll see if Numodan decides to change course, but it looks like he's just motivated to go straight forward. Now, our meditation gardens here is not the type of meditation garden that worries people too much. We do see Mount Lu Academy coming in, and with 9 villagers, this is basically being rushed up. Now the resources should start stacking up. He's got the stable at the ready, so the lancers will be quick to follow up with. But you can see the ton of the corridor goods just want to delay this as much as possible. Getting a little bit of idle time, making sure the villagers need to pop into the TC, and those tour goods are sucking up all the damage they could ever.
Exactly, this is very good for the Numodan. He saw it, he got some idle damage, but MSN will be able to get up to the castlage anyway. And right now the answer is, what will be the units that he will play? There is a lot of spearmen already out, some archers, some Batukan with some Torgud at the same time. There is one unit that is the Jushi players usually go for, and it's the same one that MSN is making some knights, but I'm not sure if they are going to be really countering the Numodan's army at the moment. Numodan, in my opinion, can just stay in the feudal age and keep up the pressure, and will be able to do a lot of damage to the Jushi legacy. Right now, there is still some deer packs under that PC, so MSN is still relatively good on foot over there. But give him another 5 or 7 minutes, and we will need to start to see some villagers on the berry patches or some kind of the farm transition. On the other hand, Numodan out on the map, taking berries, taking boars, taking everything he can. So his farm transition is going to be relatively delayed compared to the MSN's one, and that's when he can try to take and do some damage.
Yeah, the problem is, when you have stockyards at your disposal, it does feel a little bit easier to do your transition. Because with Zushi, you get into a spot where you're like, okay, I need the optimal farm placement. Numadan, he just plops one down next to the TC and 4 villages are good to go. Now, of course, they are expensive and he realizes this. Now going for Castle Age himself, but we do see that he's floating quite a bit of wood here. So if he's definitely someone who plays it the safe way, but right now he doesn't need to. The safe way has been to put fortified outposts down. And the Lancers, they are probably going to start looking for some damage, but where will they find them if they're just standing in the base? So MSN not really showing us that aggressive playstyle you would need from someone who got Castle Age just that bit faster.
That's true. At the same time, while all of this is happening, MSN would love to play aggressive, but he doesn't really need to if he will get the relics. Relics are just such a huge game changer for him that they are basically enough to take the lead in this game because they are in such equal positions right now. You may think that sure, Numadan is having a bit of a trouble because MSN is a castle. Numadan has army to answer MSN's raiding. The only problem is that his army is slow, so MSN's raiding can pick villager here and there. On the other side, MSN is in the castle and trying to snatch every single relic off from the map, and that's exactly what he needs to be doing. So Numadan stopped making units, is trying to go for the castle while denying the relics from the MSN, and the only thing that MSN is doing is taking every single relic he can while raiding with knights.
And I love how the boar is starting to be a little bit aggressive here, but we do see the villagers popping in for safety, and he will not be snacking on the vills just yet, but it just highlights the fact that there is a very healthy boar to fall back on for Numadan after all the deer is said and done. MSN now, with those lances, he's going to be able to find some villagers, but not to kill necessarily. He does get a good charge, gets a kill, and a second one as well, but this is the only raid we've seen from him since he got Castle Age about 4 minutes ago, and it feels like Numadan is still sitting pretty comfortably behind this and just thinking about, alright, let me do those Golden Horde things where they do pretty well in the mid to late game.
Young 17-year-old from Denmark is doing relatively great over here. MSN taking the relics, MSN having relatively good army. On the other hand, Numadan spamming mass spears while edging up. I think that MSN is in a good position to win this game. He has everything that he needs. The only real threat that's right now going to be coming up are the most important upgrades for the Golden Horde. If he will be able to get them, and if we are going to be seeing basically the 50% more units coming out of every single stable, archer range, and the barracks, it's going to be really tough for him. But in terms of the units at the moment, MSN's looking good. There is 8 Torguts out on the field with 1 Batukan. They are nice for raiding, but 40 knights will be able to take care of them. 28 spears on the other hand, that's a different story. We still have some Chukonu, they are completely obliterating them, but I am not very certain if in a full-on engagement they will not be very hard to single target the spearmen when there's going to be a lot of cavalry mixed in.
Now, with MSN here, with all these lances, you can see as a group, they're pretty scary. Again, ooh, we can see the spears. They're going to be standing in position, but Numadan, he pulls the villagers back. He knows that an attack like this is not going to be stopped by a handful of spears. Might need to give up a few vills, but no, those lances, they want to keep on pushing. The problem is the reinforcements are right here, and it looks like they've bit off a bit more than they can chew. Villagers trying to get this wall up as well. Numadan just trying to secure himself a little bit of a safer base area. He is finally adding his first stockyard, a second stockyard as well, just making sure that that food income is going to be stable enough for him to survive from, even though he is still kind of flourishing.
Numadan also going for some crossbows over here against the knights. That's exactly what he wanted to do. I think that his composition is relatively good, but it's stuck inside of the base because of the mobility advantage that MSN's knight have right now, or has right now. Mass Jukonu is really good against Mass Spear, but on the other hand, not good against anything else. Sure, they are doing a lot of damage, but also we see some Karash out on the field, giving +1 armor to all of this composition, and +1 armor against Jukunu is devastating. It's really, really hard. Jukunu doesn't have a lot of base damage. They are attacking in a burst though, so they are doing a lot of attacks quickly, but not with a lot of damage. So making that +1 with the Karash is gonna be the game changer if we are gonna look into the long fight. On the other hand, MSN already sitting on nearly all of the relics, so he probably loves this. Four relics for him and 0 for Numodan.
Now, with having all of these relics, it's great. The problem is just I don't see that mobility from him. Again, he's getting these lances in the base, but these lances, they could be everywhere at the same time. It just doesn't feel like that aggressive MSM we usually see. This is pretty surprising. Maybe just Numodan scaring MSN into the passive playstyle that we see in this base, and that could be the deciding factor here. This army is pretty scary here from Numodan, but MSN's army is not something to scoff at. 35 Jiganu is going to tear through most things on the front line. So it's still going to be a little bit harder for these Torguds to really get through to them. The spearmen here get directly countered, but now the men-at-arms, this is going to make it a little bit harder for him to just walk right through him, especially with... We do see the ranged armor. The ranged armor, and ooh, Dali horses following as well. That's going to mean these cavalry units are going to be attacking at the speed of light.
Exactly. We have +2 for all of those men-at-arms, like Whamenqt said, but at the same time, it is +3 because of the Karash inside of this composition. MSN will be having a lot of trouble dealing with the mass MA and mass Torgud right here. But why are we standing over here with the Numodan? MSN taking a relatively good charge, trying to snipe 1 or 2 Torguds. Very nice to see. Batukan also in the composition will be tremendously helping in these fights in terms of the damage and in terms of the DPS for all of the units. And if the fight is gonna be happening, it's gonna be deciding the game, right? Because we have the same economy, same military numbers basically. Maybe Numodan are having a little bit more, but in terms of the resources, MSN is spamming Mass Knight. There isn't really a way for the MSN to mass counter the composition for the Numodan other than Siege, and he's realizing it, making some nesting bees to support all of those Lancers. So we will see how well will he execute his push and how well he will execute his attack.
Now, this is still a pretty scary army, but at the same time, if MSN overcommits and goes right into the spears, this can go sideways very quickly. Ooh, the Nest of Bees being very much out of position here. We'll get one shot off before he gets collapsed on, and the spears, just like I said, oh my goodness, the spears impale a ton of these lances, and we're already seeing the destroyed value go up significantly for Numodan. Those horses, they need to be careful. The Jugunu not really getting the front line down like I expected. All of a sudden, Numodan's army, the men-at-arms, just soaking up so many of those arrows. And the Lancers not getting onto the back line. They are just going straight into the spears.
There is still a lot of crossbows left for the Numodan, and even if we kill all of the spearmen, it's not gonna be enough. Sure, we have double nesting bees, but the question is still gonna be standing. We are losing all of our knights. That was our invest. And
wait. But beep up. Sorry guys, it seems like we have a robot caster for this one. Discord making a little bit of an oopsie here for our poor little Mali Lubby. Now, can we get some robots in the chat? But as he was probably saying, those two Nest of Bees cannot perform miracles. But unfortunately, men-at-arms, they can. They suck up all the shots from the veteran Jugunus and very quickly melt everything. Now, Numodan is just standing here at the front of the base, asking himself, is it time to end it? Now, Mali, I think...
it's getting sorted.
Mali Levy, I think we'll fix it after the game. I think right now you're a little bit stuck. Yeah, guys, just blame Cal. This is definitely Cal. We have a little bit of our robot situation, but what I'll do is let's join a different Discord channel. Okay, just like that, Discord needs to be a little bit reconnected. As we know, Discord is a program that struggles a bit. Mali, say something.
Hello.
Oh, you're back. It was Discord all along. You were not a robot. Welcome back. I love to hear that normal human voice of yours.
Let's go. Let's go. Okay, we can see a lot of the man-at-arms out on the field for the Numedan, and he's making yet more and more crossbows at the same time. So the exact composition to counter MSN. MSN, even though that fight was relatively good, it wasn't very nice to see for him, because it was giant commitment, right? MSN made the mass knight. MSN made everything he could have. We put all of the resources in that army, and it just died. On the other hand, Numuden, we were already making the farm transition, already having relatively good economy. MSN is in a bit of a trouble. He is doing his own farm transition, but is not completely done yet. Only 14 villagers on foot compared to the 45 that Numuden has. This is not looking well for the MSN at the moment. 22 against 51 military. Yeah, Numuden is taking a lead in this game, and he's in a very good spot.
And honestly, I'm so shocked to see that MSN lost this. Even before that fight, it felt like his army composition was superior. But it's just not being able to control those units. Oh, and quickly, Numedan is just saying, I just want to stop you from making stuff. But there's luckily a keep back here to support. But my point stands, this is such uncharacteristic play from MSN. He's usually so on point with making sure that every unit hits where it needs to, and the micro will stay on top of everything. But just like that, now the villagers are trying to do a transition here while the army is right under the keep. But honestly, Numedan's army, it's taking a lot of good shots without even dying. It's just idling out a ton of this economy. MSN desperately trying to get that transition up and running, but the wood is not in his favor, and he needs a lot more time for this thing to get done.
Exactly. MSN in a huge problem. 0 villagers out on the field. Sure, we have a 2,000 gold in the bank because we got the relics, but does it even matter? It doesn't matter at all if we can make the gold units because we are lacking all of that food. That keep just saved him the game. It is the Chinese keep, or the Chinese and Jushi's keep, so we saw the giant damage or giant DPS output of those hand cannon emplacements. But on the other hand, what will Numeden do? Numeden will probably just try to age up to him. Trading up with the Yam network trade is gonna be very interesting to see. On the other hand, MSN is still in a ginormous amount of trouble. He's losing in the military count, he's losing in the villager count, not that much, and his villagers are a tiny bit better thanks to the IOs, but it doesn't really matter if he doesn't have any farms to speak of.
Yoink. And the monk gets his own little relic. The farm transition is pretty well done already, but we still see 400 food per minute. We need this to pay off still. Golden Horde, on the other hand, they are snacking on every piece of meat they could ever dream of. Numedan, now with the Yam Trade Network, is going to solidify this. With the gold in the bank, he has enough to already start getting himself that Imperial upgrades the moment it hits. But honestly, I don't even feel like it's going to hit that Imperial for too long, as MSN is completely under siege. And he's trying to make as many units as he can, rallying them to a safe spot so he doesn't need to lose them. But 2 TCs built here at the back. He really wants to stay alive in this, but the problem is the landmarks are mostly forward.
Exactly, MSN is in more and more of trouble. Double TC is plopping down for him, so that's nice to see, to the triple TC overall. But exactly as Whamenqt said, Numedan picking all of the relics back home and putting advantage into his corner. Age up for him also coming in is gonna mean that MSN is in a lot of trouble. Sure, farm transition is done, but what else can we do over here? This is farm transition into the dying, in my opinion. MSN is in a lot of trouble right now because there are gonna be imp upgrades that will be coming out for the Numedan, and MSN doesn't really have a response to it. Making mass horsemen is his response, but he's making mass horsemen against mass MA plus mass horsemen from the Numedan. This doesn't look like a lot. At the same time, some bombards are going to be coming out, and MSN is in a real danger to get landmarks.
This is getting a little bit close. The Zhangyan Tower is still standing strong. And of course, the TC being the last one that he would need to conquer after this. Well, he just in the opposite order here. Now, of course, the villager count is looking good for MSN with all of the villagers being built from 3 TCs, but he knows he's got one more shot, and that one shot is relying on a ton of horses. He's hidden this from Numidan. Numidan doesn't know that there's going to be a massive horseman push coming, but MSN is waiting for that last moment when he can take this fight. The bombards, they're going to be making their way over soon as well, but the army here at the back, elite horsemen standing at the ready. Numidan has a similar horseman switch happening, and honestly, I'm feeling like his is going to be a lot scarier, because those Castle Age horsemen, they're going to be great, but not that great.
Well, if you have two times than your opponent, then I think they are going to be great anyway. MSN doing what he does the best, and that's basically making a lot of horsemen in his base without opponent realizing, and then coming to kill everything. Well, that's the last play probably that he has in his chamber overall right now. 60 horsemen already out on the field against 30 horsemen from the Numidan. Numidan is pushing over here, and all of this should be dead. MSN right now circling around. He wants to engage into this from the back of all of the army, and he is going. This is where he can try to kill all of the army, and he can try to take the advantage of the game again. He is circling it around, and it's perfect. It's perfect circle for MSN. He's killing everything. This is exactly what he needed to get back into the game. The mass horseman play, that was giant surprise for the opponent. He had no clue what the MSN was doing. But where is all of the Numidan horsemen? They are just getting over here. It's 49 against 31 horsemen, but one has the castle age upgrades, and one has the imp ones. Which one are going to be winning? We have no clue. On the other hand, 3 landmarks are already dead for MSN. Only one remaining. One last landmark standing. It's so near to get landmark snipe, but at the same time, MSN still standing. And villager gap is getting only wider and wider thanks to double TC that he popped down earlier.
Now, with this, he is breathing for just an extra second. Now, he may have won this fight, but Numidan just got a huge piece of information here. He got the info of, you are very much squeezed into one spot. Let me make sure that you stay in your one spot. This means there's no gold, there's no wood that he's going to have access to anymore, and you can see that he's slowly trying to get control of his map. Now with that keep, he's going to try to keep the Zhangyan Tower alive, but Numidan, he's making more horses. He saw how this could look, and finding a few more stray villages here, knowing that, hey, everything else is going to start drying out as well. Now, with these horses, he knows what he needs, and that's biology. These horsemen, now with 180 health, is about to hit. Let's go see. 200.
Exactly as the woman pointed out, no gold for MSN. Only one small gold vein that he just got to is gonna mean big problems for him. No relics left in a chamber. MSN gave the relics to his opponent, and MSN at the same time, even though he won the fight, I'm not sure if he's gonna be winning the war. He's making mass horsemen. This is 77 horsemen against 52 from both of the players. I'm not sure why are we not seeing at least a little bit of the spearman from the Numidan. We already have the barracks out. So the horseman against horseman is gonna be the play over here. But the MSN has just a tiny bit better food economy thanks to all of those granaries being down. On the other hand, Numidan having the gold advantage. I don't know why are we not using it. We are spamming horsemen against horsemen when we can be spamming cashing against horsemen. I don't understand that part. We are getting all of that gold for the wonder. In the meantime, MSN slowly but surely being squeezed more and more.
And just like this, those horsemen moved out of the base. They are nowhere near to help this. And yes, a handful of spears might make this a little bit more fightable, but right now, everyone is gone, and all of a sudden...
Whamenqt, this is a landmark snipe. This is a landmark sniper attempt from MSN. This is a landmark snipe. He doesn't care about his base at all, but this is one landmark for MSN still standing, and Numuden having only 2 of them. He just realized that he saw all of the horsemen hitting his walls, and right now he knows. Right now he knows he's starting to run back to his base, but is it gonna be enough? Will he come back in time? That's gonna be the question. This is 100 horsemen out on the field for the MSN, but all of this is just now gonna be trying to kill 2 buildings. 2 buildings that are right next to each other. This is the MSN's victory condition. Killing those 2 buildings is gonna mean he's gonna winning the game. That TC is gonna be disappearing right now. Even though he has garrisoned some units inside of it, it's dead. On the other hand, Golden 10 has way more HP than the town center, and I'm not sure if it's gonna be dying that much quicker. The Golden 10 sending on 20,000 HP, and MSN, even though he has all of the horsemen, even though there are still a lot of the horsemen from the Numeden, I don't think that MSN will be trying to take this. There is probably like 50 villagers repairing this landmark, and at the same time there is only 36 horsemen left. For the MSN, it's not looking great. And ladies and gentlemen, MSN threw everything into this one fight, but he's gonna be losing it. He's losing in a series 2-0.
Now, honestly, this was the most MSN ending ever. And I wonder if he A-moved in that last one, instead of killing the TC and switching over to killing all the villagers, would this have still given him a little bit of breathing room, or at least that 5% chance at making a bit of a comeback? But oh my goodness, MSN just smoothly making us entertained again. So I'm very impressed with him. He's doing a pretty great job at keeping us on our toes.
Exactly. MSN with a very interesting strategies every single game that we see him, man. Let's just say he's the young blood in AoE, and he knows how to show it. On the other hand, we are going to be getting slowly but surely into the 3rd game of this series. Hopefully not the last one. Byzantine for the Numeden against MSN's China. Are we seeing that correctly? Most likely we are. Byzantine are very good on Gorge, and China at the same time another very nice civilization. So we already saw this matchup once today, and we are going to be seeing it yet again. MSN probably gonna go for that pro scouts, and Numeden most likely for the cistern play, as yes, of course, that's what we are seeing.
Now, with all of this, Numeden and MSN, they now have beef to settle. Now, of course, Numeden, he's shown us he knows how to hold back and then make those pushes just right. But of course, MSN, being a cheeky little goose, I'm a little bit worried about his playstyle when it comes to China. China is a civilization that you need to be very methodical. You need to be precise. MSN, very often, he takes the greedy goose approach to a lot of his problems, which can result in some pretty questionable situations like we saw in the last game. Now, of course, that was a bit of a desperation call there at the end, but at the same time, you have to ask yourself, is MSN going to be able to break the Byzantines early enough before they snowball out of control?
Exactly as we saw in the Beastie series against the Scatterbrain, Beastie just chilled in his base until he got all 5 cisterns, made a lot of longbows, made a lot of light cavalry, and then started to push. And in that series, Scatterbrain overcommitted with the China to mass horsemen. What will we see now? MSN aging up, same as Beastie, Grand Winery, but he's aging up before, so he wants a little bit faster age up than we saw earlier. Triple Cistern is already out on the field, so that's very nice for him. On the other hand, we will be seeing Pro Scouts most likely, and Numeden is just gonna be surviving.
Now, Numeden surviving is not the worst though, because Byzantines in survival mode is still Byzantines in a little bit of a thriver mode. Now, we do see that stable coming out, and to make a horseman, again, makes sense, because you are then forcing your opponent to have to react to you. But at the same time, there we go, the horseman is coming out. I was about to say, MSN is the kind of guy who will go greedy goose strategies before pro scouting.
We need to fix the scoreboard, I think.
Oh, okay.
MSN is losing.
MSN is losing. Don't worry, guys. We'll fix it in a second. I'll ping the person in control of the scoreboard. No.
Well, it's gonna be fixed, Don't worry about that, gentlemen. In the meantime, Numeran going for some horsemen, and will be trying to deny MSN's pro scouting. MSN at the same time doesn't really care that much because Numeran needs to do heavy investments into his economy before he will be able to start making mass army. But Numeran will be coming online shortly with some longbows most likely, and when that's gonna be happening, MSN will start to see a little bit of the trouble. On the other hand, MSN has a very nice potential to go for the faster castle age and look for the push with the knights.
Now, with this heavy investment into scouts already, you can see he wants this to be done quick with regards to getting the deer there as fast as possible. Now going for those responsible little upgrades in the mix as well, but he's got 2 military units and he's got supervision going on to that stable. He needs to make stuff. Right now, an idle military building is something that could cost him the game. So you can see quickly clicking up and getting more, but at the same time, he needs to find damage. Byzantines is a ticking time bomb, and even though you might have all the food you want, you need to shut down this economy before they get too far ahead, especially considering MSN is not going for a Song dynasty that might skyrocket his villager count because it just takes too long.
MSN is right now leading in the military count, and he's going for archer spearmen. I'm not really sure if he wants to go for the feudal push, but we will see. A mass scout for him is pretty much obvious because he's going for the professional scouts, so he's gonna be getting all of his deer packs, and the deer packs for the Numedan are nice and cozy in the same spot. So if he really wants to and will be able to take the map control, he will be able to take even the Numedan's deer pack right now. But there is already 5 longbows out on the field with some limited A slowly but surely coming in, and that's gonna mean that these archers from the China are just, I don't think they are gonna really be enough. It is a rock paper scissors composition, but is it gonna be enough against mass longbow later on?
Now, usually with the archer numbers, if you can snipe them out, you can do a pretty good job, but you need a lot of archers, and MSN is showing us he likes to diversify. Now, the horses, they will try to take their first fight, but of course, with your archers stepping this far out, you are just asking for trouble, especially when you see this heavy on investment already. Now, the longbows getting into position as they just want to use that range and really do the damage from afar. That is going to be something that MSN is very wary of and quickly backs out. Now, with Numedan already investing into Araslitz here, I love this. I love the fact that he's being responsible about going out onto the map. Because a lot of times, Byzantines, they'll put a tower there, but the towers burn down pretty quickly. And especially when you see your opponent investing this much into melee units as well. Now, the second batch of longbowmen, they are going to be following suit pretty soon. But the berries inside the base, this is going to mean that he needs to keep expanding, keep going further onto those other resources.
MSN slowly but surely taking the map control from the Numedan is pretty much expected if he's on a deer. But the longer the game goes, better it's gonna be for our Byzantine player. 5 cisterns are already down, and it's not looking well if MSN will not be heavily pushing very soon. Sure, there are some berries forward that we can try to raid, but I am not exactly certain if that's gonna be enough. MSN already going down for a ram, and I'm pretty sure that Numedan can see this with the tower, so he's gonna be most likely heavily investing into all of these resources, all of the units. Yes, exactly. Numedan seeing this battering ram means he is gonna be prepared for it. On the other hand, MSN having the most important blacksmith upgrades, but Numedan having them as well. And this is 10 longbows against 30 normal archers. I'm taking 10 longbows every single game.
And just picking off one every now and again is massive. Just like that, every single time they turn around, he picks off one. And that's just showing Numedan is the micro king in this game. Those Limitane, they're going to do a fantastic job at stopping the handful of horses that we do see here from MSN. But MSN, he wants to make those 2 handfuls so that his chances are just going to be a little bit better. But again, we are still here fighting on the tower with very, very squishy units. This is not going to be an easy one, and the Ram overextending can just die to one little charge. And even though this army looks like it's more in the favor of MSN, you still have to consider a significant chunk of them are just scouts. So taking a look at the army value, we do see Numidan is a little bit behind, but he's behind having a handful of longbows. And these longbows, they are worth their weight in olive oil.
Exactly, longbows are probably the perfect unit for the Numidan over here. They are very good at sniping archers, very good at sniping spears, so I am not sure if MSN wants to keep playing on this feudal age. It doesn't seem like a good option for him. Longer he stays in the feudal age, bigger is the advantage for the Numidan, because what is he doing behind all of this? Behind all of this, he's taking the deer, he's taking slowly but surely all the berries and getting all of the olive oil, getting more free units from them, getting more mercenaries, and we will see most likely the farm switch coming relatively soon from him. If that's gonna be happening, that means that even all of the units or villagers that are getting olive oil, we cannot even try to snipe because they're gonna be safe under TC. And the fight is gonna be right now happening, and that's just not enough in my opinion. Sure, there is some limited nade from the Numidan, but MSN has 24 archers out on the field. Doesn't really matter that the limited nade will pick up their shields, but there is still 14 longbows out on the field killing all of this. And I'm not sure if fighting under a tower is exactly what MSN wanted to do. This is pretty much an equal exchange, and that's horrible for him. Because Byzantine has just such a better boom. That's the reason why MSN is right now going into the worse and worse position the longer he stays in this.
Now, MSN, he realizes these archers, they did some work, but the problem is just Numidan, he is not going to be making units for too much longer that are susceptible to those archer numbers. MSN not realizing this is going to be a Castle Age Byzantines pretty soon. Now, luckily, Numidan was again not a greedy goose and ensured that he gets these outposts reinforced. So these horses, they are going to be able to burn down the tower, but there is time to respond. The horses, they need to be keybound differently so that they can go out and stop this. Now, with the tower, it is focus firing on the low HP horses, and 3 horses already losing their lives. Numidan being precise about it, and MSN, he's getting a little bit desperate here.
Exactly, Numidan playing this perfectly, basically killing 3 horsemen completely for nothing. MSN right now having twice the military numbers because Numidan wanted to go for that castle age can actually cost him a game if MSN will realize it. You just need to start pushing right now. We have literally 3 times the number of archers, we have same number of horsemen, and same number of spears. Just go! If you are gonna be standing over here for next 2 minutes, it's not gonna be ending well for you, my boy. Just start running! We cannot be standing over here. Come on!
I love how passionate you are about what MSN needs to do. It feels like even though you're like 3 years older than MSN, you're like his dad, wanting you want to be proud of your young lad here in the tournament. But MSN, he's committed.
Exactly. I know the boy from the time when he was a diamond and we are playing shitty 2v2s together. That's why I want the guy to win, but at the same time he's doing stupid mistakes, which is very easy for us to say because we can see everything. Very hard for him. But at the same time, MSN right now realizing that he needs to push and he's gonna be diving this. The question is gonna be, will he be in time? The upgrades for the longbows are coming in, and +2 with the veterans will be on. And I think 20 longbows against 50 archers is still a relatively good engagement for the MSN, but at the same time there will be 2 cataphracts entering the battlefield, and those 2 cataphracts can tank all of those archers for a very long time. MSN, even though he's taking relatively good fight, even though he's killing everything over here, I'm not sure what is the response for the cataphract. He's cleaning up everything to be sure. He is killing every single one of the longbows, but still cataphracts are not even close to be dying over here. And we are pulling the villagers from the Numidan, even though military the difference is literally 4 times for the MSN. This is 2 cataphracts, and we cannot kill them yet.
And the villager numbers that died, only 4 villagers going down in this whole exchange, it just doesn't feel like enough, brother. We are on 5 cisterns. We have the economy. There are few farms, but farms nonetheless. This is not the position you want to sit in against the Byzantines. To be fair, MSN, he's got a lot of control here. He can still make significant dents into the space. The problem is just the longer he waits, every second he waits, a cataphract is going to pop out and going to make this so much harder. But the spearman numbers, there's a significant amount, but this TEC is housing just enough spots for these villagers that need to hide inside. Now, slowly but surely, MSN is sticking to this feudal. Landsknechten coming out all for free, but at the same time, the longbows will still do a dent, especially now that they are veteran.
I think that MSN can actually take this, because there is only 15 longbows left. And sure, there are some cataphracts Landsknecht will be coming in, but we have enough spears to deal with them. We killed a lot of villagers first time we dive this, or there is a big villager difference, let's say it like that. And at the same time, we are killing every single longbowman over here with all of our archers. We are sacrificing a lot of them, but should not really matter, because these longbows are very hard to replace. There is no more berries out on the map for the Numidan, no more free olive oil. He needs to switch completely to these farms, but at the same time, there wasn't enough spearmen out on the field over here. I think he's leaving half of them at home just in case of the Numidan coming to raid him, or they are still on the way. Not looking good for the young 17-year-old from the Denmark.
Now, Mr. Dentmark, not going to be making a mark here into Numidan's base just yet. Still only 4 villagers going down in all of this, and Numidan feels confident enough to build his farms forward. He says, your rams may have killed them, but I will just reseed, replant, and let's see what you're going to do against my cataphracts. He had a lot of spears, but these cataphracts, they don't care. They've got 360 HP. These things are like little mini trucks, and these spearmen and feudal are just suffering. Right now, MSN is looking for a miracle, and Numidan is just looking for another cataphract or two to make sure that this is his game. Right now, he's already getting a lot of stone behind this as well. And I'm honestly questioning myself on whether he's just going to say, hey, maybe I lost some villagers. Maybe I go for a second TC. But 540 stone, you can kind of do anything with this. The villagers now being a little bit confident here, about to walk right through. No, never mind. That is not the Numidan way. Numidan pulls back a little bit and might lose a villager or two here. The archers, they do pick off a few victims, or 2 victims total, or 1 victim total. And just like that, the push is on again.
Doesn't look very good for the MSN if you will try to dive it. There is enough longbows and definitely enough cataphracts. I'm not sure how we want to kill 7 cataphracts, or soon to be 9 cataphracts, even with the 24 spears, and especially if we have 14 longbows behind all of them. MSN, we've literally tripled the military numbers, but is it gonna be enough? Right now, Numidan is coming in and we are engaging. At the same time, we are running to the cataphracts with the archers, not looking good, but we need to do it to kill all of the longbows. Longbows with the superior range, longbows with the superior damage, but we are killing every single one of them. Very good for MSN. Also, spearmen numbers are not really plummeting to the ground as fast as I thought. Somehow we are still in the game, somehow we are still fighting, but the Landsknecht coming out are gonna be doing a lot of damage to all of these spearmen, and every single team, army unit from the MSN is gonna be slowly but surely dying over here.
Was this the only answer we were looking for all along? Those Landsknechten that we didn't even intentionally make? The free boys just slicing and dicing. No, MSN, he is still sticking to feudal. He says archers actually deal with Landsknechten. I just need to target fire them. But now a tower will be invested into, and Numidan says maybe we switch things up. A little tower might just be what I need. Now the ram here very confidently moving forward, and he does get the cancellation, but the archers, they have a goal, and the goal is getting rid of the longbows. But the next batch, they've popped out and they're ready to roll. Now the food coming straight from the berries, or straight from the deer source, it doesn't feel the same, but at the same time, those cataphracts still haven't been gotten under control.
Exactly, but women, look at one thing. there are going to be no longbows anymore, most likely. Sure, we still have some olive oil that's coming in, but it's not as much. MSN taking these trades, it's not looking well, but making these longbows is costing a lot. But MSN thinks that I don't have a way to kill these cataphracts. He's going to be tapping the out and losing the series 3-0.
Now, that shows us Numadan is ready for his qualification match for tomorrow because, guys, that will be the end of today's show. We have covered 4 games pretty well here as we go, or 4 sets, and we'll take a quick look at showing you exactly what this bracket looked like. So Beastie Scatter 3-0, Myriad Demo 3-2, B Corvinus 3-0, Kill Yardy Boltoon 3-2, and the rest of us, as we can see, a 3-0 as well. Now, there were a lot of close calls here, but of course, we can only have 3 qualification spots this week. Next week, there will be 2 more. But guys, that concludes it for today. We saw some pretty intense games. Mali Lubby, you were an absolute Chad. Thank you. Yeah, look at that camera all smothering me. So everyone could be like, yeah, this is the boy. So the new talent on the block, absolutely shining. So thank you again for joining me today and making this a much easier job than I thought it would be.
Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for the beautiful games from the gentlemen that we had today. Very nice to see. I would like to see more close games over here. Some of them were pretty decisive, like Beastie Scatterbrain or MSN Numadan. But other than that, very interesting cast, and hope to see you next time.
Well, Twitch chat, for one last time, I will send you the link. Go check out our website to get all the information on the Homestead Cup as it's progressing, and we'll get those scorecards updated for you tomorrow when we get our next set of gentlemen to qualify, and we'll be joining me and, oh, where's Gigi Dog? I think Beastie stole Gigi Dog. So me, Gigi Dog, and Beastie in Serbia. But ladies and gents, have a lovely day, and we'll see you tomorrow.